No. Greetings. I think this is working. Oh, God. Oh, dear. Horrible tickle. All of a sudden. I think this is working. Oh, there I am coughing again. Hang on. Oh, dear. Here we go. Oh, that sounded healthy. Is this working? Because we did some messing around the other day, so I'm not quite sure if everything is doing everything it should be doing. Greetings. Can you hear me all right? Let us know, guys, because I got nothing here. I've got nothing to go on. Is everything coming through okay? Okay, right, let's see if I can correct that. Hang on a sec, buds. Is that better? Is it more like it? Oh! I should really have to chat up here, shouldn't I? So I can see what people are saying. It's not like me to be organised. Right, let's get it across to here. There we go. Hi guys, you alright? All doing good, I hope. That's better. Good. Okay, cool. Sass is waiting for the depth vertices heard verdict. Yeah. Probably, I don't know. I mean, she struck me as a bag of cats, to be honest. So, I don't know. It'd be interesting to see how it works out. We are joined by the illustrious. Guten Tag, Monsieur.
Guten Tag, wie geht's? Guten Tag, Monsieur. Und wir parlieren de Sprachen zur gleichen Ton.
Mate, I'm all over the bleeding shop.
Hello.
How are you, darling?
Yeah. Oh, all right. Actually, I'm feeling very fat.
Okay.
Yeah. I seem to have done nothing but eat. I've not been very well earlier this week. Spent 2 days. It always happens to me in school holidays that I spend the first 2 days just being ill and confined to quarters. So I think it's one of those things. You just keep going, and then you stop and just go. So yeah, I'll pick myself back up today.
So, do you? So, does your half term start now? Technically.
I suppose technically it started on Monday was. Yeah, it's this week. I mean, I suppose we get 3 days because there's 2 bank holidays this week. Not that I get any benefit from either of those bank holidays.
No,
because it's in the middle of a half-term holiday, so we'd have got those anyway. So anyway,
I think normally we would have got.
Glad of the week.
I think is it that we always get the last Monday in May or the first Monday? I don't know. Is it one of them which we didn't have because they've shifted it to tomorrow?
First and last, isn't it?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
And then they've shifted it. It would have been this Monday. It would have been the Monday we've just had, but they've shifted it to
tomorrow,
Friday.
Oh, is it Friday?
Whichever. They've shifted. There's 2 bank holidays, isn't there? There's Thursday and Friday to give everybody a long weekend. So to celebrate Her Majesty's platinum thingamajigamy.
Indeed.
And there we are. You.
Has anything new been happening?
I did a stream last night. I did a stream one of my rehearsals for. I'm doing this gig on Friday. I say gig. What do you call it? Open mic thing. It's in Home Firth, which is on the way to Hebden Bridge. But me and Jim are going there on Friday, and Jamie of Geosynths, he's got a slot as well, so he's turning up to do a jam. So yeah, I mean, me and Jim had a blast on that night in Sheffield, as you know, we enjoyed that a lot. So we're going to go and do another one over in Home Firth on Friday.
Oh, cool.
But I'll tell you what, I've just been listening back to the stream, which I did last night, it's once again it's all in phasey mono and things keep dropping out, and I can't work it out because it was all coming through this M audio device thing here that's now in my rack. There must be some setting in YouTube, so I'm wondering if I need to use something like StreamYard or something like that. Do you have to? Is that a subscription to StreamYard? Do you have to pay for it monthly?
You don't have. No, you don't have to. I think that's only if you you can do. If you pay, you can have more than 2 people and a second camera and all that sort of thing.
All right. Yeah.
So if you do the, I think it's £45 a year or something. I think.
Which is reasonable if you're going to do it fairly frequently. So.
Well, yeah.
It might be worth looking into because certainly I could not for the life of me work out how on earth through the YouTube Studio you set it to receive in studio or to receive in stereo and spit it out. I don't know what I was doing, but basically I'm stupid with these things. So it's a case I expect it to work, and when it
well,
doesn't,
as far as I know, like when I do this stuff, it comes out in stereo.
That's beautifully stereo. I can hear it.
But as far as I know, I haven't done anything to YouTube. I just linked StreamYard to YouTube, and
Yeah, exactly. So there was one page that popped up that asked me for the streaming software, and I thought, well, I'm not using any. I'm using you. Why can't you just give me you? Anyway, I don't suppose it really matters too much. It's just it's a case of it certainly didn't sound on playback like it was sounding through these when I had the headphones on.
Yeah.
And doing it. So because I spent ages in this bloody stupid thing over here trying to work and get stereo going, different sort of things bouncing around in stereo. And I know they say modular's all very mono, but no, I've invested in modules to make it go bouncy and effects and things but anyway, not to worry. It didn't come through last night, but
oh, here we go. The infamous Sasquatch.
There's Sassy here.
Bonjour.
Bonsoir, Senor Squatch.
Take a drink.
Oh, is he? Oh.
There we go.
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Sipping my coffee now. So, how is
You all right, dear?
everyone? Yes.
Yeah.
Battling
She's
on.
watching The Great Sewing Bee, and I went, "Oh, I'm going to go and do a show. I'm not going to sit here and watch that. Fuck it. I'm off, lad. All right."
I did wonder whether you'd do a show tonight, because obviously tomorrow's a bank holiday, isn't it? So,
Yeah, I
I
mean,
don't know how many will be around.
yeah,
I ain't going anywhere.
probably most of us.
Well, yes, I will be.
Got nowhere to go, Sassy. Not till Friday night, anyway.
I think tomorrow's my official sit down and scratch testicles day. I'm not quite sure. I'm gonna have to check my diary. It's either tomorrow or Friday. It's one of them. I'll just sit down and just scratch. That's it. And that's all I'm going to do.
I got my testicles scratched early this week when I was feeling like death. Yeah. Went for the whole works when I was feeling absolutely shit. Just typical. You book these things in for your holidays, and I was actually just feeling so ill. Well, yeah, I've been prodded and poked in most unnecessary places, and well, gentlemen of our age need to do this every now and again, at least once a year, I reckon.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
dogs and their owners, eh? What, Grace?
Yes. I see some subliminal connection
there.
there.
Well, man, check. That's all.
Just make sure all the bits are in the same place.
Yeah. God.
Nothing's dropped off. Oh dear.
Enjoyed watching your jam last night, Andy.
Well, yeah, we were just chatting about that, Sass. I don't know if you heard, but I've listened back to it, and I'm really irritated that it's all in phasey mono again, and a lot of stuff certainly didn't sound anything like it sounded in my headphones. So it's just, I can't figure out this bloody YouTube nonsense. I think I'll have to perhaps have a good look at StreamYard or one of those other ones. But everyone else seems to be using StreamYard. So.
Or is it just the way that the interface is talking to
Ian in the
YouTube?
house.
Hey.
I don't know. You're asking me technical questions. You've got to understand, in spite of all of this, I'm not at all technical. This is a means to an end, and the technical stuff just gets in the way. So I don't really know. I know that we talk. I can hear an echo back now. Is that from you, Ian? That wasn't happening before.
Sorry, that was probably me.
Well, hello, Ian. By the way.
Hi,
Yeah,
Ian.
we're,
Hiya.
all, we're all going through his Eventide 3000. He wished.
So, how's everybody?
All right, Ian. How are you, chap?
Yeah, pretty good.
I'm all right.
Well,
I'm
I
all
didn't
right,
get a
Missy.
bloody notification to this stream.
No, I didn't either. I just looked. I was busy learning these crap covers songs, and I thought I need a distraction. So thanks, Kent.
I don't know. Yeah, I got a
I
notification.
got a notification this time for once.
Yeah,
I've
it's
never
a
had
bit-
one.
No, but I didn't
It's
get.
a lot more
I didn't
hit
get
and
one
miss than
about.
it
I
used
didn't get Andy's stream one.
I don't know.
But
No, I
even
never got that one for that either. No.
But when I fire up the YouTube on this, so I can run the chat on the big screen, right? There's no notification of the show on my own YouTube channel. Like, okay, that's
Who
how
knows?
you want to be.
Yeah, it does seem much more hit and miss than it used to be.
Robert,
This is.
No, I haven't.
Good evening, Robert.
Evening.
Hi,
How are we
Robert.
all?
Fine.
bored with nothing to do apparently.
I've got over.
Oh,
being
that's why
told
we're
off.
all here.
Yeah,
Well,
all the good offers
maybe-
dropped out.
Ugh.
Well,
How's
it's
your
Hans
sub-
not joining today.
Say again, Robert.
It's Hans not joining in today.
Oh, he's gone to lose.
Oh, no, he's still behind Kant. He's just as lazy as always, just standing there.
Yeah. Judging me.
Have you considered putting him the other side of the screen so you're always looking at him?
No, that's distracting. One's judging, the other's distracting. Oh, I don't know.
I was happy with him. I did end up watching Top Gun Maverick on Sunday.
Oh, yeah.
I've seen it as well.
Yeah, I think the score is like one of the weakest parts of the film.
I'll give you my. I would agree there. My view was that if I was 15, I would have loved it. I think the cinematography was great.
And
The
also
flying was
paying homage
fantastic.
in the cinematography, paying homage to the first one with the nice browns that that cinematographer did on Beverly Hills Cop 2 and Top Gun.
Yeah.
And
But
that's, yeah, but
there was
fine,
too
yeah.
much harking back to the first film.
what? Did you not like the opening?
Oh God!
Isn't that the point of it, though?
It
Yeah, probably is actually.
it was 2 hours of my life. I'm not going to get back. It was
2 hours,
okay.
Did it start off with Top Gun? Previously on Top Gun.
To spoil it, so close your ears if you don't want it. It starts off the same as the first one, because it says Top Gun, and then Maverick appears below, and then you have the opening scene repeated, rinse and repeat, just with F-18s instead of 14s.
Yeah. Okay.
But it did
I
have
mean,
the beach scene for you.
No. I mean, first it's missing the homoerotic tension everywhere. Like, where's the bloody shower scene? And and then also that is like missing half of the fun. Why are they not all up in baby oil? Why are they just wet? It's like it's still missing the soft porn.
I must say though, Tom Cruise looks disgustingly good for his age.
He's nearly
Bastard.
60, isn't he?
He's a twat.
Well, yeah, we know. but he's dead.
No one should look that good at that
No.
age.
He looks surprisingly
Yes. Well, I mean, it's you can tell his height by the gap between his helmet and the canopy. But
I think I get to see it at the end of the month.
I mean, the last half hour I really enjoyed when it no longer tried to be a copy or
Yes.
an homage, and when it also no longer tried to be real, when it just tried to be a fun film. I think when it actually took off.
yeah.
No,
But I
think
mean, I'll put it this way: the plot centres around something from Star Wars.
What
Oh,
was the
great.
plot? Well,
no, I think I'll hang around and wait for everything everywhere at the same. What was it? All at once.
That looks amazing, actually.
Yeah.
I'm really quite interested in that. Yeah.
Mm. Mind you, I'm a fan of Michelle anyway, so. Right, back to the old Jet Li days. Early Jet Li days. Because she's a hell of a fighter.
Yeah.
So, she was an ideal choice. Mm. But, yes. No, I've actually been avoiding a lot of films just for the. I don't know why. I'm just avoiding them. Doesn't matter what they are. I haven't seen that new Matrix one yet. Still haven't seen Dune.
Oh, June's brilliant.
I imagine it is, but
Yeah,
I'm
no,
just waiting. I'm going to wait.
Yeah,
probably
I
had
mean,
a better
I-
score than what I've watched on Sunday.
It has a really good score. I came out thinking I want to see this again, and I haven't seen it again. But I mean, I
Yeah.
I'd rather see it on a big screen again rather
Well, they
than
got-
just on a TV. 'cause
Well, they are going to do this one properly, aren't they? That they're going to do a second and a third,
yeah.
rather than cram everything into 1.5 hours badly.
And it made-
But the third? But the third part of the book is like extremely rushed in the book already. So are they actually trying to fix it, or are they just doing?
I
second
have
and
no
third?
idea.
We don't know about the third part. I mean, I
I
remember
would assume
reading.
they do both do part 2 and 3 in one film, and just get it over with. Because I mean, the first part of the book is just a bit rushed.
I can't
the
remember. I
second
can't remember
one-
the book. I did read.
No,
The whole trilogy.
you're just no, it's in the first book, but the third section of it, you
Oh, right.
are just like, particularly when it was like a section end of a page, you're just like, have I missed a page? Oh no, this is the next page, and this has now happened. Oh, they've now regained the palace. This has now happened. Oh, nice.
I mean, certainly the original movie with Sting in it was just bonkers. It was, you know.
Well, I do hope to see some nice space speeders again.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, whichever way they do it, they'll probably do it in 3 parts because that way that's 3 premieres. That's
Yeah.
3 times the money.
But it is definitely worth seeing on a bigger screen.
Not much chance of that.
No, right.
No,
No, we
unless
just
they
need to bring a big screen to your garden.
bring the
and-
screen to me. Yeah, it'll be
Yeah,
fine.
yeah, that'll work.
I mean, how wide's your garden?
Well, the garden's relatively big, but it is
16
now.
feet? 16 feet wide? Is that fine?
Yeah, but it would only be about 3 feet away from the screen. That's the only trouble.
Why, if you put the screen by the workshop?
If I put a screen at the workshop, yeah, that'd be good. Yeah, probably. Yeah, squeeze one in there.
How wide? Because 16 feet wide inflatable screens are relatively easy to get.
Yeah. Well,
I
that's
mean,
something to
then
consider.
you'd either have to put ground anchors in or have a ton of water either side or other way, but
Yeah. Well, it might be something worth considering doing when summer starts.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Well, didn't it start this afternoon?
Yeah, but it will stop by tonight.
Yeah. It's
Because I
bloody
couldn't
cool,
help
the pic-
noticing it was like thick dark. It was so dark and shite. Even the solar powered squirrel fountain she's got in the back garden wouldn't work. But by the time the sun's dipping behind the horizon, there isn't a fucking cloud in the sky.
I need to see the squirrel fountain.
Oh, the squirrel fountain, mate. You know, it's 2 squirrels fucking about with water. It's the dogs use it as a drinking bowl. I have to keep filling it up.
You need to do a video on that, Ken. Honestly.
Oh, mate.
No, but just for June, you have first part of book, second and third really thin. So I think they should do second and third in one film.
Yeah.
Probably better.
What book have you just been wafting around, Robert? I'm sorry, I missed
It's
the
June.
Oh, June. Frank Herbert. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I think the
It's been a
second
long,
one's
long
somewhere
time
here.
since I read that.
Yeah, me too. I said, you know,
I can't remember anything about it.
I did see the movie just before Christmas when it came out. It was good. If you haven't seen it, Andy.
It is. That's a lot how busy I'm at work that I can read quite a lot.
Have you finished patch tinkering yet? No. Is the answer.
Sorry,
Yeah.
with the
Yes.
modular setup, do you ever finish patch
Yes
tinkering?
and no. Yes, I've tinkered some more. Have it? As it? No. Because I keep thinking of other things, and hence I'm sort of running out of patch cables. So,
Is the gig on Friday? Is it this Friday coming?
yeah, it's Friday in Home Firth. Ian.
Yeah.
So, well, we'll just see what happens.
How terrible is it to get there? But,
Well, from where I live, not terrible at all. From where you
No.
live, it'd be a right bloody ball ache.
Manchester.
From Manchester, it would be about half an hour out of Manchester to Home Firth,
Yeah.
and it's about half an hour out of Sheffield.
It's an hour and 40 minutes for me.
Does it really take that long?
Yeah, well, according to Google Maps, because I did look. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a funny place. When you get out the north of Sheffield, there's basically a direct road to Home Firth. You're off the what becomes the Woodhead Pass.
Right.
So there's just rather than going down the Woodhead Pass out past Stocksbridge, you just go. It just says Home Firth. You go that way to Home Firth. It's easy. So it's sort of Huddersfield way and beyond.
I always felt it was closer. To
Well,
be
I
fair.
would have thought.
Yeah.
I'd have thought from York, like you said. I said to you the other day. So the A64.
A64 down,
out
yeah.
to the M62, and then
Yeah.
and then turn left somewhere.
then again,
exactly
which
where
one-
you
We're 20 minutes from A64 where we are.
yeah.
So there's another 20 minutes on.
You got to get
yeah.
onto it.
Yeah.
No.
It only takes me about 3 hours to get there per public transport.
Take
Well,
about three.
Plus about other half hour to hour to get across London.
That's,
It's definitely not worth
I
it.
would have said that was optimistic.
Quick shout out
What,
to
from-
Homegrown. Good
from
man.
Southampton?
Good man.
What was that? What's Homegrown said?
He's taking up the vape.
Well, good. Yeah, get on with it. Join the gang.
Yeah.
On-
3 days in and haven't thought of a ciggy.
Yeah,
Good man.
3 days in. That's right. Good. Well done to you, mate.
Yeah. Because it's
Stick with it,
it's
stick
the first
with it.
3 days are the hardest.
I had a relapse after 3 months. I bought myself a packet of 20 as a Christmas present on Boxing Day 2017. I've got in my head. And by the time I'd smoked the 8th one, I felt so shit. I threw the remaining 12 in the bin. I said I just don't want these anymore, and went back to me vape. And
Yeah.
I've never had any tobacco since. So that was 2017. So I'm doing all right.
Yeah.
Keep it going. I know some people just say you're replacing one addiction with another, but certainly it's not as damaging.
Isn't it?
as-
It's more healthier though, isn't it?
Well, it's less damaging. I
Less
think. I mean,
damaging,
I
okay.
A lot
Right.
less damaging, yeah.
Right.
I don't know just what the long term things is, but I think it's certainly you're not taking a massive load. You're not taking cyanide into your body for a start,
No.
so that's going to
Yeah.
be a good thing, isn't it?
I mean, I stopped smoking 30 years ago, and still occasionally want a cigarette, but you know, I do resist, and I've not had one. I used to smoke the odd cigar, but actually I stopped that a few years ago as well. You know, but it was hard. It was hard to stop back then. You know.
Well, I mean, my sense of taste has returned. My sense of smell has returned, unfortunately, because I go out in the garden in the morning and oh, bloody hell, I've got to pick up all this dog shit. So, yeah, so that's been interesting.
Yeah.
But no, I feel better. I get up in the morning, I don't feel like, like I've
Yeah.
had a paving slab on me bloody head all night.
Yeah.
It's good. It's good.
And your smoker's cough will start to deteriorate, or it should do.
Yeah. Yeah, it does. I get a little tickle every now and again, have a little bit of a hack, and then
Yeah.
fine. But it's nice having a clear nose all the time as well. Nose always seems to be blocked as well.
Because I used to, when I used to smoke, and I used to smoke about 40 a day, I'd get bronchitis in winter, and I would just be horrendous, really.
Yeah, laid out.
But I wouldn't. I mean, I was a younger man, obviously, but
Yeah.
I would laid up with bronchitis for a week or 10 days, and not being able to go to work, but I would still be smoking. I mean, how ridiculous is that?
Yeah, I know, mate. Plus, and the big plus, the amount of money it saves. Holy
Yeah.
mother of God!
Yeah.
Yeah. Doesn't bode well for me, does it?
I mean, 5 years ago, I wouldn't have had any disposable income at all to spend on anything, because it would have all gone up in smoke, quite literally. So, and now I can go, well, I can afford that this month, or I can do that. And it does make a difference. It really does make a difference. Lockdown helped, to be fair, too. But this, I do think that when you're not spending £300 a month on fire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mind you, having said that, the gas bill's trying to claim some of that back now. So
Yeah. Mind you, I think the one thing that I gave up because of lockdown is shoes and socks. Don't wear them anymore. I just don't wear them anymore. So I save money on shoes and socks now as well.
I've got
Ridiculous.
I've got a question for Robert. I'd like to know whether his self-discipline is still intact.
With regards to what?
Don't be so bloody coy. I got told off. I got told off by Robert.
What do you
Because I
think
stood-
I'm going to buy immediately?
No, because I stuck a picture of this from the modular grid. I stuck it up on Facebook, and there was this comment popped up from somebody called Robert Schussler saying, "I think I must be the only modular user that's got any sense of self-discipline." And I thought,
Well,
God,
there's been two holes in here for
I
more
feel-
than a year.
I feel like I've been told off here. I've been told off.
Like, I like even have a spare frame, and I still haven't filled that. Well,
I'm the only modular user with self-discipline. Get a grip on yourself, Brooksy. You don't have to spend your money. That's true, I don't.
Yeah,
My money?
if you buy more expensive stuff, then
Well, that's right, you've
you
got-
definitely.
Is that all? Is that 5U all? Is that synthesizers.com or is it Moon? or
It's all
mixture?
it's different. Corsen.com, STG, what's that? SynthCube, the one I built myself. Whereas definitely not the Eurorack module. After 3 years, still sitting on top of it.
Is that? Oh, that's the sequencer, isn't it? that you've
Yeah.
got that's a cool little module though. Did you actually build that from a kit as well?
Yeah.
Wicked. Can you build one for me?
Uh,
I'll buy it. You build it. No, I'm kidding. I'm only teasing.
I mean, if you want to, I mean, I should probably. Although the new version is slightly different, and I think it's now that you can chain two together to make a logical 16-step version or something like that. I
Yeah.
thought.
It's a cool little box. I quite fancied one for a while.
I mean, I still at some point want to make the mode conversion, but I don't know if I've ever shown to anybody beyond the Electro Music Forum what my last design looked like. It was big. It was basically like a 960, which is a full
Yeah,
eight mode modules wide,
Mm.
and then
It's
with
bloody
nice.
big.
And with nice, so one row of knobs on the top, and then the two rows of rotary switches below. and yeah, and of course it needs to have Moog lamps, which I do have somewhere in a cardboard box.
It needs to have
the-
what? Sorry.
It needs to have the lamps for the old Moog lamps. So that then, obviously, to drive all that, I need a circuit board that takes the LED drivers and gets them to drive 12-volt lamps.
Well, you
Van-
talk
Van-
about
oh, I-
stuff I don't understand now, Robert. Kent will be nodding away. He'll understand you, but
Yes,
I don't-
yes,
I-
absolutely. Mm.
I don't understand an absolute word of it. Are you talking about modular?
it's very niche. Isn't it?
I'm talking about building modular or
Yeah.
modifying modules to make them look vintage and expensive.
Well, breaking news: Johnny Depp won in his
Yeah, just seen what you
defamation
said.
case.
Not a massive
15 million.
surprise. Yeah.
What
Well,
a surprise after her lawyer was so competent.
Well, I wonder what the Sun will print, because there was
Oh,
the
yeah.
case against the Sun and the editor Dan Wootton that Johnny Depp lost, and they should be eating shit now. Sorry, I'm just
So
I'm
it's
just
fine.
really involved in the case. So
Yeah, I
very
just
happy.
I didn't really follow it at all. Apart from obviously it kept popping up on the news, really. But you know,
Well, the media was still behind Amber Heard up until today.
really.
They were really pushing the Amber's a victim and blah blah.
Really?
Blah. Yep.
Even after all that stuff that came out?
Well, this is one of the things that pisses me off about the way things are reported, because those of us who actually watched the trial live were getting a very different picture to the one that was being published in the newspapers.
You see, that's it. I know absolutely nothing. I mean, so what really went on then? Or is that not a question?
Basically, she gaslit him and fabricated evidence against him
Well, wow.
and lied.
Just
But are
like
they-
the cats.
Are they both not, to some
Well,
extent, culpable because it was a toxic relationship and they were both
I
going at each other?
well, no, she was physically abusing him,
Oh, okay.
and there's no evidence that he actually physically abused her. None whatsoever. But there is evidence of her attacking him.
Right.
It was an absolutely fascinating trial. I mean, admittedly, Depp's lawyers were completely on the ball, and his I think the second chair, Camille Vasquez, was absolutely phenomenal on cross-examination. I suspect it will be a trial that will be studied for some time. But the litany of lies that she came up with, and at the end of the trial, it was basically Amber Heard is right, and everyone else, including her own witnesses, were lying.
Right, okay. Because the only bits that I saw, I mean, I have to say, both Jen and I said the same thing, really, because, like I say, we haven't followed it, but saw her, a bit of her testimony when it was on the news, and she looked like, I think Steve Powers just said she was a good actor, and she looked like she was acting.
Yes, yeah. But even her acting coach said that one of the problems with Amber Heard is that she can't cry
Oh, right.
as an actor. And on the witness stand, you could see her desperately trying to squeeze a tear out, so that there was sobbing,
Yeah, all right.
but her eyes were not wet.
All right.
Yeah. So I don't know what I'm going to be doing with all my days now. I've been watching that trial for 7 weeks.
I'll try and find something useful to do, Sassy, because it seems to me you've been wasting your time.
Yeah. Where's your 15 million, mate?
Yeah. You get half the money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can make some music, or you can buy some modular, or watch some shows.
Oh,
or-
I was actually looking at modular gear today. I don't know why, but it's
Well, you've got a really great big massive mahogany case to fill, courtesy of Mac, haven't you?
that's what what I was thinking.
Oh, don't talk to me about Macs.
No, not that. Not that Mac. Not that Mac.
The other Mac.
Not Apple Mac.
Yeah. No, do you know what? I was on the Mac.
The other Mac.
I was at
Mr.
the Mac store yesterday, looking at a new, well, not
Mac.
even new, but a Mac Mini, M1. And I kept looking and then looked at others. So I was looking to spend somewhere in the region of maybe 1,200 quid max. But somehow ended up on a page pricing up a £32,000 7.1, floor standing bastard. And going, no, wait a minute, what am I doing here?
Oh, the Mac
Back it
Studio
up, back it
or
up.
whatever.
No,
Yeah,
the
this-
Mac Studio is not
yeah,
too bad.
a cheese
the
grater.
Mac Pro, the Mac Pro. That's
Pro,
like,
sorry.
Yeah, big 7.1.
That is truly ridiculous. I mean,
Yeah.
no, that's ludicrous. Or the
But,
screen stand, where like the stand for your screen costs £2,000.
And
Yeah.
aren't they charging some like 1,000 quid for a memory upgrade on it? It's
No, it wouldn't surprise
Well,
me. No,
Yeah,
no so I ended up back with the Mac Mini, and it's sort of like, yeah, this will do.
yeah, the Mac
Mini
Mini's
will work.
great. I mean, I've got
Yeah.
the. Is it on M2 now, or because mine's M1?
No, that's M2. Apparently, maybe October.
Oh, right.
Maybe.
My only criticism is there's not enough inputs.
Yeah.
really
Yeah.
on an Apple device. No,
Yeah,
sure
surprise,
not.
surprise, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
So I have to keep swapping stuff out. But it's a small hassle, I suppose, really.
I do find it odd with Apple Gear that, bearing in mind that it is predominantly designed, I think, for people in the creative sector, should we say?
Well, they always said that.
Really? Is it?
That for certainly for musicians, having one or two ports really isn't enough.
No,
Yeah.
not at all.
And,
Not in here it
and-
wouldn't be.
And the design just gets ruined because you then have to put on clag nuts.
Yeah,
I think as Gaz calls them.
yeah.
Yes, but for the Mac's design, you're supposed to have maybe a screen connected to it, power cable and the screen. That's all you should have, because keyboard and mouse is wireless. So what else do you need apart from?
Oh, and it's got built-in Bluetooth, so you don't need to actually physically connect anything, do you?
Yeah, as I said, mouse and keyboard are wireless. You only use Wi-Fi. So the sad thing is that you need to connect a power cable and a display cable. I mean, that's terrible. They'd love to get rid of both of those.
I have to say, on the Mac Mini, I've stopped using Bluetooth on it because it's flaky at best.
Mm.
So
Well, I've had a
that
belly full of
surprises
Bluetooth on PC now. It can just, I'd love to just crash it into a tree and claim on the insurance.
yeah.
It's awful, and I've given up on trying to get the WIDI to work on the PC. It's just a waste of time.
Are you using a USB
Yeah.
Bluetooth adapter?
Yeah.
Have a look at getting a PCI Bluetooth adapter.
Oh, I did. That's what I got. I've got one
You've
of
got
them and all. Yeah, no, I've got one of them in the machine as well. Because it's one of these
yeah,
kitted out
only-
scans.
Only try and run one Bluetooth adapter. If you run two, you'll get into conflict.
Yeah, well, that was it. It wouldn't even do it with one. And in fairness, it's running. WIDI is not actually classified as working on Windows, really.
Mine works fine.
Is it?
Yeah.
Have you got like more than one instrument grouped to the USB hub? To the WIDI hub?
Yes, I've got two groups.
You got two groups.
Yeah.
Well, it won't work on this. I've tried everything, absolutely everything. Hmm.
Can I press say Windows 11?
I was going to suggest that.
Yeah, I can't help thinking that. Actually, I think perhaps I should have stayed with 10 a bit longer. Although they say it really works with Windows 7. But I don't know.
In fact, the only PC that I now own is still on Windows 7. I have absolutely no intention of upgrading it. 'Cause Windows 7 just works. It's great.
Yeah.
Don't use it that often, but switch it on, works fine.
Nah, use Windows 10. It's so much better.
I
Windows
used to have a
7
used to have a Windows 10
section-
laptop, and I just hated it. I couldn't get on with it. at all.
Windows 7 reception. Well, the last time I had to do a hardware install, I realized how much of an arse pain it is to deal with. I mean, first thing, no USB 3 drivers when you're running it with the install,
I wouldn't.
which is really you realize really quickly how slow USB 2 is when you're installing Windows 7, and then you do Windows 10 where because would already only start transferring packages rather than the old school way where it decompressed everything, then copied it over some files,
Yeah.
Mm.
but it's still it's one to quickly realize, oh, this is more than 10 years old. There's a reason it's deprecated. I've recently installed Next PVM. That was a fun experience. For all the times you need XP, because the 32-bit Windows 7 doesn't really cut it.
There's tumbleweed blowing across the air.
Now I'm just reading what Grace was saying,
Yeah, so was I actually. Yeah.
and
Just
that's pretty
asking-
much why I want to get the Mac in the first place. Is because you plug stuff in and it works.
Oh, I've seen that in action. I've seen the AirDrop thing from Grace's MacBook to the M1 that she's got. It just goes like that. It's like
Yeah.
bloody hell, that was amazing.
I have to
just-
say,
No wires,
AirDrop is
no
brilliant.
cable.
Yeah.
I was like, that was clever. Quite impressed
I
with that.
just network my machines properly together, so I just
Yes.
network locations,
But Robert, you're proper right clever, aren't you, and everything?
and
It just-
it actually works. And you can even on Android you can definitely get a web DAV. I'm pretty sure on iOS you can also get another form that you can access shared folders or shared drives between them.
Yeah.
Because like my Android PC, my Touch OS Android thing in front of me, does all the random shit. That is just connected over web DAV when I want to dump stuff across to it.
Yeah, I must say that I've got cables, Ethernet cables everywhere, because wireless does work, but you know, gigabit networking is so cheap these days, and it's faster and more reliable.
Unless you're dealing with BT and their whatever the fuck they call it, hub. Device.
I'm on BT. The first thing I did was bin that and replace it with the Linksys. So,
It's a bit hard trying to explain that to my landlord flatmate. But for some reason I get better quality over wireless than trying to get in here. Also that thing is so shit that I can't set up one route I need from my switch, so I either had to either put another router in anyway to route from that to my own network, or just have two network interfaces on most things, which is what I did the last time, because I had two anyway connected most of the time. Such joy of VLANs.
Has Grace just persuaded you to upgrade your Mac?
She
Ian?
has,
Is that
but not
right?
till I finished with my current project. I mean, I to be fair, I've always taken the approach of staying one operating system behind.
Just one?
Yeah, just one. My MacBook, which is 2014, I'm not upgrading that at all because I've got programs on there which won't run on anything else.
I'm still just on. I haven't gone to 11 or 12 on the Mac yet, and I think that will stay on 10 as it's Intel. It will stay on there for a while. I mean, I already did have to upgrade it at some point to have an easier time in Xcode, so that I could have a more modern C++, so I didn't have to deal with Objective-C to do the simplest bits of saving.
Yeah. Mind you, I mean, I think it's probably a good idea to, I'll get this nice Mac and everything like that, but remain dual format, dual platform. It seems to work. Plus, I can have all the VST2s in Cubase 12 because it's running on a PC and not on a Mac.
Yeah.
They really need to change the wording actually on the Cubase site. When they go, we have dropped VST2, and put after it brackets if you're using a Mac.
I mean, probably support-wise, from their point of view, they will have dropped it. So if you complain about something where PS2 is no longer supported,
Yeah.
so I mean, it's probably for them, from that point of view, easier to just say, well, we tell you it's not working, so why are you complaining that it's not working?
Yeah. Yeah. But I mean, you know, it's good to be able to, you know, still use sound toys.
Isn't VST3 just supposed to come out soon, TM?
Very, very soon now. Yeah. I think they're betaing at the moment. So it will be out. Sorry.
No, I was just going to say the reason I didn't upgrade my my laptop is because if I did, Equator, I got Equator 1, wouldn't work. Because it won't work, because it won't work. 'Cause when they went into receivership, I lost... I've got it on that. There's something went weird with the account, and they keep asking me to buy it again. So when I tried to install it on the M1, they want me to buy it again. I'm thinking, I'm not doing that. I've already got it, you know.
Yeah.
So it didn't port over properly, and I lost. Was it Strobe? So
Oh, you lost Strobe as well.
I've got them on my old laptop,
Yeah.
which is great. So that's why it's not going to get upgraded, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, I wrote some really good patches for Strobe.
They're really. I mean, you know, I'm not a Rolly fan by any stretch of the imagination, but those programs are brilliant.
Yeah.
Both of
When
them,
those,
you know.
Strobe was FX Pantheon, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was where SH101, or Strobe 1 originally, I think, was SH101
There was something else as well
style thing.
I used to have. Just looking at it.
I think it was Richard Hilton said something about you can run them in Falcon.
Really?
Yeah. I think. Don't quote me on it though.
Right. Yeah, because it's Strobe 2 now, and I don't remember having Cypher. What's Cypher?
No,
like?
Cypher was newer. It came along
Yeah.
later. Yeah.
Right.
I think
I've
I've got.
Equator 1 and Strobe 1,
Yeah.
but only on the laptop.
Yeah. We see. I got Equator 2, but it doesn't. It never seems to show up anywhere.
No, and I mean it's on here, but it just doesn't work.
Yeah.
You know.
Because when I go to my VST list, it's not there.
No.
I wonder
Right.
sometimes if it just dumped into the first one,
Yeah.
just
well,
into Equator, and they're actually in there, but it's just not calling it Equator 2,
yeah.
which doesn't make a lot of sense either, really, when you think about it, I suppose.
Well, Grace is saying that.
Okay, go ahead.
So I was just going to say, Grace has said that Equator and Cypher 2 are both awesome.
Yeah.
At work, we have a fun thing that the Macs are now 10 years or more old, and we can no longer upgrade and no longer run modern software, but still coughing up the what is it, 30 grand to do the upgrade is apparently hard.
Hey, look, Clio's owner has arrived.
David.
We must refer to David as Clio's owner.
Yes, that's right. Yes, yeah.
Cleo is the star.
Cleo is definitely the star.
Yeah.
I mean, any cat for that matter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Opposable thumbs, dear boy. Opposable thumbs. That's the only thing that's stopping them from taking over the world.
No, laziness is stopping them as well.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, maybe tomorrow. Oh, Rolly's working.
Still set to Vangelis.
It fires up. It's the default template now. It just fires up and it starts with that. So it's all there.
Still at Opera Sauvage.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not. It's. I'm going to have to change it because what happens is every time I go, all right, I think I'll write something, and it always ends up being exactly the same vein. Go, no, stop, change stuff around, for Christ's sake. Mind you, it's only taken 19 months, but I've got console 1 and fader 1 working. Yay!
We'll get a copyright strike, Rob.
Fucking-
Carry on. That would never do.
While I'm playing this so terribly,
No. It was good enough for me to recognise what you were playing. So.
Now, you want a copyright strike? It's and be like, stop that now, immediately, cease and desist.
no, this is too famous.
Yes. We find your copywriting disturbing and all that.
Yeah, but
Yes.
it's where you go from there that's important.
Wait a minute. Yeah, I can't remember how it goes myself, you know.
Because when there are two notes out of
Van
the
Halen.
key.
It's just triads. Oh no, sorry. Van Gelis. I thought you were going to start saying Van Halen. Sorry. I was on the wrong.
That's a lot easier.
Yeah, like I said, it's just triads. You got to stick in a diminished note. Dun, dun. You got no. You go. You got. It's got to have the D in it. You got to go down. You got to diminish that C major triad down through.
That's also from The Lion King.
Well, no, it's more badly playing where Hans might have borrowed it from.
Yeah.
But is it Mufasa's theme? Yeah, it's Mufasa's theme.
That one, yeah.
But I was trying to play badly Poverty from Once Upon a Time in America.
Yeah, isn't it similar though, isn't it?
Oh, win.
It's surprising how similar it is. I mean, Hans is a massive Morricone fan, so it's probably not surprising.
No.
And it's probably, in my opinion, his best score. I never understood what everybody says about the mission. I just don't get it. Didn't like the film. I think I like the soundtrack album less than the film.
I remember quite liking the film when it came out, but it's a year since I've seen it.
Well, like Once Upon a Time in America, the 4-hour cut, that's definitely worth it. It's an amazing film. For all the times you have for 4 hours to spare.
What,
So it's supposed to make you cough.
What were you thinking?
What have you done?
Association has been cleaning up some empty Studio One projects. Damn, the stuff you come across. What was I thinking? What? Thinking of abandoning or thinking of why did you do it in the first place? Just.
I think more of the latter.
Oh.
Maybe that's just me. And
No,
then
actually,
sometimes you come across something that's like, oh, this is good. And then you realise the one after that I did complete was absolutely terrible. So I abandoned something to move onto something else that was really bad.
Yep.
Have you seen that Steve Elbow said that 4 hours is still shorter than most of these streams?
Yeah,
Sue Steve, won't be for me.
they do have a certain longevity to them, don't they?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought Cleo's owner might come on, but
I've just
Come
been
on,
listening
David.
to Synthadic's track for Hardware Jam.
That was cool. Yeah.
Oh, God.
I wondered if you'd be upset by that, or whether you'd be bringing in the copyright police for infringement of personal stuff. Sassy. I just sat there and I laughed my head off. I thought that's really funny. Sorry.
It's really well done, actually.
It was well done. It was good.
Hats off
I
to
enjoyed that. Hats off Synthetics. If you haven't heard it, go and check out the Hardware Jam stuff and check out Synthetics channel because it's on there. It is ridden even with Inky and Sassy having an argument.
Oh, right.
oh right, okay, that's definitely one to check out.
Oh, I feel like I missed something. Which stream was that?
Hardware Jams. It's on Synthetics' own
Synthetics.
channel.
Yeah.
Mm.
I'll share the.
Which stream was it with the argument? It was like a week ago.
Oh no!
It's just sample bits and put them together.
Spliced samples together. I've put the link in the chat for the track.
No, please don't play Mike Oldfield now. Oh God, here we go. It's just 2 notes.
Absolutely classic track, though. Well, classic album, you know.
What was like counting to 30?
It's good finger practice.
Yep, Steve Pearl's saying Back's music has got 7% off everything until midnight.
That's because of Dom's promotion.
I'm surprised he wasn't crying at the end for how upset he was when he didn't get what he wanted.
Well, I'm sorry, but they weren't going to fit an OBX8 in one of those little cardboard boxes, were they? So I don't know what he was expecting.
No, but maybe a nice module or a few.
Yeah.
Or maybe some patch cables.
That made me laugh. So if you want an OBX8, you know where to go, says Steve. Quiet Steve.
Mm.
Has anybody bought anything from Backs? I never have.
Yeah, I've bought stuff.
No.
I
Never.
think
No.
I might have bought something from them at some point. Maybe.
I bought from Bax, Juno, DV 24/7, Toman, Anderson's.
I know a shop you definitely haven't bought anything
Are we not
from.
allowed to mention Gear for Music because it upsets Ian too much? You know?
Don't start.
No, I got some Woody devices from Gear for Music, very, very cheap. So
Actually,
I bought something.
I've bought from Gear for Music. I've got an account with them.
I think I bought
Really
something.
cheap.
And
Sorry,
Gear for
then?
Music are not usually phrases that you hear together in the same
No,
sentence.
they're not really. I mean, I've only bought from when I couldn't get it anywhere else.
Gear for Music, some really shit stuff that you can normally only find on Alibaba. You can get at Gear for Music,
Yeah.
and your wait time isn't 7 weeks. It's like
Well, they're pretty
It's like
good.
a
You order
bargain.
something from them, it'll come the next day pretty much, or the day after.
Yeah.
I have to be honest. I mean, Gear for Music's got that side of things sorted. Mind you, I've ordered modules from Elevator Sounds in Bristol, and they've come the very next day. They are brilliant with those guys. Absolutely brilliant. Okay, it might cost you £1 or 2 more. I don't care. The service you get, and you get a little handwritten note from the guy. Say, thanks very much for supporting the shop. You'll enjoy this one. Might even give
I
you
don't
some
even do
patch
that.
tips. No,
I don't
absolutely. Yeah, I absolutely love that. That was,
yeah, personal touch.
yeah. Just I thought, right, these guys.
Where's that shop?
They're, Elevator Sounds in Bristol. There's Gaz's local emporium.
I
He
got
goes
one.
there a lot.
Yeah, I got a little note as well
Yeah,
with the
really,
module I bought. Yeah.
Really really, really nice.
You bought a
Yeah.
Just a
module?
little touch.
Yeah.
I mean, even if they're like, oh, I've got to write another fucking one down. Who's this Andy bloke? And he's only chuffing Deptford
What
Switch.
did I buy?
Sod off.
Oh, I bought.
You'll enjoy this Switch, Andy. It switches stuff. Do some sort of... Right.
Yeah, I bought a
But it's there, and
Poly
it
End
matters.
Poly 2.
Yeah, well, yeah.
All right,
Is
yeah.
that the MIDI?
Yeah.
MIDI
Yeah,
module?
I'm deconstructing it for a project.
I wonder which project. No, don't let's not.
No, no. So, well, I got that manual now for the vocoder,
Oh, right.
The vocoder.
the vocoder.
There's actually a manual for it.
Well, they put one together.
How did
What, Florian?
And how different is it from your DIY version?
Oh no, it is of this vocoder.
No, but I meant you've had to reverse engineer bits of it, so...
Little bits, but nowhere near to an extent where you wouldn't. They're still the same machine. It's very, very little of it.
What language is it in?
It's in English,
Ach, meine Güte. Yes, that's
and it's been put together from bits and apparently all the drawings and everything for this were all knocking around in a
shit.
cardboard
You put the
box
left jack in, the
from this
left
guy who
jack
used to work at
out,
Siemens,
in,
and
out,
it's
in,
there.
out, you wiggle it all
And he's
back.
put it into a nice big folder, and I can now finish it.
I mean, I'm somewhat surprised that it was ever put up for sale, but presumably they got rid of it in the 70s. Because, I mean Florian is quite renowned for not selling anything.
No, he didn't sell it until
It was quite late, wasn't it?
2000,
15 years
2000, 2006.
Well, when did Daniel Miller acquire it? I mean,
2006. That's
Really?
when he had bought it. Yeah.
ago? Yeah, but did Florian sell it, or did...
Yeah,
did-
Florian was selling it himself. Yeah.
Oh.
But it never worked until since shortly after that record.
Well, after he got the EMS 2000.
Yeah. Well, he had to because he literally went Autobahn and he went and that was it. Stuck it in the corner, literally.
No, but, on Ralph and Florian, the album before Autobahn, which in my opinion is far superior, but let's not get into that argument.
Mm.
There's quite a lot of use on it. So, on the second side, there's Ananas Symphony, where you're just saying that into it. But then on the first side, there's one track where the Synthi A, there's a nice QC modulated bass sound going through the vocoder.
Mm. Yeah, but it might not have been this in its final state.
I mean, on the rear cover, it sort of looks similar enough. I think it's for 2 units, but yes, who knows how much it has been
Yeah, it was
about with.
because because I've now got some little some history that they've sent us in email form. What I said about roughly how it was like being put together quite slowly over a period of time, and they started adding channels, filter channels to it and stuff like that. So it's been an ongoing project, but I think by the time it got it all together and then it just burst into flames, it just enough's enough. Besides, something else had come along, so it's why fight this thing when there's something else I can use instead. So, and then it never turned on again. Bless its little cottons. Until I turned it on in the front room, like this.
Well, not on the Variac, slowly creeping it up. Because
No.
where's the smoke?
No. If it's going to go bang, it's going to go bang anyway. Because with a Variac, you keep turning it until it goes bang. It's the same result. All the other one's just slower.
you just have a lot more anticipation, and it's far better for your Instagram and for your YouTube feed to just say, "Oh, will it blow up?"
Yeah.
Slowly turning up the dial until you hit 220.
Well,
Variacs are better for old valve gear, really, because you don't want to stress the transformer or...
I
and you
definitely
can-
want
you
to
can
Variac at switch mode.
You can
Yeah.
you can
Take that, you
reform
bastard.
you can reform the capacitors slightly,
Yeah.
so it goes bang much later.
The one I
Give it
liked
back.
is I had one a few weeks ago with a black and gold Odyssey where I turned it on and it went like that, and the rocker shot up and bounce off
Yeah,
the
you
ceiling.
said.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, I think
what's
that needs replacing.
What about the 100-volt version?
No, what it was inside the switch, the bulb had managed
the bulb.
to bridge itself,
Brick rails.
and it just went bang. Like, shit.
And it became a nice projectile.
Yeah, it's lucky I wasn't leaning over when I did it.
What
Got
was
it
the
right in the head.
chip? What was the chip that you posted on Facebook? Is it from a?
That is out of a Jupiter 8, and that
It's a TI
op amp,
bit.
yeah, it's a TLO 72, and it blew up. Well, after getting very hot, it blew up, and literally that whole corner was just powder all over the board
Yeah.
for no apparent reason whatsoever. Nothing pushed it because I put another 72 in, booted up, and the voice worked.
Weird.
It was just, mate, they're getting old. I'm starting to see that a little bit more often now, with chips
Depends
just
how
dying.
If the chips, it depends how well the chips are made. If there's any imperfection, then we're definitely going to go sooner than others.
Yeah, but it's taken
Well,
40
yeah.
years. Do
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
So the others might last 60 to 90.
They might, but I have been seeing more and more of these chips just blowing up for no apparent reason. You know, with a big
So if-
split in them. You go, yeah, I
if
think
it-
that's what needs replacing.
Should I sell my Juno 60 soon, whilst we're still, or should I wait for the market to rise even more
No,
beyond cylinders?
I think it's
I would
going
suggest sell now.
Mm.
I really think we're hitting the peak.
Yeah,
Well,
me too.
plus, I mean, if you're an OBX,
But only
OBX,
make
say an
like-
OB8 owner, get rid of them now while you can.
Yeah.
Because there was going to be so many of them on the market soon.
Well, if there's currently an expander going for like $4,000, and I'm just really tempted. But when I look at the Andromeda, I just feel, no, behave.
I was talking to a friend of mine, Steve, in Australia this morning, and he said he got some geezer he knows over in up in Sydney somewhere, dropped in his System 700, all 27 cabs of it.
What?
Jesus.
Yeah, 27 cabs. He's got
That's
3
massive.
main cabs in this system. It's like, what? What are you doing with 40% of all the System 700s in the world, for Christ's sake? What the hell? 27 cabs.
That's a ton,
Yeah.
literally.
It's like, wow. He just wants a service. Jesus.
Where do you start?
Well, I said to Steve, do you know how much that's probably worth? He's like, well, don't know. What do you reckon? I said, about $500,000,
Yeah.
based on the sale of the last 700 alone.
And how many does Hans have? 3 or 4? No.
I think it's 3. I think it's 3.
Uh,
I think
so
it's 3.
Two in LA, 1 in London.
That kind of thing, yeah. Yeah, I think it's 3.
Sell it and buy a Colossus. Or 2.
Yeah, 1 or 2 of them, yeah.
1.5 Colossus.
Mm.
Or to be fair, I'd probably rather, no offense to Tom, but I'd probably rather have a 700. It's just the feel and look of that thing.
Yeah,
You need
yeah.
15-foot patch cables. You know.
And where's the problem there? Also, you don't really need patch cables on a 700 for most of the things.
Let me think.
It's,
Yeah, you do.
uh,
Yeah, not
I-
not the main cab, but definitely to anything else outside that. Everything else is not normalised, but the main cab is, admittedly,
you have keyboard CV at least. I mean, you basically have that also on a Moog, but
yeah.
well, it's the same like on a Moog 3C or 55 for that matter. I mean, well, you need 5 cables to get a mini Moog bass sound.
Yeah. Yeah, but
That
you can
does
have
seem
200
crazy.
cables in 40
Yeah.
minutes and you've still got a mini Moog sound.
Sell it
That's
and
the
buy a
problem.
house with a pipe organ.
Oh, yeah.
Nice one, Grace. Very funny.
Yeah.
But only if it's a MIDI-controlled pipe organ, obviously.
Oh, yes. Come on. I mean,
I'd rather have a manual control pipe or you need to get variable valves, because if you ever played a pipe organ with manual traction, I mean, I don't want to be behind one because I've only seen through a door into it. I was just like, no, close this quickly. I don't want to look at it.
yeah.
Also, you then notice if you're coupling a few things, you actually suddenly have to push with a bit more force because you're physically you're pulling more rods and whatever rods and pieces of string that like go over however many pulleys and other diversions to like
Yeah.
pull the valve. But the nice thing on a manual one, I mean, first, if you don't press the key enough, you have a nice half-open valve, and depending where your pressure sits, it sounds about as lovely as half blowing into a recorder.
Yeah. Yeah.
But then when you let go of it, there's actually more to it than just on-off to it, playing it. And then also, if you have manual registers, you can like play something and then half pull it, just to control a bit. Let's say the airflow,
Mm.
so you can like have some mix control. I mean, basically none, but more than a bit more control than on and off.
Well, but if you're going to MIDI a pipe organ, you put variable valves in.
Yes, but that's a lot of effort. Whereas the standard way of Winchest and the relay that pulls a flap.
Yeah, but how do you fit aftertouch? Gotta have aftertouch, man.
Well, yeah, then you need to have
You can shake the pipe for
variable
wiggle.
valves.
You need dual valves per pipe then. So
I mean, well, you're talking about a tremulant. The classic way is that you have a valve with a rotary bit, so you have a second motor that spins that, and so your second Winchest, or you have a second entrance into the Winchest where that opens into, and then it does a bit of the vibrato or tremulation,
Yeah.
and it sounds really annoying.
I tell you, I done a first this week. I managed to replace, wish I had, repair a Chase Bit 1.
Oh,
what is
Yeah.
a Chase Bit 1?
Yeah.
Chase was a shop in Manchester. It was the Bit 1. It was the Bit 1.
Kruber.
Crowbar Bit 1. Yeah.
Now, Chase Music, did they have one in Manchester? Because it
Yeah, Dean Street in
initially
Manchester.
started off in just off Euston Road, up in town.
Mhm.
And yeah, they manufactured. They did what? The Chase, the Bit 1, the Bit 99,
Well, that's rebranded the Krumer's van.
and it was literally made from all
Yeah.
the parts no
So
other
it's
manufacturer wanted to use.
It's exactly the same. The Chase Bit 1, the Crewmar Bit 1.
Yeah,
Yeah, which were designed by Mario Maggi, who did the syntax.
yeah,
They were really nice sounding synthesizers. Those. I mean, the funny thing. I mean, in Music Ground in Doncaster used to stock them, and I used to love playing it. I much preferred playing on the Bit 1 to the Juno 106 that was next to it. Don't ask me why. I just loved it, and I've never ever had one. I mean, they're big things. They're very deep.
yeah.
I mean, they look bloody awesome, but the only ones.
And it's patch parameter. It's you dial in the number of the parameter and change it later on the.
The only ones
Yeah, you got-
I've ever
yeah.
used, the keyboards felt like shit compared to the Juno after the years, and the
But they were
buttons
touch
they had
sensitive.
they had interesting pressure points.
They were velocity sensitive. The bits.
Yeah. Well, this one apparently he said, he goes, it doesn't save presets. I think there's something wrong with the memory. I went, yeah, I'll sort it for you.
Replace the battery quickly, done.
Yeah, I opened it up. It didn't have a battery in it, so I fitted a coin battery in it, and boom, there you go. And I found the factories for it. The factories were online. Shoved them in, got them into the iPad, plugged them in the back, loaded in the wave. It went in first time. Fine. Bloody lovely sounds on it. I was really impressed.
I'm just looking at it
it's
now, I
got the
don't-
preset saved as a WAV file.
Yeah, like on the Jupiter 8 and the Juno and all that lot, and the memory mode.
Yeah, with standard cassette interface.
Yeah, just play it in as audio.
I don't remember that at all. I'm just
It
looking
was,
at it now.
it was niche.
Yeah.
It was really, really niche.
And I used to go over to Music Ground in Doncaster, so maybe I played it, but I don't remember it.
Yeah, they definitely had them. They definitely,
Yeah.
definitely had
Yeah.
them. I used to walk past it every day on my way home from school to the bus stop. So me knows well.
It was was it the BCC bank crash? Fucked that all up.
No idea.
Yeah,
No idea.
because it was heavily invested in Chase Music, so it went down the toilet. He lost all his dough.
That was that Mr. Singh, and he owned
Yeah.
a shop in Manchester. Yeah, it was dead nice actually. I remember going over with my dad to there, and nothing was too much trouble for Mr. Singh. You know,
Yeah.
he was a nice bloke. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
that
he was a
happened. I
nice
didn't know.
geezer. Yeah, because he used to run that one in Euston as well. I mean, bloke got about. Every time I went in there, he was in there. So, hello, like that. So, try out the new Quadra. It's just in. Yeah. Cool.
Oh, yeah, there's some
Actually,
strange things.
The bit 1 doesn't look that bad actually.
Yeah, it's quite a nice keyboard.
one-
But God help you if it goes up the wall.
You want the bit 99 really. It's got a better
Aren't
MIDI.
they
it's got a better
basically all
MIDI
the
split.
same?
Pretty much the same voice generation, but the bit 99's got split keyboard split, and it's got a better MIDI implementation. I think the bit 1 was only Omni, whereas this you can select MIDI channels.
Yeah,
better.
but also
Well, I
there
mean,
was
Well, it was just MIDI channel 1.
yeah, but some of the MIDI
Was it? All right.
it wasn't a standard compliant MIDI. If you connected it to, I know this for a fact, if you connected it to a DX7, for instance, it sent note on, but didn't recognise note off.
Did it
So when you-
send
So when you play,
send a note on at velocity 0?
so you play the DX, and it would play the notes, but it'd just play all of them and then just hold until you played more notes. It just didn't know how
Weird.
to shut the
Oh, well.
voices off.
Still the early
Wait.
days of MIDI, wasn't it? Back then?
But it's weird considering the DX7 is like the most beautiful, purest MIDI implementation that throws out the least shit of all the early synths.
Yeah.
I mean, another reason why it's a great master keyboard because it
Yeah.
like actually it's clean MIDI. I mean, with some other early stuff spews
It's a great
out.
keyboard as well. I mean,
Yeah.
the original, the Mark
But the
1
bit didn't know what
DX7
that
keyboard.
was.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
DX1, the DX7 Mark 1 was a lovely synth keyboard, no doubt.
Yeah.
Pity about the rest of it. Anyway, can we do a shameless plug? Am I allowed to do a
Go for it.
shameless
Yeah,
plug?
on this show, of course.
Yeah, right.
Well,
I have-
before you plug,
What,
have you got any links that you need sharing?
yes, Sassy.
Right,
have you
put
looked
them
at
in
your
the
Facebook?
put them in the private chat, and I
I've
will
sent
post
it you in
them.
Facebook. I've sent it you in
Face
Facebook.
crack. Okay. Nice.
I'll put it you in face crack. You can crack it.
If Karen get
And
early
likewise, Kent. All right, I'll put it in the. I'll put it in there as well. Okay, chat with everybody. Paste. Enter. So that's probably the easiest. Thank you for that one. Oh, sorry. It's that time of the bloody year again. I hate it.
what peak pollen season?
Roll on July, that's what I say, when all the trees have gone to sleep again. People have nagged. Nagged being an exaggeration. One or two people have asked in the chat under our videos that Grace and I have done for Hardware Jams to do a release. So we've put the tracks together as an 8-track sort of mini album or EP, whatever you want to call it. On Bandcamp under the name Andy and Grace, and it's available now for
Ooh.
free. You can download it for free. You can chuck us some money if you choose. It's entirely up to you. So it's available up there, and with glorious artwork done by Grace. With
Oh, excellent.
stills from the videos.
That would give me
which-
something
which
to
she
listen
makes.
to in the workshop when I'm working.
Yeah, actually, to be honest, I was listening
Hello,
to the
bud.
car, and it was, yeah, good. I think it's great. They've done a good job on that. I think Grace has done a little bit of mastering, tweaking stuff that Grace knows how to do, being a clever person, and so it's up there. If you're interested, if you've enjoyed our little jams. And I hope you have, because we've had a blast doing them, even though some of them were, it's interesting. The one we did on Saturday, that came really quickly, one take, that was it. Others have just been like, oh, that was awful. Let's try that one again. Oh, it's just hard work. The one that we did, the one that we did called Groovy Machine, with the least used gear. That was really hard work. I know it doesn't sound like it when you're listening to it, but bugger me, it was hard work doing that one. So this stupid box, and but it was it's just interesting how they've come out really. So if you're interested, do give it a listen and.
Oh, brilliant!
And enjoy it. So I'm gonna shamelessly plug it. I'll stick it up on Facebook and all these other usual places when I can pull my thumb out from my own jacksie and get myself sorted. So.
Well, good evening, Andy, Synth Addict.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Hi, Andy.
All right, buddy.
How you doing?
Good man.
The libel claim is in the post, Andy. So just thought we'd let you know.
It's all good fun, right?
It is, yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to hearing this.
Very creative.
A lot of damn work, I'll tell you that, but it was fun. Took forever scouring all the sources for audio and then layering and then trying Audacity for the first time doing multi-track was kind of fun. So, yeah.
You're a braver man than I.
Andy's
Just
a bit low
stupid.
on the mic.
Yeah.
I might just be mumbling at you, actually. I'm probably just.
Don't adjust anything. You know what will
Bang.
happen.
A bit low, am I? Well, let me.
Yeah, that's better.
Sorry.
Oh, that's all right.
I just got to talk into it like that. Hello, welcome to Lovin' Mid. Oh,
Ooh.
why's that coming back to me? Who's that?
It's probably coming back from your headphones, isn't it? Or something?
Don't be silly,
No.
Sassy.
It's just me being bored.
Oh, it's Robert. So piss off then and go do something more useful with your life.
Oh, that was yeah, good one.
Why
Good
don't
one.
you? Yeah.
Yeah.
Why?
What-
Yeah, honestly. Switch off this daft live stream and go and do something more. Whatever. What was it, Sassy? Fill it in. Switch off your TV set and go and do something less
go and do
boring
something
instead.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, I will, which is why I never watched a single episode of it.
Yeah.
Took
I've
it
got a
literally.
challenge for the next hardware jam. I have to do all my OPZ because I'll be at NAMM, so
Ah.
super
Oh,
minimalist.
troppy.
Oh, hello, you.
Show us what it does.
Cleo isn't here yet.
Oh, I have some videos on that already, but this will be different.
You beautiful girl.
So you're looking forward to NAMM?
Good girl.
Oh, it's gonna be awesome. I mean, it's gonna be laid back compared to past ones from what I've heard, but it should be fun.
Are there any rumours about any major announcements there, or?
Not so far, nothing too out of the ordinary that I've heard of, but you never know till you get there. Sometimes they wait till they get there. I know the latest thing the last few years has been spoiling stuff ahead of time, but just because everyone wants a scoop.
Yeah.
Especially
Yeah.
Korg and stuff, they always announce stuff way ahead of time. It's like, well, you could wait for the show, but I guess they don't want someone to leak something and get scooped. So
Yeah.
I don't think there's an even Korg. Because I would have been notified by now.
Hmm.
We normally get a dealer announcement a couple of days before, but asked to embargo it. But there's nothing.
Oh. Unless they
There
have got
again,
something, and that's how they're
yeah,
trying to
exa-
shore up the leak.
Yeah,
Yeah.
They're not. They're just not telling
Just tell
us.
nobody. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can I just scotch some rumours at the minute? Just,
I was
just
reading
in,
that.
just in response to Asdi. No, Grace and I go back an awfully long way. And no, we are not lovers, and we're definitely not husband and wife. We're just very good friends who've been friends for a long time. Just thought I'd better put that out there. Just, not that it really matters. I mean, Grace, if you want to marry me, we'll go down to the registry office tomorrow. But there you go. Have you ever been proposed to online before?
on this month's radio show, I did call you the Chris and Cozy of Yorkshire.
Oh man.
Oh no. Can I be cozy then?
Whatever floats your boat, matey.
Oh my God. Chris and Chris, like, thanks, Ian.
So it's you who I always see in the lap dancing bars.
Unlikely. What lap dancing bars have you been in, Robert? Just please do tell us. 'Cause if you've been in,
Evidently, they're not the same ones I go to. I've been to.
No,
I think it's all coming out now.
performing.
Oh my goodness.
Uh-oh, don't start the swingers thing again.
Well, that's the whole point of going
God,
there.
here we go.
Yeah.
Oh, don't. Robert, I know you live in London, and there's probably a lap dancing bar next to every single bloody takeaway that you go past, but it doesn't.
Really? I mean, there was always one I went past from drama school, well, a Spearmint Rhino, but they're all over the country.
There was one in Sheffield.
Well,
But
I
not
said, do they
anymore.
still exist?
I don't think it does anymore.
I don't know.
does it?
I haven't been for a while. That part of London.
They were probably poached.
Sorry, RCON, sod off. Oh dear, what have we done?
Yeah.
Let's keep the swing to drum machines. Yes.
You could have a wedding show, couldn't you?
Oh,
I tell you what, there is a hell of a storm coming in off the North Sea here.
Yeah?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's a real dark bastard, I tell you.
Sunny out, yeah. You better move north. The weather's better.
Beautiful today.
I've got no windows.
I've got no wind.
Probably best. Probably best. You don't want to see what's coming.
I've got
John
a Skype.
Simpson.
I've got a Skype
Hinge
panel
and
in the
bracket.
room.
Sorry.
Oh, that'll do it.
The chat's going mad. Hinge and bracket.
Yeah.
Hinge and bracket. Hinge and bracket, John.
I like
that's-
that.
It's
I like
been a
that.
long time since I've ever even thought of it. I used to love Hinge and bracket. Me and my mother used to sit watching Hinge and bracket and laughing our heads off.
Yeah. They were
Yeah.
brilliant.
Oh, it was Hinge and bracket. Robert's probably sitting there thinking, what the fucking hell are you guys talking about now?
Very witty
Loved
pianist
it.
stroke singers.
Oh, absolutely brilliant.
They were brilliant. I used to
Hinge and
love him.
Bracket.
In the comedic style.
Yeah.
Yes, it was like Flanders and Swan in frocks, wasn't it? Really?
Yes.
Yeah, but I mean, the hinge and bracket humour was very cleverly veiled,
No, it was.
Yeah.
wasn't it?
Oh, brilliant. But not veiled enough for it to be obscure. Even a teenage.
Yeah,
Yes.
pick up on
you,
it.
You could get a giggle out of it.
No,
Yeah.
I loved it. Yeah, it was great. Hinge and bracket. Cool.
I've just put a link to some Hinge and Bracket in the private chat.
Oh well, let's copy it in then.
I'll share it.
Right. You
Yeah,
do
good
that.
man.
I need a fix of Hinge and bracket now. Thanks, Ian. When I want a comedy fix, I tend to go into. What's what? Sorry.
When's the storm supposed to be? I'm really confused because I thought that only Sunday is going to be the one where it's really going to go down.
Well,
But like-
this big black bloody thing that's coming in now, it's really quite nasty.
Well, I'm not seeing anything on the radar for the next 2 hours down here. I'm a bit confused.
Have a look over Surrey, coming up from actually which way is it blowing? It's actually blowing straight. Yeah, I think it's blowing straight to the north here.
Sorry, Guildford.
Hey, we
It's
don't want
the-
it up
It's
north.
the omen again, isn't it?
We don't want it up here. You can keep it down there.
It's
Yeah,
going.
keep
It's
it down
going.
there,
No,
we don't
mate.
want it.
It's going that way. It's going that way, mate.
We don't want your bleeding ex-hurricanes. No,
Should be
you
just.
don't.
Should be just over. Coming over South London now.
Yeah, it's bright sky here.
Yeah, I can see the blue sky over there, as it were, and then there's like it's black. I can barely see the trees over there because it's so dark. Over there's nice and light.
Wow.
Yeah.
The altitude is in the chart.
Me.
Hi, LA.
Well, no, we're doing important British things, complaining about the weather.
Yeah, but you know the.
No, Kent is. I mean,
Yeah, yeah.
those of us up north are going. It's been a really beautiful day today. The
Well,
sky's so
it was
nice
like-
and
no,
blue.
Rained
No,
a bit
no.
earlier.
It only
I
rained a
wasn't
little bit
complaining about
earlier,
that.
and it was a nice day. But you know, I'm still waiting to get 2 sunny days in a row. That'd be nice.
Yeah. We did
It's
have a
like-
few showers. because it was the moment I went out to take some parcels.
Oh,
It
it absolutely
pissed down.
fucking pissed down here every day this week.
Oh, was it
We've
yesterday or
had
the
two
day
beautiful
before?
days of sunshine.
Yesterday was absolutely dreadful.
Well, at least I think it's cloud. It might be smog.
Oh, what? In leafy Surrey?
So from all these diesels, all these freaking diesels.
Robert, Surrey's not leafy. You need to come to Sheffield.
Yeah,
For leafy.
sorry, is not fucking leafy, mate. No,
Sheffield's built into a forest.
not anymore.
It's surprisingly leafy around here. Not
It's
that
all
nice here.
it's all affordable housing. Ha ha ha. Inverted
Where's
commas.
here, Robert? Whereabouts are you?
Battersea.
In Battersea. So, oh wow, okay.
Or you'll get this in about
What, 5 minutes?
5-10 minutes.
Yeah.
I'm not seeing anything when I'm looking south, so...
Oh, it's there. Trust me, and it's a
That could
nasty
just be
piece of work.
nightfall.
But when I look like northeast, I can see a bit of clouds, but that's like minimal, lovely white clouds.
Yeah, I can see that as well. But if you go look dead south, it's a big black nasty bastard coming in.
Well, I can't really. I would have to knock through a wall to
You won't see
my,
it
my,
coming.
my flatmate and the neighbours
Yeah.
down along the estate. I
So
think
you
they
won't
would-
see it coming until it's on
You
you.
are not chained to the seat. You can take those headphones off and run downstairs and out the front door and have
And look at the same cloud I'm looking at.
rotate through 360 degrees.
As he had said, he'd rather have the cringe silence in a lift or at the shops before he starts talking about the weather.
Well, we've had
No,
no,
do you-
tumbleweed earlier.
You should make. Sorry, I was just going to
Grace-
say. Sorry, go,
sorry.
so go on. Go on. No,
It's
go,
just
Ken.
what Grace was saying about. You sure it's not your supper cooking? Do you know what I had for breakfast this morning?
Excuse me.
No word of a lie. Banoffee pie.
Banoffee pie for breakfast.
Yeah. I'm going to be dead soon anyway, so it don't fucking matter. It was nice.
It doesn't matter.
No.
It doesn't matter.
No, it's lovely.
People think I'm a bit loony if I tell them I have linguine carbonara for breakfast. Excuse
Nice.
me. That's just a variation of bacon and eggs on toast.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or like if you're in North Germany and have a nice roll mops for breakfast.
Well, exactly.
Oh, I love roll mops, yeah.
Yeah.
Having a lovely bit of fish for breakfast. It confuses quite a lot of... Well, in Switzerland,
Kippers.
you get some very interesting looks. But yeah, like, I mean, fish first and then
They
breakfast.
don't have any fish in Switzerland, do they?
I need new glasses. Is Steve Elbows asking for the dogging forecast?
I think we should definitely make the weather a regular feature, Kent.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so-
every episode we need at least 15-20 minutes on the weather.
Okay, I'll do it in the
I
voice
mean,
of
Nick Dad
Richard.
always brings it up, right? Talks
Yeah.
about sunny this and sunny that, and so.
Yeah, and I'll do it in the
Sunny
voice of.
outside means it's going to rain.
Yeah, I'll
Out
do it
here
in the.
in sunny London, I can
It's
tell you, it's
raining
a beautiful
outside.
day.
No, you got to do it in the
It's
voice of
raining.
Richie Benno. That's what you got to do.
Who is Richie Bannon?
Oh dear.
Australian
Oh, well,
comedian.
Australian.
He's not a comedian.
Comedian.
Australian cricket commentator. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was like really softly spoken. And,
Yeah,
well,
but you
know,
talked
he's
like that with a kind of like a long sort of like funny
Sully,
sort of
you know.
the way he held his mouth open, you know. And there's a big black cloud coming over the Lord's cricket ground, and fuck me if it isn't pissing down.
It's actually really uncanny. Can't do that again.
What's another one? He goes, both of them is now stepping up to the wickets. That's quite an arse he's got on him there, I think. Sinewy, I'd say. Feeling quite moist in the gusset as I sit here watching him
Robbie.
battling up.
I mean, I'd probably rather listen to snooker commentating by Mitchell and Webb. Still.
Yeah, that is brilliant. Oh, and that's a lovely pint he's got there.
Ooh, and that's a bad shot.
Yeah. But he's got that long, cold pint waiting for him now as he returns to his seat. I'd say that was a bitter, wouldn't you? Oh, no, I'm not quite sure about that. I think it's an EPA. Love it. It's good stuff. But I also used to like. Remember the Armstrong and Miller, the pilots, Second World War pilots, that used to talk like blood.
Oh
and that.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They were fucking. Yeah. He goes, so what's happened? He said, well, got my leg shot off and shit, haven't I? Right.
My legs were off and shit.
Yeah. Random. Yeah. I said I've got a note and everything, so I can't go fighting anymore. I told him, it's my right. You can't make me go. Yeah, brilliant. In it
Very
though.
cleverly done that. Yeah.
Yeah. In it though. All right, that's that segment over.
No.
I was just thinking.
Using actually the literal idiom of that. The best literal idiom of that was Catherine Tate, and what's she called? The schoolgirl, Catherine Tate, talking to the school teacher.
Oh yeah, bothered.
Bothered, yeah. Face
Am I bothered?
Face bothered, innit?
Yeah, forsooth. Do I look if bothered? Am I bothered?
Yeah, that was
Bothered
it, yeah.
I am not, sir. Yeah.
Richie Benno's just. What was that you've just posted, Sasquatch? Richie Benno.
Yeah, it's just so people can hear what he sounded like.
Richie Benno.
Yeah.
Yeah, great.
Sash is putting up all the references,
Yes.
all the reference work to everything that's been said.
For all our international listeners.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've come in for music, and all you're getting is a litany of crap
What?
British comedy and the weather forecast.
What we've come here for music. Why should I leave then? Bye.
Oh, good God, no, not another music technology show, surely.
Sad off.
I thought this is just chatting shit related to music technology.
Bring us another beer, Homegrown, would you?
Yeah, we could talk for an hour about mains plugs.
No,
We could start playing music and then Ty shows up.
Oh,
so-
mains
Yeah.
plug.
Yeah.
My preferred mains plug is True One at the moment.
Oh yeah.
PowerCon True One. The Supreme mains plug. The Supreme plug for 16 amps.
Yeah. I always try to get the ones that have all three pins are copper. No, I'm not having any of this half plastic shit. It's just low quality.
No, the best mains plug are like some of the lovely American ones, or like the really big chunky ones that are still only like was it 20 or 30 amps, but they are the size of half a house.
It is true. We could probably talk about fucking anything.
Or other fun main Camlog. That's a great plug if you want 200 amps and be able to put your fingers into it. That's a great plug.
No, you got to back off a bit, Robert. You just give them away the nerdiness. You got to
Oh.
man.
You
Stay
start
cool.
getting into three-phase
Sunglasses.
and other kinds of stuff.
Yeah. You can't know too much about mains plugs. It always looks bad. Trust me.
Sorry, I use quite a lot, but I don't have sunglasses. I can put these on.
Yeah, just sort of like just go, dude. I don't know anything about mains plugs, man.
I don't think these glasses really help with not looking even more annoying.
There's so many different receptacle types just for servers. It's crazy.
Receptacles for service.
Yeah, different locking based on the amperes and stuff.
Okay. It wasn't a euphemism of shagging the servants, though.
Well, you could do that as well. but- I mean, I guess you could hook a flashlight to anything if you wanted to. So
What the? Where did that come from? Wow. It's very left field.
Sorry.
trying to expand the range of the.
Sorry, Andy. I scuppered that one, didn't I really apologise. Oh, I need to lie down now.
I sense a shark on the horizon. Yeah, there he is. Smile, you son of a bitch.
I think you're gonna need a bigger boat.
Those eyes.
You go in the water. Cage goes in the water. Sharks in the water.
And there's your copyright.
The worst thing I ever
It's all
did
right.
was start
It's only the
making
fourth one
fucking
tonight,
sequels to it.
It's okay. John Williams ripped off most of the stuff he did anyway. So
Yeah, so the algorithm is getting confused. It's like, oh, which of these 5 things I have in here do I need to assign? or to be fair, with every Star Wars film, it must get confused about the opening scroll. Where it's like, which of these 50 versions that I have here is the correct one to claim and assign the money to?
Yeah.
And undoubtedly, it's going to be the incorrect one on the official thing.
Yeah.
Be based in India.
Yeah, but there's an Indian version of Star Wars, isn't there?
the opening credits said "Do the needful."
Because I reckon even the opening credits of Star Wars was taken from a different film. From the 50s.
Well, that's King's Row with a corn gold score.
Yeah.
The music.
Well, it's that and Host Planets and a bunch of other stuff. Yeah.
But,
Yeah.
I mean, the Stravinsky is probably the most just direct copy.
Sure.
Yeah.
I think they use it, though, don't they? I think you can hear that they use things like the Rite of Spring and Petrushka and Firebird as their, do they call them rushes, or the music that they use when they just put it
Temp
on.
tracks.
Right,
Yeah.
well, we want it to sound like there. And
Well,
you know,
I
that's
mean-
the Rite of Spring again, isn't it?
Or it's
Star Wars is full of it.
Yeah.
but even more, of course, the 50s vibe. That's what Lucas was going for anyway. And it harkens back to that swashbuckling 50s film anyway. I mean that's what it's supposed to be. So in some ways, going directly to a corn gold score
Yeah.
is not the worst choice to evoke that feeling.
I got a violin concerto by Corn Gold.
I mean, he wrote shit tons of operas, I think.
Wait, you're asking us?
No, I'm thinking that I'm sure I've got something of a Corn Gold which is not film music. Well, anyway, I can't remember. I'll have to look at it again.
It's quite possible.
Yeah, because he was one of those people that left Germany or Austria
yeah,
at
the
that
20s
time
or-
for obvious reasons, and
Well, what was King's Row? 42 even. Well, older than I thought.
isn't that Handel?
Oh dear.
I'm
Still gonna need a
always
copy in a
good
minute.
sucker for Prokofiev.
I still think the most inspired.
You could do
music
what
was-
to him?
Yeah, the great use of Prokofiev was "Love and Death" by Woody Allen. They had some great music.
Well, I made his lights come on.
Best choice
Spotlights.
of music was "Journey of the
Got
Sorcerer"
bright.
for Hitchhikers.
That's gone off.
There's a copyright strike right there.
Yeah.
Right, I'm definitely going to have to make myself another copy quickly. I have parched thirstness.
Said you need to get an intercom.
That would probably be the last thing I ever do.
Or you'd just be walking funnily. Yes.
Yes. Yes. Misread. Copy, please.
Mystery.
I be dead.
Yeah, some of the
Ian,
best
what
use
you
of classical
learning?
music is all the Warner Brother
What
cartoons.
am I learning?
All the Bugs Bunny stuff and all that.
I've got a new gig playing a load of crap covers in a corporate sort of band thing.
What are you covering?
It's a crap cover.
Well, actually, I mean, it's Maroon 5.
Don't know.
Okay.
Not Dexys Midnight Runners and stuff.
Actually, that is the Come on, Arlene is actually on the list, but we haven't got to it yet.
Oh right. Oh, dear.
The
Oliver's
ten-
Army.
No,
Oh.
Yeah, the songs currently, when I found my list, hang on. We've got I Will Survive, Gloria Gaynor.
Okay.
Will we?
Hey Ya,
Oh, yeah.
Outcast. Good Times by Chic.
Yeah.
It's pretty rich, isn't it?
Boom.
Make Love by Room 5. I had no idea who I'd never heard of Room 5.
No.
Moves Like Jagger, which is Maroon 5. Valerie by Mark Ronson. Don't Feel Like Dancing, Scissor Sisters. Blondie, Heart of Glass.
Okay.
Rolls Royce, Car Wash. Love Train, OJ's is the first 10.
Well, there's at least 2 there that's going to need some serious ADSR repeat.
Yeah, well. Our first rehearsal was meant to be Monday, but actually it's been put back a week because sax player can't make it. So we won't be gigging till nearly Christmas though.
Saxless.
So, but apparently no pubs, guaranteed 120 quid a night each, which is all right.
Okay.
You know, happy days.
There will be buns for tea.
Yeah, yeah.
How's the vocalist?
I haven't heard it yet. I haven't heard any of them yet. We haven't met. We've just been. I know.
Not even over a Zoom call.
Oh, no, we have. It's all been done over WhatsApp.
Is this the Portsmouth Sinfonietta?
Oh yeah.
I know the guitarist is really good because he was. I saw some footage of him playing a festival about 7 or 8 years ago. So I know that he's good, but I don't know anybody else in the band. Although my mate may end up being the bass player. So
Well, you should be making a documentary about this being put together.
I probably should, shouldn't I?
Yeah, because
Yeah.
just to see and then
Yeah.
see how it all works
Yeah.
out on the night.
Yeah, or not, as the case
Yeah.
may be. Because I am.
Ian is looking apprehensive.
And he's turned his reverb
Yeah.
up.
Yeah, I've been in bands before where it doesn't work out. You know, like you can't
Yeah.
stand each other after the first rehearsal. You know, we have already lost the original bass player. That's what's interesting.
The musicianship seems to be lacking. He's now on the phone, see if he can get a called Kronos. He may have to do all of it.
Well, I did say I had a chord Kronos, but I don't want to start gigging with it because it's too bloody heavy.
Yeah.
You know.
Still lighter than bloody Oasis, mate.
Oh yeah.
God,
Yeah.
Jesus
But the
Christ.
tank is lighter than the Oasis.
Yes. Yeah. Still love her though. Right, I'm gonna.
You're going to go get your coffee.
I wish I had shoes on. I wouldn't be slipping on the carpet. There we go. Right, cinnamons.
You need one of those Shackleton's chairs.
Are they the one that tip up, aren't they? Shackletons.
Yeah.
Isn't it Shackleton chairs that tip
The
up? Yeah.
catapult grannies halfway across the room. Sorry, I just had an image of it going. Oh, I'm in Terminator mode now.
That's a good band name, Catapult Grannies.
Catapult. Ah, yeah. Well done, Andy. Catapult grannies.
Or the name of a track, at least.
Is that a Spitfire library?
No. This is the Native Instruments damage kit that everybody uses in every trailer. One of the reasons why all the trailers sound the same, because they literally do.
The panning's sort of all over the place on those.
Yeah, I mean you can go in and repan them, or that's like effort.
think I preferred Adam and the Ants, to be honest.
Yeah, the Burundi beat with those kind of drums is really good.
Well, yeah, I mean, whenever you get two drum kits going together, always.
Well, that's what he's going after, though, is a Burundi style.
Yeah, Grace is saying, play the Phil Collins Phil.
I just played it, so you weren't listening.
Really? I mean, I don't really want Phyllis Collins Phil I like.
That would be in the air tonight?
Yes.
No.
No.
All right, okay, I'll do a different one. Let's have In Bloom by Nirvana.
God, it's years since I've heard that.
Downbeat. You've got to remember that the downbeat comes and then it's...
You do Land of Confusion by Genesis.
Paul Otto. Racks are built one or two more at a time. Oh yeah, I mean exactly, Paul. I mean I didn't go out and buy the whole bloody lot all in one go. So you buy a little bit here, a little bit here, a little bit here, a little bit, and then suddenly you go and look at, you do it, you put it on modular grid, and then there's this massive number at the bottom. But it's not real, that number at the bottom on modular grid when you put your rack together, because it's... well, some of the modules I did buy second hand. Some of the modules were actually sent to me by
Peter Gabriel.
Peter Gabriel.
Nice. Yeah. Intruder.
It's too high. Got to be deeper than that.
Yeah.
Much deeper. Much, much, much deeper.
Yes.
I know something about opening windows and doors. I know something about creeping across creaky wooden floors.
Well, I mean, it's like a great idea from Peter to just go no symbols.
It's one of my favourite tracks, though. I absolutely love it.
Speaking of Peter Gabriel, did you guys see the Nick's old videos he posted on Patreon of the tour, Real World Studios?
I mean, that used to be up on the old Sonic State
I've seen
website.
that.
It's
Yeah,
not
yeah.
anymore, but it's really good.
Yeah,
It's good stuff.
many years ago, before YouTube. Yeah, it's quite funny how they're always talking about releasing new stuff. Although maybe the new Peter Gabriel album is coming out in the next 5 years.
His MIDI visualizer with a Casio keyboard is very clever. It hangs above the desk, and it shows the MIDI notes as he plays them back from his sessions. You have to look at it to see it. It's hard to visualize, but it looks like Nick goes. You certainly don't broadcast through that, right? And it's not a monitor. No, it's for MIDI only. But it's a light up Casio keyboard.
Yeah. No symbols at all on PG3. You're dead right,
No.
Grace.
I mean, unless is a tambourine symbols technically.
No.
No.
Really?
Well, the tambourine is
Well,
multiple
it's a
symbols,
tambour. It
surely.
means a drum.
No, but the modern tambourine.
Yeah, with miniature symbols all around.
There's
the
no
room.
symbols on it.
Yeah, it's well, and then you have the lovely
Splitting hairs.
higher
So
drum.
finger symbols, not symbols?
Oh, here we
There are
go.
no finger symbols on Peter Gabriel 3. I promise you.
Yeah, I think tambourine is the only real top end in percussion you have on there.
That's all right then.
Well, and then the Paya drum machine.
And a Fairlight.
Tambourine's basically a modern
has no
system
high end
from
anyway.
ancient Egypt, so it's just a.
What's the first track off the second side? The third album.
Ages since I've listened to it.
Games Without Frontiers, where then at the end they dropped in the multi-track running at twice speed and him recorded at that lower speed. So that's why there's this awkward cut in it at some point, and then the backing track runs at double speed.
I've got to ask, how do you know this shit? I mean,
Is
Well, because if-
encyclopedic.
If you
yes,
watch
yeah.
interviews with engineers, I mean, it's Hugh Pagram, so of course, if you see, oh, there's this interview with Hugh Pagram, oh,
It's
yeah,
well
I'm going to watch
documented,
that.
the PG3 sessions.
Yeah, I mean, well, most stuff that Hugh Pagram has done is rather well documented. So, also the police stuff, infamously.
I obviously have a brain like a sieve because I've watched God knows how many programs on
But I
bands
think
I
there
like,
was
but I don't
on-
remember all the stuff.
Yeah,
on
I
Produce Like a Pro. I think Warren did like a 3-hour or 4-hour interview with Hugh Pagram
Oh wow.
with a
I've
decent
just got
amount
it
of
all
time.
stuffed in my head from reading Sound on Sound articles. If I read it, I retain it. If I watch it, I tend not to. So I've read an awful lot.
I
Okay,
think
so
the amount of Hugh Pagram and Sound on Sound is also there's also quite a lot.
There was
Big
a time,
articles.
yeah, in the late 80s when he was actually in a lot. Hugh Pagram was in a few times, yeah. And people
So-
like Daniel Lanois and people like that. That was really quite fast. Sorry, Ian.
I was just going to say, which do you reckon is the best Peter Gabriel album?
Peter Gabriel 3 and Peter Gabriel 4.
Yeah.
Peter Gabriel.
Everybody says so,
Followed-
but so was not.
Followed by Passion.
I mean, Pagram is probably the one that should get.
Birdie's
But
really
no.
good too. The Birdie soundtrack.
The Birdie soundtrack is also amazing, but that's a combination of 3 and 4. It's
And
like a
some other stuff,
remixes.
yeah.
It's
Yeah.
like remixes, but I love Peter Gabriel 3 and Peter Gabriel 4.
I've not. Do you know? I've
Peter
not
Gabriel
listened to
4 is much
Passion.
maligned, but it's actually really hard work. And when you put the effort in, it rewards. I mean,
Yeah.
things like the rhythm
Are
of
you
the
referring to
heat is
Security
just
as 4?
stunning.
That's Security,
Yeah,
right?
security.
Security,
Yeah,
yeah,
that's
it's
right.
4.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was awesome. Yeah.
Melt
I
is
think
3 and Security is
The
4.
biggest problem with 4 is because that it sounds like shit. I mean, musically it's amazing, but compared to, I mean, after Hugh Pagram, anything was going to be a step backwards. But I mean, because the
I
sound
don't
quality
know.
of.
I'm not listening to it with those sort of ears, though, Robert. I'm listening to it going, how does this make me feel? And it made me feel very uncomfortable at first and really quite edgy. And there was times when I didn't like it, and there were times when I just have to say Rhythm of the Heat.
I mean, for me, San Jacinto.
San Jacinto, Rhythm of the Heat, full stop. You don't need to say anymore. They are absolute masterpieces.
Shock the Monkey as the nice pop song with nice Lowland drum.
Yeah, but yeah, it's like you said, it's the polyrhythmic section at the end of the Rhythm of the Heat is just awesome. I love it. Absolutely.
So, I mean, even
absolutely love
the
it.
cover's disturbing, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
You know,
Yeah,
yeah.
it makes
I
you
like the live album. Actually, the live album's the one I probably listen to most.
right.
Well, there's also. I think it's one of the modern soul versions, but where there are live tracks on there recorded before so like I
They're
think
good. I mean,
84.
there's some live ones.
where it's all
Red
also,
Rain, isn't there?
Yes, but some early ones where the tracks from 3 and 4 are also really nice and edgy.
Well, I mean, I don't want to diss So, because So, Birdie and So were the first 2 Peter Gabriel albums that I got, and I love it. I mean, Red Rain and In Your Eyes, they're just gorgeous albums. I mean, gorgeous tracks. I love them. I'm just a big Peter Gabriel fan, really. I just love Peter Gabriel. Can't
Yeah,
won't
he's
hear
one
a
of my
word
favorites.
against him.
I mean, I've been really getting into Up.
As in the movie.
No,
the album.
the one that came out 20 years ago. I've been slowly actually warming up to it after for the past 15 years trying to like listen to it because like this is not the Peter Gabriel I like. Now I've actually gotten to the point where I slowly maybe understand it.
Yeah.
I mean, Ovo I still don't get. I mean, some parts in it I don't hate.
Well, the cool thing is he does change. He doesn't do the same crap for decades. You know,
Sure.
and he uses a lot of international influences. It's really
Yeah.
great stuff.
I mean, yeah, Passion of course being.
Fashion's
How dare you
amazing.
say that? Yeah. Okay. Well, if you don't like his voice, just listen to Birdie and listen to Passion, and you don't have to listen to his voice because they're instrumental.
Rabbit Proof fans.
Actually, Ovo's instrumental as well, isn't it? So
Yeah, but Passion is probably, I mean, should be awarded in some way as being one of the most influential film scores ever, or well, most influential pieces of music.
It's heavily sampled.
No, but it's just anything. If you want it to sound Middle Eastern, it sounds like it could have come from Passion.
Just
And
get
the
a
Passion
kick on it.
Sources album is really good too. The one that came after that.
Anything in entertainment where you want to sound it like it's set Middle Eastern, it just all harkens back to Passion and that sort of fusion of electronic and the authentic, but then also not too authentic, just around the areas.
Good
Are we
evening.
talking about Tone Levin's band? Ha ha, Paul Otola. Yes, we are. Yeah.
Good
And many
evening. Can you
others.
hear
Good
me?
evening. Yes, we can.
Hi, Henrik.
Hiya,
We were ignoring
hiya.
you. We were just on a
Hey,
Peter
Henrik.
Gabriel tip. So.
How you doing, buddy?
I have a tech question for Kent.
It wasn't me. Go on.
What's the prawn inside the tent?
Yeah. What kind of prawn is it?
I picked up a Kurzweil PC3X today, and while I carried it 3 or 4 kilometers for 20 minutes or something like that, or half an hour, I there was a rainstorm, and there was pretty much water, and it's in a soft bag. I haven't turned it on yet. It's standing drying, and I'm wondering, can the water do anything to the keys or something? Do I need to do more than just let it stand and dry?
Just let it stand and dry. It'll be fine.
Okay, good.
Because when I those keyboards, when I'm cleaning them, I take them all out and I hose them in the back garden, so water's not a problem
Okay, good.
because it gets all the dirt and shit out.
That's mental. You do all sorts of things that I think we would have thought that was completely wrong. Like you're spraying water all over all your electronic gear, and then you cover it with WD-40. All the things that we've been told never
You
to
just
do.
let it dry out though, don't you?
Yeah.
Ken says,
Yeah.
no, get a
Yeah.
bucket to get
Well,
it.
you see, when you get a 45-year-old JP8 coming and the keys are yellow with
Yeah.
nicotine and stuff like that, the best way to clean them is with washing up liquid and hot soapy water and a brush.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Going down all the gaps and then hose the bastard down, and then just hang it up to dry.
Yeah.
And you've got this beautiful, lovely brand. It all looks brand new almost.
Not directly going for the hydrogen peroxide. Just
Yeah, probably not a good idea.
Yeah, if you got the UV damage, you're screwed, right? So.
Yeah. Well, and also it depends on the plastic. I mean, you get one key comes out beautiful white, and the next one goes
Yeah.
black or yellow or orange or something. You know, you just never know what you're going to get. But this is a
yes,
dead cert.
you start with the back or the side of the key rather than the top, maybe.
Yeah, but the next key can be different.
Yeah.
Well, yes, you do. Well, it
Be there all
depends how-
bleeding day, mate. It's better just to wash it down properly, hose it down,
as
and
long
let it
as
dry.
it's clean. Yeah, as long as
Yeah.
it's clean. If the keys are yellowed, well, it's an old instrument.
Yeah, but you'd be surprised how much they can come back, even if you go over them with a bit of teacup.
Yeah.
Looks like real ivory with that slight yellow tint.
Yeah. Yeah, it's when you try to do it to those keyboards that have been deliberately made to look like yellow tint. You'd be there all bloody day trying to clean them up.
Well, if a plastic, they actually stain for plastic before it got molded.
Yeah. Yeah, so you can be there all day and it's like rubbing away with it. Yeah. Get a
Well,
grinder out and it's still the same colour.
I used to wash old PCBs in the bath and just give them a good scrub, make sure you don't knock any components off, and then hang them up to dry, and generally speaking they're fine.
Tension cord.
I mean,
Right, chaps.
I just,
Sorry, I was just going to say, Rob, I'm going. So
Bye.
go and make Jane a
Good
cup
luck
of tea.
good luck with the rehearsals.
Yeah, well, I've got the weekend, haven't I, really? So, although I probably won't be doing anything tomorrow night if you're back here again. I'll
This
see you
way
all
can only
later.
improve those
Yeah,
songs, right?
Yeah,
So-
it'll be late. It'll be later tomorrow because I've got to record a show, and it's going to be roughly about the same time that I would have been doing this one, so it'll be later on.
Cool.
So it's good to get another one in tonight instead as well.
Sleep well, guys. I'll see you all tomorrow, later on.
Cheers,
See
Ian.
you later.
Yeah,
Bye-bye.
take care, buddy.
Bye.
Ta-da.
Cheers.
Well, the show is now so popular that you need to produce more episodes in advance.
Yeah. Yeah, no, because I think it's because of Robbie's away. Ben's not well enough, and they certainly don't want me to do PSN on my own.
Let's get Dom back in. He's done it before.
Yeah,
Well, they
that's
don't
true.
trust you.
Just need
Why,
a
would
parental
you?
advisory, that's all.
Seriously, would you?
Oh, absolutely.
He goes, okay, here's the dirt on Robbie and Ben.
Well, people trust you with the CS80s.
Yeah, but that's because they're fools. Fools, I tell you.
You just take the innards out, put a high percent in.
Yeah, they don't notice the difference. might come to that yet, actually, the way things are going. Spurs are getting very, very thin on the ground for them.
You have some issues there, Brooksy. We're not hearing you.
Is he frozen? Oh, no, he's not frozen. He looked frozen.
No, because I was
It was
coughing my head
muted.
off. I'd frozen. I'd switched. Lovely mute button on the Mackie desk. Sorry about that. I was going to say not going to be around on Friday anyway because we're going to Home Perth. So, so please forgive. So, hopefully, Pro Synth Network actually goes ahead in some
The
way.
first 8-hour PSN show. Nice one, Wags.
Hiya, Wagyu.
Yes, yeah, that'd be interesting. Yeah, I don't know. Mind you, I'm doing Dom's show on Sunday as well.
Oh yeah. Oh, because it's an anniversary.
Because
one,
it's the
isn't it?
50th anniversary one, yeah.
Oh, blimey.
That's going to be mental. Yeah, it's going to be mad.
I'm going to be Team Baglet all the way.
I think he's got us doing more improv on the spot stuff as well. Oh, man.
He's a hard taskmaster, is Dom.
Yeah. 300 quid for a Revox A77.
Yeah.
Worth it?
That's
I
pretty
just-
good, actually.
Yeah,
If
that's
If it's
good.
working,
Condition.
Looks decent from the photos.
serviced.
Oh, hang on a minute, Sass, let me read it.
Demagnetized heads.
What does it say?
It's all for plastic falling to pieces.
Hang on, it says here, it does work, but does require more doing as it gets a bit noisy after about 30 minutes. Other minor bits may need doing. Main caps and final caps have been replaced. The Riffa caps, sadly the bloke servicing is no longer with us. That wasn't you, Ken. I know you're still here, aren't you?
Barely.
Location Taunton in Somerset. It looks nice. 300 quid, but I just want one of those in my studio. Not to actually necessarily record anything on it, but just because it looks nice. Dom's
Yeah.
got one,
Oh,
and it always looks
yeah.
They sound really good.
I'm sure they sound
when they're
great, and
working.
yeah, and it's keeping them going though, isn't it? That's the problem. It's one of those. That would definitely be a vanity purchase, and I'm not really sure that it's necessarily a good thing. But I do like. Depends on Max actually said it depends on what Max got.
We
one
could
or
get
had
it
one,
tarted
hasn't
and
he?
you'd
So-
definitely
Yeah,
be
well,
able to sell it for more than that.
Mac had a couple.
Yeah.
You can justify it. You could call it the pitch mode drum machine.
Yeah.
That was a tag, wasn't it?
Tape
That was
delay.
Or
Yeah.
even just an investment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Max says
but
he
I
knows a
mean,
guy in Birmingham and service it. It's interesting. I mean, I'm not really in. Maybe I should. Maybe trust my heart rather than my head for once. But yeah.
Oh, I wouldn't look where it got me.
I don't know. I just sit up there where all those stupid books are. Just have a real to meal on there. Turn the bookshelf around so it's facing this way. Oh, that'd be sweet. Wouldn't it?
you also then need a Barry speed control, so that you have your nice Berlin school sequencing of your early Tango Dream records of just using an A77.
No, it's got a dial.
No, but you actually need a rather large range of Barry speed. Which I can't remember whether those capstan motors are already.
I always fancied
Oh, I
the
dunno.
B77.
Well, that's
Yeah.
that's the half inch rather than the quarter inch, isn't it?
No, B77 is just the later one. It's
Updated
just
version.
Yeah.
updated.
Is it? I
and-
thought the B was a half inch and the
no,
and the
no,
A was quarter inch.
Potentially
Did the,
no
B,
over
did
half
the B
inch,
have
but
Dolby C?
You can, I think, for the later
Later
Mark III,
ones, right.
you can have Dolby cards in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Always like the sound of Dolby C.
Or
Well,
it's
I've
only
got two-
PR99.
I've got 2 Ferrograph Series 704 4-tracks.
Mm.
And,
Well, that's Dom. He's in the chat. He's in the
and,
chat.
and a Tascam 34,
Ooh.
which is nice.
Yeah, I've
But
still
I-
got that Tascam 388 out in the garage.
Ooh.
Mind you, it's rotted into the ground now.
I've got this lovely small thing.
Oh.
Tascam, don't they use DBX?
Yes.
Yeah, it's fompy.
But you want DBX for the authentic Vangelis sound. He used DBX truly into the 80s. And,
Did he? Didn't sound like it.
No, Heaven and Hell is no noise reduction, and after that, he started using DBX, and you can definitely hear the difference from Heaven and Hell to Albedo, because most of the background noise is gone.
Yeah,
That's a
it's
good
true
start.
enough. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
That's why he didn't use the chorus very often either.
Dom, jump in and tell us what you think about an A77 for 300 quid that needs some work. I just got a feed through on my thing. It just popped up saying on eBay, because I typed in Revox once, it now keeps telling me about it, and I'm looking at it and it looks really nice. So I was just wondering. That's all. It's pure vanity. I don't really need a Revox A77, but I'm in a.
Oh no, that's not
nobody,
it. is it?
nobody needs it. Why do I have? Why do I have this piece of shit? I mean, it's
What
a
is
funny
that
picture.
piece of shit? It's an
It's an Uber report.
Is it a cassette thing or
No, it's a compact. It's proper
compact
quality.
reel to reel? Oh, I see. Yeah, cool.
But the nice thing is, it goes from what was it 19? So what's that 7.5? Down to
It's just by
whatever. One and one. Was it 1 and 1 3 quarters? Yeah, 1 and 7/8, something like that. You can use this for very much fun pitch shifting, and the quality goes really sour when you go to the minimum.
Mm.
But,
I remember servicing an old reel to reel, and that was before I knew anything about servicing.
How was it going to find out?
It was with tubes, and I had a screwdriver which I had down in the switched on unit, and suddenly it flashed, and the screwdriver were a bit shorter.
Yeah.
Oh my.
That's
Oh,
how
yes.
it's supposed to be.
Yeah, that's how we know that one well.
That's the reason I don't touch anything with tubes, because I know how terrible I am with screwdrivers in live electronics. It's bad enough shorting the mains lines half the time.
Well, that's interesting. Meg's going on about a lot of people sell A77 and B77 full service kits.
What did somebody buy everything when Revox and Studer split up, or were sold
Either that
separately?
or they're putting something together. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know when. I think it was already a few years after all the sales that Revox got sold to a company in Germany and then closed up in Switzerland. I mean, I think Studer closed up like 10 years ago, finally, in Switzerland.
Well, I gotta go again. It's sleeping time here. So
Right, Henry. Nice to see you.
Cheers.
All right,
nice
buddy.
seeing you.
Lovely
Look after
seeing you.
yourself, mate.
And
Take care.
you too.
see you
Bye-bye.
soon.
You too.
Oh, you even get a play out on the. You
Ooh.
get a tune to soothe you out.
very soothing, Robert.
Sounds like aperture strings.
Let's be Oliver on a Chamber Evolutions.
Oh,
Okay, tie in 3, 2,
who?
1.
What I'm
Beringer.
where is he? You said it 3 times. It must be here.
So like, poof.
Yeah, very nice. That would sound good on the that string VST you've got, Kent. The oh god, harmonic. Is it harmonic strings or whatever?
The harmonic? The violin?
Oh God, no. Oh,
Violin.
yeah, the oh God, what was it called? Virtuoso. Was it?
Bohemian.
Bohemian,
like
that's
one
it.
of the progressions in Canyon Dreams.
It's
by Canyon
Cleo's
Dreams.
owner.
Where's Cleo? What have you done to her?
Hey, Dave.
Good evening, Dave.
Hi. Sorry.
Hey,
for
doing?
the earrings. Hey. Woo! 10 o'clock.
How's life?
Oh, it's pretty good, I guess. Yeah. I guess it's alright. Still work hours, so. Oh, there she is. Come on.
Hey.
No.
Oh, please. Please.
True boss of the house.
Please don't.
Has Desdemona arrived?
Desdemona.
Oh, sorry, wrong
Ladies and
name.
gentlemen,
Cleopatra.
Hi,
the
Claire.
person everyone waited for. Alright.
Demo.
Yeah, so earlier I was on the chat and my name was coming up and it was going, "Hi, I'm David." And I was like, what is going on? Right? And I was like, I didn't do that. So I deleted it. And it came back up. "Hi, I'm David."
I saw that. So I was wondering. What
And
you
I
were
was
doing.
like, that's not me. And then my daughter comes in. She's got
Yeah.
the iPad. And she's got a little funny look on her face. And I hadn't put it together. I'm like, what's so funny? She's like,
You've just been trolled.
"I'm on the chat with you." And I was like, oh my God. I was so confused. I was like, "Hi, I'm David." I'm like, I didn't do that.
God.
Ghost in the machine.
Yeah, next to be Dad, what's a
So
fluffer?
weird to see your name pop up.
No, don't.
What did you say? What did you say?
You go, Dad, what's a fluffer?
The discussion for later.
Yeah.
It's a matter of time, isn't it? You know.
Yeah.
It's part of Andy's new vocabulary.
Yes, I've learned that one. Thank you very much, Sassy. I am now fully fluffed.
Yep.
fully fluffed out for
Yeah, updated.
Oh, dear.
Fluffed and chuffed, right?
Yeah.
Horrible word.
I'm just wondering if there's others that you don't know.
Well,
I
probably.
didn't
There's
like
plenty
fluff.
of that I do, but I mean, who knows?
Yeah.
Until you encounter them, you don't know that you don't know
Yeah,
them, do you? So,
it's true enough. Yeah.
until somebody says something, you go, "Well, that didn't compute. What did that mean?" And then you end up looking like, excuse me, a bit of a knob.
Another word she learned.
Oh, sorry.
No.
David's daughter, please stop listening now. It's definitely past children's bedtime where most of us are, so please
Yeah.
go to bed.
Yeah, just go to bed. It's 3 o'clock, Daddy. Just go to bed.
This channel is always past children's bedtimes.
Oh yeah, it's way past.
Yeah, the time comes from Greenwich. Obey the law.
We are the
Granted, it's
centre of the
whether they make
universe.
time.
I think it would have been better if she did it like right now, and then I would just look in the chat and been like, "Hi, I'm David." I'm like, "Look, here's my hand. Watch."
Wow, what a great trick.
Yeah. Got a million of them.
You can just go, it's Cleo. What you should do, actually, you should
She's got the thumbs.
yeah, well, set yourself up a persona on Facebook as Cleo and just go around all the tech shows going, meow, 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 meow.
Man would just think it's Inky.
Yeah. Oh, boy.
What was that guitar pedal that I saw on Anderton's? Miko?
Miku Stomp. It's Hatsune Miku Vocaloid pedal.
Yes.
I have one. They're lots of fun.
It's a very, very bizarre concept, but amusing.
Excuse me.
There's also a stylophone that's fun. There's a Hatsune Miku stylophone.
How could you improve on the original stylophone?
It
With
looks
Vocaloid.
dreadful, though. Is it? Every time I've looked at it, I'm like, why would I?
Shouting at his daughter, I think.
You should be playing a suspenseful chord there while we wait. But why?
Now Cleo's going to walk all
Come on,
over the
Cleo,
keyboard.
say something. She's typing away. I am David.
Don't waz on the modular. Cat's bit's definitely not good.
I was looking at the Behringer System 100
Yeah.
Yes.
modules.
Yes.
Well, I'd start with I was looking at the Behringer System 55 modules,
Yes.
but are they
got
compatible with the?
confused.
They're not
Yeah, they
compatible
are.
with. Are they?
No, there's
I thought
the
I read somewhere
envelope-
that they were 6-volt CV as
no
opposed
the
to
vent
5-volt
the,
CV.
no the envelope generator requires an S trig, and there is a converter module which will convert
Yes,
S to V,
S
and
to
V
V
is
and
basically
yeah.
V trig is basically your standard Euro rack, and it will interface. But it's just that. But it's confusing, and there's. If you're interested, it's really well worth. There's a really good video by Tim Shoebridge,
Yes.
where he compares patching up a basic sound on the System 55 and patching it on the System 100, and it's like 8 patch cables for the System 55 and 3 on the System 100, because the System 100's just got built-in attenuators, and it's got built-in normalizing between certain functions.
Yeah.
The System 100 is much easier to use. It really is. It's much more straightforward.
I just like the look of the sequencer for the
But you can still use it. I've got
on
it.
the
I've got
System 55.
I've got the 960 there, and the 960 will trigger the System 100 perfectly well. It's got no problem with that.
And have you got that other module that
It's just
converts the
massive.
960 to a 24 note?
Yes,
sequencer?
courtesy of Wagyu.
Right.
I have got that. Yeah, I've got the sequential switch as well. But to be honest, it's actually just those nice 8 steps. It's not 24 tracks; it's 24 steps.
24 steps. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, not really, because obviously the skip and stop still applies to the row.
Yes, whatever. Yes. I mean, I haven't actually used it yet. I'm not need to. Sorry, Wagyu, I haven't. But it's what I like about it is having the second row and things, sending out a different voltage to the filter, so you can have it
Yeah.
moving filters and things. I mean, that's interesting.
Well,
And just
well,
the switching on and off of steps, and you can trigger it. You don't have to have it just going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You can have it
Yeah.
in different rhythms if you're triggering it for something like a Beat Step Pro.
I priced up.
It's really flexible.
Oh, I still
priced
haven't got
up
my
the System
consultation fee for
100.
that.
Priced
Yes,
up
you
the
can,
System
Robert.
one-
Thank you very much. You'll get it. I'll buy you a pint one day. All right.
Oh, in Hampton Bridge, whenever we go there.
In Hebden, well, actually, sometime this summer. But you've got to meet us in Leeds. All right. you get the train to Leeds. We'll pick you up.
I priced up the System 100
Secret plans. Sorry, Sam.
without. That's okay. I priced up the System 100 without the case, obviously, and the System 100 with a couple of the is it the 110
Yeah.
voice modules
Yeah.
that has a VCO, VCF, and VCA, with
Yeah.
2 of those and a few other bits. And I managed to build a system for about £1,000, and I
Oh, you can do
thought
it cheaper than that.
that's well. I mean, that was a full System 100 with additional bits and.
Oh, so you still got the dual oscillators, the dual filters.
Oh
the dual
yes,
amplifiers.
yeah, all that as well.
Yeah. Okay.
And the brains
If-
module
if-
and
if
a
I
few
was
other
gon-
bits and pieces.
If I was going to give any advice, don't bother getting the mixer module. Don't bother getting the 305 mixer module. It's very big. Most of it's dedicated to being a parametric EQ, which you're never going to
Yeah.
use, or rarely. and it's just you could buy one slim Dupfer.
Well,
Mixer.
I
And you
was
just
looking at the phaser module instead.
Again,
of
well,
mixer.
the phaser module it's pretty big, but it does sound really good and it works nicely. But you get another LFO in it as well. So that's the thing about the System 100 modules is you've always got more
normalized
in
paths
it,
as well.
and you've got more in it than first meets the eye.
Yeah.
So I mean, things like the fact that you've got two of everything might say, well, dear, but you've actually got on those say the the dual filter module, you've got 3 inputs to each filter.
Yes.
So you've got built-in little mixers, and at the bottom of the module you've actually got attenuverters to control. So you don't need you can control you can control voltage signals going in within the module. You don't need any attenuators. They're all built in, and you're going, well, actually, that's pretty good.
Which one is that? Sorry.
System 100.
The Behringer System 100 modules. I mean, and of course, that's basically a credit to Roland's original design, that they designed them so sensibly and thoughtfully.
I mean,
that
that's with System 700 design, which is why
ultimately,
which is why I always lust every time I look at one. Because
it's,
what beauty in design.
sensible.
Yeah.
And
But also there, of course, the faders on the 100M and on the 700. It's just
Hold on a second.
they're higher quality. I mean, these
no,
are cheap.
but also having faders for CV,
envelope generators. and stuff.
no, what you have for the audio inputs at the top and CV at the bottom. They're all on faders.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, and on
But
the
those
Behringer
are on
System
those.
100, they're on those little mini pots, but that's Eurorack in its space, isn't it?
Where you need your pincers.
But you know those dread box.
You don't need pincers. You can use them. They're usable. I've used them.
I think I would need them.
Maybe you would.
I feel like I
I
need
manage.
pincers on this mixer where the knobs are really close for 5 years.
So who's eating crisps?
I'm not
Is
just
that-
opening a bag.
You see, we're answering your bloody question. You're not even listening to us. You're eating crisps.
No, I am listening. And,
Yeah, what was your question?
Priorities.
well, no,
What? Darren
I-
isn't in the house, is he?
I'm still on. I'm still thinking I really don't need analog gear, but
None of us do.
just watching watching some of the hardware jams just sort of made me think: is it worth it? Or do I just get a 2600 and just play around with that? Or I
Why
don't
not get
know. I'm
both?
just a bit bored at the moment.
Get a 2600, man. I think you'll have a blast with that thing.
But
Assuming
I
you're getting
think
the
it's
Behringer
too
stuff.
limited.
Well, don't worry about it till you
Uh,
limit it
Right.
out. Yeah. That's what I say. But
I'm going to say that with the System 100, I found it difficult to make it sound
you'll get your
anything other than an analog synth.
Yeah.
Okay, you can do interesting patching with it, but it sounds like an analog synth. I find myself patching for 20 minutes, and I've made a sound that I could make on an SH101.
You
And
know,
it's like,
it's
but
funny.
it does sound really good. I mean, it really does sound very, very nice, the Behringer System 100. My instinct would be, don't bother going down the system route. I'd look at. Nah, see, it's a good starting point. It's where I started. It's what I started with, and I got into it, and now I can hear myself echoing back. Is that yours? Is that through you, David?
What's that?
I can hear
It
echo
is,
back.
but I don't know why. Why would I have an echo? Oh
Not me.
God!
You're not using
Is
earphones.
your YouTube open?
Oh God! It's not. But I don't want problems.
No, don't worry. I can cope with hearing myself echo back.
Echo. Yeah, there it is.
Echo. Hello, there we are again.
Well, clearly it's
Okay.
Theo.
I wonder if it's this echo.
Doo-doo.
No, I can't hear anything.
Yeah, but Wagyu, you're not listening through StreamYard, are you?
Let's see. Audio.
So, no,
Echo cancellation is on. Wait. Let's try this. Check. No, it's
No, I can definitely. Oh no, that was. Yeah, got everything there. No, don't worry about it, David. I mean,
Yeah.
it's just one of them things. So
He wasn't there
Used
before.
to
He
it.
probably rejoin. He'll go away.
Check. No, it's still there. A little better. Oh my god.
But anyway, yes, I was obviously bored, so I was just surfing around thinking, do I?
get a 110, get the 141 envelope generator and LFO, and the module that's got the noise generator and ring mod in it.
Yeah.
And you've got 3 nice little modules there, which will form a nice little synth voice. And you go, does that work? No, see, I'm getting echo again.
Yeah.
And he's jumped out, so that's coming from somewhere else.
I mean, you don't have to go analog and get a Platts and have all kinds of options.
Ah, that's true. Yeah, got one of them as well.
Is it just Kent having his headphone directly next to the microphone?
Yeah,
or
might
leaning
be.
forward?
Is it just a deep rabbit hole that I shouldn't go down? I don't know.
No. If your pockets are deep enough, and it's not deep.
Yes.
The problem is you can build it so slowly and simply, it sneaks up on you really quickly.
It's not. This is definitely not sneaking up on me. It's too big to sneak.
Well, also
Once
I
you have
mean,
the case,
Well, I've got the case, yeah. But I mean, I've got the neutron. I like the look of the proton that they proposed. I also like the look of the Pro One that Andy has. Sort of. Oh, Andy's gone now. And it's am I better off with semi-modular rather than modular? And that would also then, put me down the 2600 route as well. Yes, I've got a very nice case, Mac. Thank you.
Well, if,
I mean,
if you thought the
how much-
2600 was too limiting, then you want to go with individual modules that are all over the map. And then you never had option problems.
Yeah, but I was thinking, I mean, if I'm still tempted by Hydrosynth, because every time I hear Kent play it, I just think, it just sounds wonderful.
They're nice.
And, for 1,700 quid, can get a decent Hydrosynth Deluxe.
Yeah.
The thing that bothers me about it is it's monotimbral. And
Well,
for
there's
jamming
another
stuff and all that, it's very limiting.
one. The deluxe isn't.
Well, it's bitimbral, but still,
But that combined with the other synths that I've got, I think I've got that covered.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I have an issue with having 4 pulses. If I ever get to a point of not having enough. Well, and Andromeda, 16-part multi-timbral, I don't think I'll ever get to the point of complaining about that.
I don't know where this bloody thing is. Give up.
Yeah, if you're using a looper, you can get by with monotimbral all day long and just stack. But sometimes you want to do stuff in parallel. Having multi-timbral is very nice.
Wagu's saying we need to save the Get a Hydrosynth discussion for when Robbie returns back from watching Stranger Things.
Yeah, there is that.
But also, I mean, one of the nice things about the Hydrosynth is the polyphonic aftertouch. But then if Behringer are going to start doing polyphonic aftertouch, then,
I mean, yes, Behringer's probably going to do it, but the question is when.
And what will it be like?
Same with Osmos. When is that going to come out? But it will come out.
It will come out. Yeah.
Well, it's like the Udo 6 took a long time to come out, didn't it? I mean,
Yeah.
obviously that didn't have poly aftertouch, but it's very much long awaited for.
Oh, is that it?
Or maybe I should just buy another guitar and learn how to play that.
Well, I mean, if you already have one guitar and can't play it, maybe you shouldn't buy another one.
Yeah, I was going to say, I have 5 guitars and I can't play well. So what does that tell you?
But
Yeah, they look nice on the wall.
this sort of goes back to the gas thing, doesn't it? It's like, oh yes, if I get that synth, I can get that sound, and then can I actually play it?
Well, it's a lot easier with a synth than it is a guitar, that's for sure.
Well, obviously, yeah.
Well, you just hit play, right?
Yep, Andy's back.
Ah,
Yeah,
he's
sorry
returned.
about that. It's all just died. Internet connection went.
Boring.
Oh, sorry, I'll go then.
So, have you got your? Are you on bank holiday? Not bank holiday, half term, Andy.
Yeah, this week. Yeah, I am. Yeah. So I'm just taking it easy. I wasn't very well earlier in the week. Well,
Yeah,
Sunday,
I heard you
Sunday,
saying that
Monday.
earlier.
Sunday, Monday. I was pretty crappy. A lot of yesterday too. So I've just took it easy today. It happens all the time. That, to be honest, when you got a school holiday, I just end up.
Spending it in
Spending-
bed.
Yeah, it's not unpleasant. I mean, I just can quite cheerfully curl up with a book and just lie there until I fall asleep, at whatever time of the day. So.
With a large glass of whiskey.
Oh no, not in bed. No, I can't do that. Never have done.
No?
Neither drinking nor eating in bed is just weird. Why would you do that? That's why
because you're
tables were
alcoholic.
invented.
Good
Not
book.
yet. I like it. I like
A cigarette and a glass of whiskey.
Oh God, I'd have been dead
Oh,
30 years ago.
A cigarette and polyester bedding go so well together.
No, honestly,
Who
I've
the
never,
hell has
ever-
polyester bedding? Good God, man.
Look, you could always have spontaneous human combustion, so.
I tried that, didn't work.
Well, better than choking on somebody else's vomit.
Max saying he's sold his sofa so he has to drink in bed.
How's it? Well, that's a different matter. No, I just never have. I've never sat in bed. Even when I was a smoker, I would never sit in bed smoking a cigarette. The idea was just preposterous to me. I could get up and smoke it where cigarettes should be smoked. Like
Well, I
sitting
don't
around.
now, but in my dreams I would be lying in bed smoking.
Ugh. No, not me. I've run out of beer. Oh no, that's bad.
And that's not a good thing.
Hello, David. Welcome
Hey.
back.
I forgot to hit enter studio, so I was sitting there for like 10, 15 minutes. And then I saw Andy get on and I was like, oh, that's puzzling.
Wait a minute, how does that happen?
Yeah, and then my little tiny brain finally figured it out. It took a while. Oh,
Yeah, the funniest smoking situation I saw was in the one of the Japanese offices, and they didn't have a smoking section, and they're way up on many floors. They didn't want to go downstairs to smoke outside, so they huddled around the break room near the bathrooms in a pail of water and smoked and chatted and threw their butts in a pail of water.
Fair dues.
It makes cleaning the ashtray out easier, doesn't it?
It was just an odd sight, guys in business suits smoking around a pail of water. So it just
so what are you going to do when you fill that case, Andy?
Buy another one.
And what are you going
God,
to do?
this sounds familiar.
It's no point asking me. Just ask Sassy. He'll answer all the questions on my behalf. So,
Yeah.
that's-
Well,
Sorry.
no, Andy,
sorry, Sassy. What did I have for tea earlier?
Well, you had carbonara for breakfast.
No, that's for brown. Not today, I didn't. What colour pants have I got on?
I mean, it looks so nice.
What pants?
Pants? Pants are for women. Come on, what's the matter with you? Women wear pants, not men. Men go around with their testicles hanging out.
Sorry, Lydia.
What colour pants have I got on? What about
Trick question, you're not wearing any.
the first?
Okay, good. We're going back to the
Well done. You're on the Lula May level. You're quite right there. I'm not. I'm just sitting in me all together. The Pro One will come out first of all. I mean, that's in there because I thought I'd be able to integrate it. And the truth is, it's been up there. I've never actually plugged it in at all, except in one jam that Grace and I did. And so it's been
I
using
don't
that.
know.
But so well, actually, because The
You have
dumb
a
thing
lot of
is that
space.
this side over here has grown and has developed so that it's actually got a lot in it of different
Yeah.
of different types, which I'm quite
Yeah.
enjoying. So I've sort of neglected the Tangerine Dream case, as I call it. But ultimately, I need to have a think about how it's arranged, because that long way of doing it isn't practical.
You need
So I
to
need
go
to put.
vertical.
I need to go vertical. Yeah, absolutely do need to go vertical. I need to put one bit in front of the other. It looks great, but it doesn't work. So
Yeah.
I need a different way of organising it. So, but so the Pro One will come out, because that's a huge amount of space in there, really, and one or two of the Behringer modules that are used less. Like I've got a couple in that side. Like there's the mults module that hardly ever gets used, because I've got other little buffered mults in the main system. So yeah, I mean, I'm not in the market for buying a new case immediately. I've got the other one to start getting more. And there's got to come a point where it's like I have to take Robert's advice and be disciplined about it and say, why do I want it? What's it going to do? And I try to do that. Like the modules that I've bought recently, none of them have been expensive, and it's all been, what is it going to enable me to do? So they all have a purpose in the system, rather than just, everybody's got a Platts, so you've got to have it. Oddly enough, that's why I bought a Platts. Because I just thought I've got to have one now, or else I'll never get one. So I thought I bought them. And it's great. Yeah. It's a lovely thing, but the other things are utilities, and I use them to do things which are useful. Oh, that was a really crap answer, wasn't it? Honestly, I bought it to do things that are useful.
No, we
like
understand
carrier
what
bag.
you mean.
Like a carrier bags are useful.
Yeah, I think it's the most sensible answer I've ever heard about owning a modular.
You really do. At some point, it's got to become some sort of instrument, or it just gets. But the thing I found when I got the module that changed everything was the Erica Synths MIDI to clock, which is basically kind of like a Pamela's workout, I guess, right?
Yeah.
And that then they had the drum machine, so now the drum machine is the clock. And it's just like, I can turn down the drums, but I just hit that, and then I got that another clock module, and then I started going crazy, just routing everything to everywhere. And then that's when the modular I was like, okay, here we go. I've got about 8 to 10 points all synced doing different crazy things. But I will say that I stayed away from mutable instruments. I had a Magneto that I just didn't really like, honestly. It was huge, expensive.
I don't know why anybody's got one of those things.
I just thought it was kind of dumb. I was like, well, I might as well just get a pedal.
If you want to do the thing that they can do and mess about with it a bit, then it's worthwhile. If you just want a delay, then it's a bit space intensive.
So somebody traded me a Beads, and I have to say, Emily somehow packs so much in her modules, and they are so well thought out that it's kind of it's almost like, I mean, there's a few other people that are kind of modeling her now, but I got that thing, and it was just like, man, I wish she just and she understands clocking. Like, you got to have a way to clock it, like do different things in the freeze. But
that's what's missing in my rack, actually. I mean, I'm not really clocking. I'm sending triggers from the BeatStep Pro, and I actually need a better sort of way of clocking.
Maybe the Pam's workout.
So Pamela's new workout, or like you said, there's different ones. I mean, there's clock dividers, all sorts of stuff. But well, I think the Pamela's is an obvious one, because it's not just clock; it's also modulation and things. So it's,
Make Noise Tempe's great too. It's a good manual approach, but it also locks you in there.
Looked at that one too. Yeah.
But the real it is a good one. The key, and this is the thing that's so hard, is to finally ask yourself, what the heck are you trying to do with this thing, right? And once you figure, if you can at least come to some kind of temporary.
But doesn't that come after you've already bought all the gear?
Oh yeah. No, you have to go through it. I guess maybe VCV rack, but I don't see how you can do it without really
Yeah,
working
you
them,
see
because you can
also, yeah,
just flip
David,
them.
what you were saying it there. I mean, and Sasa, yeah, the purpose becomes much clearer once you've got it. You
Yeah.
start off with the I mean, my original purpose, and I've said it on other streams, probably on Ramsey's, when I've said my original purpose was I wanted to be Tangerine Dream,
Hmm.
and that's where I started out
Hmm.
with the 960 sequence. As soon as that was available, I thought, right, this is me. I need it. That's what I want to do. 960, and then I was thinking System 55, and then it all became a bit perplexing, so I bought the D. 960 plus the D, and then I got the quantizer so that I didn't have to faff about with tuning too much, and that was it. I was off, yay! And then it's all just grown from there, and now that's one of the reasons why. What was it, about a month ago? I did decided I was going to do that EMOM night. Ian pinged us the link in Facebook, and I said, I'm going to do this. I'd used the modular with Grace. We'd got things going. I knew I could use it as an instrument. Admittedly, it wasn't just me on my own, exposed warts and all. But I thought, yeah, I'm going to go and do this, and it worked. It worked
Works good.
quite nicely I'm happy with that. So that's why I'm going to do it again on Friday. And I've learnt stuff in the meantime. I've got a few other little bits that help me do things which was perhaps a bit lacking before. I mean, so I'm just going to give it another shot. But that's the point. Unless you're going to go and use it, if it's just a thing to make space farts, it's pointless. To me,
Yeah,
I can't see. So it's got to be an instrument which I enjoy using as an instrument. I've got to enjoy the process of putting it together and patching it and making the sounds and going through and actually enjoying the frustrations that it brings as well. Like, why the can't I hear anything?
And you gotta, for me, I found out you gotta kind of let go a little bit. Like, don't get too intentional with it, or I think you suck the life out of it. So that's why for me the clocking is really fun, because it's like having a cool little ensemble, and they're just kind of, and then the key that I found is just a lot of mixers, a lot of ways to just turn things off and on, and kind of work things. For me, those chromatics were really, those dreadbox were really my really cheap, affordable way to do a ton of things with them. There's a couple of them I hated. I hated the Ataxia. I just couldn't wrap my head around it. Every time I tried to use it, I was like, "Oh, it does all this." I'm like, I don't know. I just, there's like,
it's interesting, isn't it?
but the to your point, kind of, they have the same kind of thing where they have their filter has three mixers.
They're well spec'd, aren't they? They've got lots going on. It's not just what it says on the label.
And
there's more to it.
And you can get them for like $80-$90 used.
Yeah,
people are just dumping them. But there's a couple of them that are better than others. I love that little Dystopia. It's like a bit crusher kind of, but you can clock it and you throw it into rings or beads or anything, any kind of sound thing, and it just kind of creates that really cool kind of random.
And does it generate its own sound, or have you got to put something into it?
It has noise. Yeah, it has two noise sources. Actually, it's three noise. One's kind of a bit crusher, and then two other, a pink and I have to look at it, and a white. They call it blue. It's really white noise, but
right. Okay.
It's also kind of a filter. It's
blue is more of a high frequency white noise.
Yeah, exactly. But you can use it as a filter. It's not the highest quality, but I kind of, that's where I get into trouble. I'll be honest. When I start going, oh, I got to get this blah blah Syntec OTA filter, and I got a couple in this Magneto. I got these really primo modules, pissed away about $800 or $900, and then I was like, they're adding nothing. These chromatics are crushing them as far as performance. Not sound, but actual
what you can
usability.
Do. Yeah, because they're actually simpler. Yes, I've looked at that Magneto, and I haven't got a bloody clue what it's doing. So I thought, no.
Well, sometimes it's simpler, and sometimes they're just they are actually can do more. But I'm getting away from that highbrow kind of like I've got to get these really high quality. This oscillator's a high quality filter, and I don't know. I didn't really. It kind of took it somewhere else that I didn't enjoy at all. from a musician standpoint. I'm like, no, I just want.
Did you move those on then? Did you get rid of them?
Yeah, I just traded them all. I like to trade, so a
Right.
lot of times I'll just get on Modwiggle or something, and someone will offer, and that's how I kind of experiment. That's how I found out what a quantizer was. I didn't know what a quantizer was, so I got the Architect, and I just love that thing. I have the Doper too, but I like the Architect better. And,
Interesting.
The
So
fun
I'm
modular rite
probably-
of passage is when you first patch in a keyboard and try to figure out how envelopes really work.
Oh yeah.
And you go, oh,
absolutely.
that's how they really work. You're like, God damn it, what a pain in the ass.
oh,
How
you
do you
do learn. It
how do
really
you
does.
re-trigger it?
It really
Yeah.
does cut through the BS though. A synthesis, like you really. The first time I tried to do modular, I just failed. I had no idea what was going on, and I was like, reading, okay, VC Eger and the filter, but I just, now it's like it's a lot. It makes a lot more sense, sort of. Yeah, I think it's a really. I enjoy it though. I like taking all the patches out, starting fresh every time, and.
I shall enjoy unpatching it on Saturday morning because it's all patched up to do this thing on Friday.
Oh yeah,
And on
yeah,
Saturday, I'll rip it all out.
yeah.
No, not all of it. There are certain things which stay in. There's a sort of loop here. Okay. Which is just auxiliary sends from the little mixer modules. So it's 2 auxiliary sends and 2 stereo returns. So it's a nice little thing that just stays. But even in the other modules, even that, I know I could patch them all so that they're all sensibly routed. No, pull them out, pull it all out.
No, it's good, and it really forces your brain to. Then you really gotta learn it because, like, you gotta do it again, and then.
Where does this go? Yeah.
It's really pretty. Though. It's making.
Yeah,
modules.
Robert's doing nice. Robert's just playing
Oh, I'm not
Vangelis
doing
at us.
anything.
Or he's laughing at us. And
Or is it Kent? Oh, it's Kent. Kent's playing.
Yeah, Grace is saying you could unpatch live on Ramsey.
Oh man.
I could. What a great idea, right? A ceremonial unpatching of all the cables.
It
And
is
then I'll spend
nice.
another hour sorting them out according to length, sticking them back in the cable holder, only for me to pull them out 20 minutes later and get them all over the floor again.
Come on, do a proper factory reset patch, so setting all the knobs to sensitive positions as well.
No.
No.
I can't do that. That's.
No, Robert, you're taking it too far now, man.
Well,
Yeah.
I need to do that. I need to do that to myself. Actually, I'm resetting knobs to some, or
That's called
Oh,
masturbation, Robert, and I'm going to get a beer. Bye.
We mustn't talk about it.
but I've gotten into the habit that when I'm unplugging, I'm also purposely adjusting knobs so that I don't have.
Yes, there's definitely a.
Because otherwise,
reason.
I see a lot of things seem to stay approximately the same. Because like, this tune knob works perfectly in the position where it is.
Oh yeah, yeah. It would probably make some sense to go around to the pitch and definitely the level, the mixers, but I don't know. I kind of like my little system right now.
That's very strange. Oh, that's why.
We're out down to 3 days for the Arturia V collection. We got there. I can't believe no one has the clock up somewhere. I should have put it up. Watched it tick down. They keep sending me emails. 3 hours, 2 minutes, 47 seconds.
Once you get it initially, it's worth upgrading to just keep it going.
I might get it. I'm just messing with them.
I did the same thing with Native Instruments. I bought a old version, cheap at Perfect Circuit, and that gets you into the upgrade path to make it a hell of a lot cheaper.
Yeah, I know. I do have a few of them, like the solo ones. So, but I got a few other ones. I really want to get that UVI Falcon there. So I'm afraid that I'm just gonna overextend my brain again and not, learn any of it. So.
Falcon's great if you have some kind of MPE for it because it responds well to it, but otherwise you could probably get by with some other DAW.
I also got that little Hawking thing I got to play with. I got it all out in the
Oh, did
table.
you get it?
Yeah, I got it. I got it.
Mm.
You know,
Ah,
you know,
cool.
what they, you know what they put on it? I have it all set up. I almost turned it on. Oh, I can't see because of the cat. But they put a little up down thing on it. A little slider like kind of thing that you can move it up down now while your right hand is using that. And that wasn't on the original one. So
Oh yeah, I don't remember that from when I
Okay.
played the NAMM 2021. So
yeah, I saw somebody selling one, but I wanted to get them from them directly, but they didn't even have it on the pictures, and I was going, oh man, I hope that's like a new factory thing.
Sorry if
The-
I
the-
sound ignorant. What is it?
I don't know yet. It's cool though. No, it's a it's an it's an MPE controller with a synth in it, which is
it
what-
uses the Egan Matrix, the same one's coming with the Osmos.
it's the continue, that red continuum, whatever it is.
What's really cool at the NAMM display,
Poor
they
man's
have these
version.
wooden speakers that they make. Have you seen those?
Those resonator things,
Oh, they were so cool.
they're super cool, aren't they?
Yeah, in person, they're amazing. Just
I honestly, I was like, man, that's really cool. That's
but
really
it's boutique.
yeah, exactly.
Scratch.
But
So
very cool, very cool. I
Oh, is that too low?
gives a neat timbre to everything. I would imagine. I would like to be able to kind of switch, like hit a button and then have that timbre, that woody resonant, and then hit something and go back.
that whole section of NAMM that year was crazy. They had the Hydrasynth, the Udo Super 6, the C15, the Hawken displays. Deptford had a little display. It was like the coolest part of NAMM, right in that little section.
I bet. Yeah, that's all the stuff that really, I'm hoping I like this Hawken. I bet I will. It's kind of right up my alley. So I just hope I'm sure the synth engine is fun. That sounds
That goes
good.
on for fucking ever. Yeah. You see, I'm trying to do four things at once with just one hand. It's not easy.
Is Robert playing as well? Or is it just you doing
He's
that, Ken?
twinkling. He's got twinkling.
I'm
haven't you, Robbie?
twinkling very
Hey,
badly.
Robbie. How's it going?
The twinkly bits. So it's Vangelis Fest. But it all
Yeah.
does sound like Vangelis. Hi, Rob.
That's my Vangelis template.
Evening, Rob.
So. Hello, darling.
Hello. Anyway,
Anyway,
Now for something completely different.
You enjoy Stranger Things?
I am enjoying it very, very much.
You haven't watched the whole thing yet?
No, I'm trying to spread it out a little bit. And
Until part 2 comes along on the 27th or whatever.
yeah, just try and pace it. But the other thing is that my son, who likes to watch it, he likes to watch it with us. I mean, the fact that they've all got bloody access to Netflix in their rooms. So it's just like, we've got to wait for him to come home, because he's of that age where he's going out with his mates, and I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake. So
Yeah, but family activities are nice. That's nice. I think
yeah,
it's things
but
that
I have
people
to
should do
fucking
more.
wait for him to pull his finger out and get his arse home or whatever. So anyway, no. So we're just it's just pacing it out, and the problem is trying to keep away from all the spoilers.
Forgive me for asking such a vain question, but does he actually pitch his tent on a high street in Bury St Edmunds and spend the night there waiting to buy records?
No, that's just his crazy father.
All right, just checking. So he's not actually as big a dirty stop out as his dad. That's all right, just checking.
No, well, you can see where he gets it from. Yeah,
I am your crazy father.
that's it.
You come to me on the day of my daughter's wedding.
Which is a funny thing because my sister is actually getting married at the weekend,
Hey.
and I'm kind of like the patriarch of the family now. So I'm going to sit there in the court. It's a big Italian Greek wedding. So her husband is Greek, and obviously she's Italian. And this is the crazy thing: is like there's 300 odd people going to be there, and only about 15 or 20 Italians. It's going to be horrible.
Oh no.
Yeah, nah. They're a lovely family, and he's a lovely bloke. He's passed the test. He passed my father's test because my father knew him before, and now he's passed my test. He's allowed. He's allowed in the family. But I've been learning about all these rituals at Greek weddings. I've never been to a Greek wedding before. And it's not just your typical, smashing of the plates and Zorba the Greek, and all that kind of stuff. There's things like pinning money on the bride's dress. I'm thinking, fucking hell. I'm giving them enough as it is. This whole bloody weekend, because we're going up for like a whole kind of extended weekend in Birmingham, and Sutton Coldfield, and Solihull. Yeah, we've got to this bloody I've had two, because booking a hotel, I've not only got a book for me and the missus, because before we used to have like a family room, so just, me and the missus in the double bed, and you'd have two little, roll out beds for the kids, and that'd be fine. But daughter's 18, son's 16 and a half. It's like, you can't do that anymore. So 2 adult rooms in Birmingham on the Jubilee weekend.
Oh, yes.
or as I saw it called today, the Platty Jubes.
Platty Jubes.
I thought that was quite funny. Oh, it was the Platty Jubes.
Birmingham.
So and so we've got the whole day starts at like 10:30 in the morning, where we have to go to the parents of the groom's house, and there's some kind of shenanigans there. Then we go to the Greek Orthodox Church, which, strangely enough, is under the Spaghetti Junction. So I'm quite interested, because I do like the industrial heritage and sort of things. So we're going there, and then then they're having the reception in the National Motorcycle Museum, which is brilliant. They've got a big conference centre there, so it's going to be quite interesting. Yeah.
Where's David gone? Bye, David.
Spontaneous human combustion.
He didn't like my projections.
Sorry, David. Bye, David. We'll see you
Bye,
soon,
Cleo.
Oh dear.
Oh yeah, your mate Cleo's been on tonight.
Bless her.
Oh, and there's your other mate.
And there's my other mate. Hello, Noah.
Oh, hello. No, different
No,
dog.
that's a
I thought you were actually doing some work up here.
Oh, did you? You stupid woman. What made you think I was doing some work up here?
Because that's what you're supposed to be doing.
Wait a minute, you got your jacket on. You run out of wine.
No. No. You've got all this equipment, all this expensive equipment.
I've been playing it. Admittedly, the same bloody stuff I always play, but there you go.
She's not waiting.
You're
She's not
supposed
looking at
Hi,
the screen. Tell her to look at the
Fiona.
screen. Tell her to look at the screen.
Everybody says hi, Fiona.
Hello,
Hi, Fiona.
everybody. Get a life, you lot.
That'd be boring.
This is our life.
This is it.
Yeah,
This is us
this is
living
our
it. Living it to the full.
Yeah, down the pub
You got
with
your
mates.
jacket on. Where you going?
Oh, it's
Offie.
cold. I'm not going
She's
anywhere.
going to the offie.
I came up to ask if you wanted a coffee or a banoffee pie.
Come here.
Do you want banoffee pie?
No, I've had.
No, I had that for
Do you
breakfast.
want some more banoffee
No,
pie?
come here.
No,
Come.
I'm not.
Come here. No, come
I'm
here.
hiding from the camera.
Don't hide from the camera.
I'm hiding.
It's all right.
Pass
Nobody's
me a
looking.
mug.
No, come here. Come here. Not you, Siri. Come here.
Yes, dear.
You're the big cuddle, you.
Yeah, a big cuddle.
Yeah. I'm sorry I called you a dog. Because you're not.
Now give me a coffee mug.
Thanks, Pepper.
I'll get around him for the boys.
Yeah. Thanks, baby. Oh. Oh, God. Oh. We have a super special relationship, us two.
Yes.
She's super and you're special.
Very special. Yeah. 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 Oh yeah. Yeah. So it's oh, we've got the kitchen coming up soon. Oh my god, it's gonna be mad.
Streaming for 303. Just thought, oh no, it's gone right to 304. Oh, that's just spoiled it.
No.
Sorry to detract from your kitchen.
You have to wait for 808 now.
Yeah, well.
Oh, jeez. No.
106? No, that's too late for 106.
106, that's today.
Indeed it is, yes.
It is actually, you're dead right. It's
Yes.
106 day. Oh, how did we miss that? That was really good.
Because we're all massive 106 fans here.
Jumps around too much, so we should just stay down there. That's a shame. Never mind.
Hey, Rob, are you going to get an advance release of one of those Woody boxes?
I've already put my my name down.
Sorry, what?
What's a Woody box?
New toy.
Widdy box.
New Widdy.
Oh, Widdy, sorry.
Yeah.
They're doing a through box where you can. Is it? I forget how many collections? Is it 1 to 6 or 1 to 5?
Or 1 to 6. Yeah.
That's it. Yeah, 1 to 5 with an option to add Widdy if you want to at a later date, or just buy it with the Widdy in.
Right.
And I can't remember what the prices were, but if you put your name down now, you get like it's not 50%.
It's about 60 quid or something. Isn't it?
Yeah, you get a discount. So yeah, of course I've put my name down for one of those. Why not, eh?
And what's it do?
It's
It's a splitter.
It's a 3-box.
Oh, okay.
1 in 5 out or 1 in 6. 1 in 5 physical, 1 in and 1 Widdy.
And are they all wireless?
No. So it's essentially
It's an interface from DIN, basically DIN. Think of a DIN MIDI,
Yeah. Like me patch bayonets.
splitter, but with WIDI as well.
It's
So
like a
you
MIDI
can have
solution
both-
through with Widdy inside of it.
Like said thingy.
sort of, yeah, but
Yeah.
Smaller.
So,
Just made to look like a Mac Mini
right.
out of,
Yeah.
out of Alley.
Well, I've
watch
got
out. Coffee
I've got
incoming.
No, here you go.
There
There
you
you go.
go.
Thanks, sweetheart.
So the advantage of it is that it's got Widdy built in.
Or not.
Or not.
Yeah.
So then it's
So-
just a through box.
So it's one
Yeah,
one
but-
of them. One of them is just a through box with an option to upgrade at a later date if you want to.
With a WIDI core.
With a Widdy core, you just pop the Widdy core in and bomb, or you just buy it with the fucking thing built in the first place.
But
So you can have-
it means that if you already have, say, controller synth with WIDI plugged in,
Yeah.
you can then wirelessly connect to 5 physical devices.
Yes. But you have to have 5 wireless Widdy.
No, no,
No,
no.
no,
it's
no.
physical.
You
Stuck
can
in the
have
back
them
of your synth.
physically wired using DIN MIDI to the box, and then have your controller
So you
send
don't-
wirelessly to the box.
So if you want to control 5 different synthesizers that you'd normally plug into a MIDI hub somewhere, replace it with this, and you can have your controller wirelessly connected to the box, and then it will then control all the other stuff.
I think I've got it the other way around.
You could do. You could probably do.
I like so that I've got Widdy on this. I've got wireless in and out on here. I've got wireless in and out on all the things that's got MIDI. They've all got wireless in and out, and it comes into one place. And there's not wires. You just got little things, little nubby things stuck on the back of it, and this thing brings them all in and all out.
One of their previous concepts, which I don't know why they haven't gone with this first or not, but was exactly that. I think they were doing one physical in.
A whole wireless MIDI hub would be would
To
actually be
3.
Really quite
I think
special.
it was one physical in to 3 Widdy. I think that was the concept, but there's obviously some kind of technological reason why. But yeah, I mean, you know.
They've all got to be on a different sort
I
of
think-
radio frequency or something, haven't they?
No, because Bluetooth operates across a frequency range,
Right.
and when you've got multiple Bluetooth devices operating in the same, range, so they can all pick each other up, they'll channel hop between. So the bandwidth, or the the radio frequency is divided up into 40 little kind of chunks, and they will channels, and they will hop between channels based on what's the strongest one. And if I'm starting to lose a bit of signal, let me go to the next one, which will be stronger. So that's how it can maintain a solid, stable connection.
Or plug it into a PC and it doesn't work at all.
Or plug into a PC and it doesn't work at all. But that's not Widdy's fault.
Clearly not.
So yeah, this. I can't post links in there, can I?
If you put it in the,
Stick it in the chat,
private
so
chat, I'll
Put it in the
post
private
it.
chat. Okay.
I think David's saying. Oh no, that was you, Andy. 10:33.
What was me?
You said, "Can you let me back in?" Question.
Oh
mark,
yeah, no.
question mark.
David said he had to drop to get booster. Hope to be back soon.
Oh.
I'm assuming that means the big C booster.
There you go. It's in there, Chaz.
Higher pantless Brooksy. He. Right. That's
Wait,
it.
what have I missed? So Widdy through 5 with optional Bluetooth MIDI is $39.
Right,
And Widdy
there's
through
me
6
bloody pants.
Well, they proves you're pantsless now.
There you go. And Widdy through 6 BT with integrated Bluetooth is $69. In essence, it says, and I'm quoting, MIDI through 5 WC, which is the wired version, delivers 1 in, 5 out over regular 5-pin MIDI DIN. And an optional expansion port for a Widdy core, which you can buy separately. At the same time, Widdy through 6 BT goes one step further with its built-in Widdy capability. Now you can access 2 in, 6 out, with a unique combination of wired and wireless, seamlessly breaking the barriers between your smart devices and your MIDI hardware. Reserve yours, 30% off pre-sale program. Sign up now. No money required up front. Limited number of units available. Expected shipping, I think they said September. Or around that time.
Just in time for your live and thingammy-jiggamy.
Sample track. Yeah, Jesus.
Yeah. We'll all
At least
be
that's
appearing
paid
at the
for.
same time, didn't it? Yeah, it's exactly. That's what I thought. Well, I've paid for that now. They've taken my money, so
It'll be
that'll arrive.
free when it comes, won't it?
It'll arrive and you go, bloody hell, what's this?
Yeah. I do like that.
Well,
I do
it's
like
cheesy
forgetting
gums
about
like
things.
launch video, right? So.
I do like forgetting about things I've ordered, and then when it arrives, you're like, what's this?
Yeah.
I don't remember this.
Well, if you do Kickstarter, it happens all the time. So
Yeah, exactly.
I wonder how many hookers the Roland's, the Rolly CEOs had since they paid for my Rise 2.
Oh, ye of little faith.
Yeah, well.
But they've just had flowers and miscellaneous in excess quantities.
We were, well, I know they're saying like, oh, it'll be November. Yeah, but when you say November, you mean March, don't you? Really?
No, they mean November 2023, right?
Oh God, yeah. That'd be a long wait, isn't it? So that'll piss old Richard Hilton off. He's hoping to finish his tour and come back to a nice Rolly Rise 2 waiting for him.
Oh, hang on, what's this? Sorry. Yeah. Bloody Patreon taking money.
I mean, no matter what, they never have the right date they announce, right? So
Yeah.
I mean, Roland isn't accurate with their times.
Yeah.
Had a really nice conversation with one of the guys at Groove Synthesis the other day about their third wave. Oh, sir. Suit
you, sir.
Third wave.
Does it take you from behind, sir? Does it?
Sir.
Oh, sir. Oh, sir. Oh.
Yeah, the specs on that thing, fucking hell.
Oh, so it's pretty sweet then.
Let's just say that the stated price, which I think they've stated themselves in Gear Sluts now, of just a fraction over 3.5, is very good value for money.
Okay.
In my humble opinion, it's going to take me a while Because this is now thinking, Jesus, I really want this now, and I wanted the bloody OBX8. And all today,
They complement each other.
Well, yes, but
And you also want the Prophet 10.
I also want the Prophet 10, exactly. And
Yeah.
I did want an S2400, but I'm kind of cooled off that idea now. And I'm kind of thankful in a way that he's stopped producing them for a year. It'll just give me a chance to kind of evaluate that one. But
Get your breath back.
the third wave, everything, I saw a demo. He sent me a
It
demo that's not
looks
public at the moment.
Beautiful. Sounds beautiful.
Sounds amazing. This was a presets demo, so it's not just like, because that J3PO is Julian.
Yeah.
His demo was really, really good.
Did sound nice. I must
It
admit.
did. It was just like, it was so PPG, but then there was all this other stuff going on as well. So, but no, yeah, it's he was, because I was speaking to him while he was having vinyl banners printed up to take to NAMM, ready for tomorrow, because it's press day tomorrow. So hopefully the specs will be released tomorrow, and you can all go ooh, because yeah, especially the filters. Oh, the filters, sir. Oh, suits you.
Do they open for you, sir? Do they? Yes, I bet. Oh, I bet they do, sir. Oh, sir. Oh.
Yes.
Yes.
This
Very
is the
good.
comedy review show, isn't it? Really.
It is, yes.
Right. So,
Yeah, wait until Sunday.
So welcome.
Be doing it dressed as a badger or something.
Yeah.
That'd be. Yeah. Robbie's got his QC sherry out again. Look.
Oh, do you know? I
All of it. That's it. Last drop.
just get,
Squeeze the bottle. Squeeze the
Yeah.
bottle.
am I the only one that just waits for that last drop and till there's
Do you
no
slurp the end,
more?
Robbie? Just out of
Yeah.
interest.
I
Only so it doesn't dribble down the bottle and stain the table. So
I always stand there and wait for the last drop because I
There you
don't
go.
want to wipe it off the floor.
That's it. You
So,
bottle
I have-
slurper, you.
you mentioned sherry. When I used to work at the co-op
Glad
back
it's
in the
not just me.
80s, do you remember you used to be able to take an empty bottle into your local co-op or your local whatever,
Yeah.
and fill it up with sherry
Yeah.
from what was a faux wooden cask, which is basically a cardboard box with a rubber bladder inside,
Yeah.
filled with either dry, medium, or sweet. Whatever type, I can't remember what sherry it was. It was a cheap old thing.
It
But
was
the old
cream.
dears, the old dears used to come in with their empty bottles and they'd say, "Have some sherry, please," and you'd have to carry that. And then once it got to the empty stage and you had to take it out, it's basically like a giant wine box, but you had to separate the bladder from the cardboard box so you could
Oh,
dispose of it
just watch you
correctly.
Pick up your phones.
And you get smothered. You have to empty the thing out, and you get all this sherry, and you stink. Oh, after a while, it's just like, oh, the smell of kind of stale sherry on you.
Oh, covered in mother's ruin.
I know, it's like, oh. So I've never really liked sherry since, which is odd.
I
for me 'cause it's
I
alcohol,
used to
but-
love sherry.
Yeah.
Loved it. I really did. I really miss alcohol, actually.
Well, I'll have
really
one for
miss
you
it.
then. There you go.
Can I just share a moment of glory? I'm sorry
Oh.
about putting
Go
in
for
in
it.
your
No,
Go for
no,
it, go for
sherry
it, go for it.
recollections and and Andy and Grace, we've sold one album for £7 and we now have 3 followers. There we are.
There you go.
Fucking excellent.
Very
Yay.
good.
It's a start.
It's a mad world we live in. And my phone has only got 10% charge. I'm going to stick my phone on charge. Bye.
So Grammys, watch out, right?
Where's that link again?
I'm just posting it.
Good man.
I got a wonderful email yesterday from David Vorhaus, and he's telling me about the new White Noise album.
Oh, yeah.
It's finally finished because obviously COVID and shit. So he was saying, "Oh yes, Paul told Paul being Paul from Sound, Paul told me to put it on Bandcamp. Wonderful thing that is. It was like, he's found the wonders of Bandcamp at last."
That's great, isn't it? That you can do that and
Yeah.
people are actually willing, even though it's perfectly free to download, people are willing to chuck you some money.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, whoever it was. I'll find out later. But Yeah, wicked. And thanks, Sassy, for sticking the link back up. That's
No
cool.
worries.
Wagoo's just mentioned the Modal 002.
Yeah.
And it's just reminded me, and I just want to check before I say. So, do you remember this event in Cambridge called Synthesized that I occasionally frequent? Well, this year it's back in its physical form, and yes, I am correct. Paula is bringing her Modal 002 and a selection of her wavetable-based modules for modular synthesizers along. So that's going to be really fun.
Okay.
So
Would also like to know how her other current stuff is going.
well, this is come
I
and
haven't,
see.
I haven't
Before
spoken
Boys thing.
to Paula in ages.
She went off the radar in
Yes,
quite
yes. Yeah.
a complete way for a while. But
Yeah.
when Tony said, "Oh, I've got Paula coming," I was like, "Really? Wow, cool."
I mean, her sequencer looks really lovely.
So hopefully she'll be bringing some other stuff. But if it's her Modal 002, that could well be the modulus version, couldn't it? It could most very likely going to be an early one. But that'll be fun.
I hope it isn't the project that we were working on.
I don't know.
So Wagoo's got a Modal 1 and a Modal 2.
Hey,
Wow.
yeah.
Do you know, he lives in a one-bedroom flat somewhere in Switzerland, and he's got all the synthesizers known
I
to
know.
man stuffed in there. Sorry, Sassy, I have no idea. You might live in a 75-bedroom bloody chateau in
No,
Lucerne. for all
I don't. I think Wagyu does.
I thought Wagyu was just in a standard 3-bedroom.
Did I
It
say
is-
Sassy?
it is
then?
one of the-
Did
one
I
You
of
say
did,
Sassy?
yes.
Big,
yes.
massive
I'm
nuclear
sorry,
bunkers.
Sassy. I meant Wagyu. Yeah. No. Yeah, I think he does own every single synthesizer known to humankind.
Well, particularly if it's rack mount.
Well, between him and Synth Addict, they do own every synth ever created, I think. So.
Apparently, it's not.
And
an early
Kent.
one.
Yeah, we're just
And
stupid.
count. No, he doesn't
Well,
own them.
no,
They're just
yeah.
there.
Well, we're done now.
Owned, borrowed, stored. You have in your residential abode every synthesizer known to humankind.
Steve Elmo says Wagyu's in charge
Probably.
of the synth equivalent of a seed bank.
Ew. Why does that sound dirty?
Yeah, it does somehow, doesn't it?
No,
Maybe
Oh,
we could use
yes,
the words-
and Ty. Yeah, don't
Maybe we
forget
could
Ty.
use the words vault rather than bank. Very true, many.
Yeah.
So
But they don't have a VP1. Says yeah.
They don't.
It's not yours. It's I thought it still belongs to Reinhold.
So,
Possession is 9/10 of the law.
indeed, especially in America.
Well, that's good to know.
And we hope to be telling you that story very soon.
Mm.
Getting that sorted.
What do you own a DX1 now? How's that one going, Robbie?
Oh, actually, there was some good news the other day.
It
Howard
didn't
has-
catch fire.
It's
No,
not
no,
been
no.
nicked yet.
No, Howard has fixed the issue of power actually getting through to the power supply. That's all done. So now he can
Well, he's fitted a plug.
now he can trace where the miscreant 1.8 volts is. So hopefully he'll find. So he's got the main power going through, and he's got plus 15, minus 15, plus 5, minus 5. But it's just that 1.8 that's. So he's thinking it might be a broken trace, so he's just going to go through it just bit by bit and find it. But it's progressing in a positive fashion. So fingers crossed. I'm hoping that I don't know what he's doing this weekend because we all finished work today. So I'm hoping he might have some time to do that whilst I'm away. But if not, we'll just wait. Oh, bloody hell. Yeah, so if you want to come and see Paula and a Series 3 Fairlight and a Greengate DS4, and a bunch of heavily modified
Forgotten
stuff
about
from
those
Chris
things.
Strellis.
What
those
is a
Green
Greengate DS4?
What's a green green?
It
It was Britain's answer to the Fairlight.
It was.
The
and it-
premier predictive sampler.
It was a 1U rack mount that then plugged into the back of an Apple II. So the Apple II just did all the software side of it, and the the rack mount module did all the hardware side of it, and it was a very British thing. There was a DS3 that you came with a controller keyboard. You had a controller keyboard as well.
Yeah.
But the DS4 was the last one. There weren't many made, I don't believe, but a few years ago, Colin Holgate, he's the gate part of Greengate, came over from America with a DS4 that he'd had in his loft and donated it to the museum along with a whole bunch of other
I'm
bits
just
and bobs.
reading that now.
Yeah.
Which museum has it gone to? Sorry.
The Centre for Computing History in Cambridge, which is where Synthesize is being held. Which is every.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, so you got the Greengate. I have the Greengate and the Fairlight, and I'm going to take an Emax 2, and I'm going to take my VSS 200. So I'm just going to take a little sampling thing, from like the sublime Emax to the ridiculous Fairlight and the ridiculous VSS 200, and go from one extreme to other. Sorry. Yeah, if I can fit that one in the boot. Should be a good weekend.
Oh, you silly sod. That's why.
What's that?
Oh, I was just trying to sign in to Bandcamp.
And this week has been a week of interesting emails and phone calls.
Oh, yeah.
I had a lovely conversation with JJ this afternoon.
Yeah.
And he and I have, well, actually, no, hang on.
Reconciled about the DX7.
Wait a minute. Move. Back up.
No, that's not possible.
How much of this can you say?
This is what I'm just trying to remember.
Yeah.
Okay. Had a lovely conversation with JJ today.
Okay. I had no phone conversations today. Nothing happened.
No. He's actually coming to... They're doing one of these Let's Rock festival things.
Yeah.
And he's doing it in Ipswich. So we're going to meet up and everything. And that's where the conversation ended abruptly. We didn't talk about anything else at all, ever.
Can I just interject here? I'm going to turn into Ty any minute. I really am.
What, are you going to shave your head? Are you going to turn the lights pink?
What the fuck is it then?
Are you going to get your knob out? Well, I'm just thinking,
Well, the pants are on, so, it's...
Don't say you.
No, they're well off, Andy.
Don't say you glued your hands to your head, please. Don't.
No, I'm just, I just don't. I don't need you playing Led Zeppelin at me. Please, just don't. Just stop it. Just.
What do we need to
That
go
was
back to?
completely the opposite of the way Ty does it. You've got to shout.
I'm far too much of a gentleman.
Do you know what? I've just been going through my Bandcamp.
Bitte, I've been some lamb.
I've just been going through my Bandcamp collection. I'm going.
Sorry, Robert.
I'm going. Who the fucking hell is Howard James? And I'm looking. Oh no, that is the album. Yeah, twat. God. Who's Howard James? Don't remember buying that. Twat. Fucking twat. Right, I'm going to be playing that in the workshop tomorrow. The Howard James Collection, Volume 1.
Why not? Anybody else think that Sam Battle looks like Howard Jones for this century?
Yes.
A little bit, yeah.
Thank you. I'm glad it's not just me. Just checking.
I just wish that he would calm down.
Take the Duracell battery from up his jacksie and just be a bit calmer. Yeah.
Yeah, yes. Calm down and act a little more mature.
Get a bit
No,
of
it was
Ritalin
boring.
in the
No.
system.
I mean, would a mature guy make a Furby organ? Come on, you want to have fun, right?
He's not going to calm down.
Yeah.
Making a machine that generates 1,000 oscillators all at one go, a Furby organ, a PlayStation or whatever it's got, no Game Boy. It's just mental. How does he think of this stuff? He's just he's on a different planet.
Why?
Isn't
I would say he's in a different plane.
Yeah.
he? Totally different planet to the rest of us. And he's a brilliant musician. If you've ever seen him perform and play with the stuff, it's just stunning. It's not fair, is it, really?
Yeah, well.
I just wish I had the space to put a telephone
he's-
exchange and a church organ.
Well, I say he just bought that organ, isn't he? So.
He's obviously doing all right from YouTube and stuff. But
Obviously, I think doesn't he live around lives this neck of the woods? So he's Norwich way, I think. Must be the,
He's in he's down. No,
it's
it's
Ramsgate.
south
It's
of
the
London.
museum.
And the museum's in Ramsgate.
Yeah, but he lives, or he lived until I don't know. I just remember somebody saying that he lived in Norwich or around Norwich. Maybe I heard that wrong. Got confused.
Maybe he did.
Maybe
suppose
that's-
it's-
That's-
Isn't that Colin Firth? Doesn't Colin Firth live somewhere that way?
Is he the guy that does those sort of architectural things?
He was the guy who did the jet-powered go-kart and
Right, yeah.
dug a bomb shelter in his back garden without planning permission. He had to apply for it retrospectively.
I know the guy that did the what's it called? The gyrocopter. He's local. Yeah, the one that was in Bond. What's his name?
Oh, the auto gyro.
That's it.
Little Nelly
little
or something.
Something. He was
Little
local.
Nelly.
He was local. Arthur Fowler lives around here. Or Bill Tretcher, is he? I don't know. Is he the late Bill Tretcher yet?
I think didn't he die a long time ago?
Probably. He used to come in.
That's why he wasn't
isn't
in the EastEnders anymore.
No, I think he retired from East. He died as a character in EastEnders, but then
Oh, I thought he actually died, and so
no,
he
because
was
there
written
was
out.
that famous scene when he was found asleep in his not asleep, dead in his chair by
Pauline.
Pauline. No, he's still all right. He's still alive.
Oh, is
Bless
he
him.
really?
91 years old.
Good God.
Jeez.
Well, things can be arranged.
Yeah.
Well, I'm pretty much dead in my chair right now, so I'm going to say, lovely chatting with you, gorgeous people. I'll try and jump in tomorrow if I can still be awake at 10 o'clock. And yeah, I'll catch up with you at some point. Yeah, anyway, thanks, folks.
Well, darling.
Cheers.
Cheers,
See you all
Andy.
soon.
See you tomorrow.
Tra, you lovely people. Tra.
Speaking of people dying, nothing worse than that guy who died in his cubicle and nobody noticed for the entire weekend. That's how unimportant he was at the workplace.
It's like was it Office Space? I love that film. Joe, that was the one thing when I first went to America for work, and I walked into one of our offices, and I couldn't see anybody because it was just these dividers that were just about eye level.
Yeah.
And as you walk through
Yeah,
these gaps,
normal people don't have that problem. They just
It's
look
just
over.
Ouch.
and it was just like everyone was in their little cubicles, and you couldn't just glance over and say, "All right," or "Go and get a coffee," or it was just horrible.
And you're not
Actually, it's
supposed
not
to, you're
because without
supposed to
those,
work.
the noise is outrageous.
No,
People on the phones making all the noise, you need those walls.
no.
Because in
Come
the
over
current
here, we'll show
workplace,
you.
they took those away for collaboration and quotes. And it's fucking terrible, annoying, loud, awful. And COVID spreading too. So.
You should come work in a British office. with
Well, I had
British
some open
workers.
plan offices that were
With British
Silicon
COVID.
Valley.
Yeah,
And they were nice as long as the ceiling is high and there's space to move around in. But most places have low ceilings and noise.
The dividers in any British office will only ever be like
What?
this
Knee
high.
height.
And that's what we have now, and it sucks.
And when you sit down, you can just see the other person. So you've got your little divider, so you can pin your photo of your kid and your cat and what have you. But you could see the other person, actually talk to a face rather than have to get up, out your chair, move around, go stick your head around the side, or knock, fake knock as they do. I saw that so many times. People going, knock, knock. Like, there's no fucking door there. Jesus, just.
Well, if you're in a support job, it's worse. You need that isolation because the noise is fucking awful.
Get in a bloody office with a door, mate. Seriously.
We don't have those. Got to be a executive to get that.
Question. Why have I got 2 followers in my Bandcamp?
That's a very good question.
I don't have anything on there. There's nothing on there of me.
Creeps and weirdos do exist.
Stalkers.
Oh, okay. How bizarre. Okay.
It's one of them Robbie, and the other one me.
Fuck that. I listen to this shit. Jesus.
You have listened to me. You have listened to me shit.
Have I?
Yes. It's one of those things you do.
No. I get to hear it for free. I don't need to pay for it.
It's true enough.
Hey, play some of that Assault on Precinct 13 sad music with that instrument.
What?
You know, the Assault on Precinct 13 theme?
I'm too busy playing Vangelis.
Oh.
That's what it is. Oh.
What's my favourite album?
You've got 3 followers now, Kent.
Oh no. What's happened, man?
Just
Oh, dear.
release the link to Reddit and you'll have 1 million.
Oh man.
Does anybody else have Philips Hue bulbs, smart bulbs in their house?
No.
What's so smart about them?
Well, you can turn them on and off without actually flicking the switch. No, it's just I was sat watching the TV and my Alexa in the front room did the whole kind of like spinny lights, like saying it was trying to reconnect. Which was odd because I was streaming all this stuff and so the internet's fine.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden the hall lights came on and I'm like, oh the fuck. So I went to turn them off and it said this something's unresponsive or something like that. What? And it's just my Philips Hue bulbs. All the other bulbs that we've got around, they're not Philips ones, they're just random cheap shit.
Software update?
No, they're just not even being found. So I wondered if it was the Philips Hue server because it has to connect to that. But I've checked and apparently
Your light bulb has to connect to the internet.
So it connects to Alexa.
Seriously? Is this what we're talking about?
There is a connection is made between the Philips Hue server, which manages my account, and my Alexa, and it's instant and seamless.
Oh, good God.
Oh, the IoT, I just don't understand. What's wrong about having local servers and local clients connecting to them?
Yeah.
Do any of you have that? No.
No, I just have a type of receiving over here that goes into the different things, that goes into the LED tape drivers that have been thrown out of the window because they were too noisy for my test.
Yeah.
Our old fridge used to connect to the internet. I don't know why, it had nothing to say. It's not like you open the door and go, you're running low on milk.
I mean, I love technology, but I really think having light bulbs that require an internet connection just the epitome of what was that film where all the lardasses were the animated film
Wally
with the Wally
Wally on the ship it
just makes me think of that. It's just taking technology to limits that shouldn't have ever been breached.
Oh well,
You know, I can understand if you have, you know, a local server running on, say, a Raspberry Pi or something. You know, that I get, because, you know, it's you are fully in control.
It should be running on Banoppy Pi. Much nicer.
Like Kent.
Yeah.
No, if I run on a banana pie, or maybe an Odroid.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, you know, a local server, yes, I understand, but
Well, ultimately, the cloud
requiring an
stuff just
internet
saves
connection.
money. I mean, it saves money on all the hardware, all the cooling costs, maintenance costs. You know, they just offload it to some other place, some other server farm that's running all your VMs going in the cloud. So
Why does everything have to be cloud? What's wrong about hosting stuff here? Oh.
Because most people don't know how to fucking do that.
they don't know how to do it, or it's a cost. They want to save money.
Or alternatively,
Not
they could
everybody
just stand
is
up
you.
and use their finger and turn a switch.
I'm not very good at this shit. I'm really awful at it.
No, but you're much better than the general majority of people that want to have convenience in their homes.
If you're on vacation and you need to get to your home server, you're not home. How the hell are you going to do it?
I'll probably have some open ports.
Just SSH into it.
Not if it's physical switch. You have to reboot or got stuck somewhere.
That's new.
I mean, there's a reason I don't run a password manager on a server at home. I mean, yes. I'm not completely daft, only moderately.
No, and I mean, just, you know, hardware has its issues, right? So if you offload the burden to somebody else, and you can access from anywhere, anytime, it does make sense. I understand the annoyance of the personal stuff,
Yeah.
like
but
especially
it's
with
more,
cloud licenses for music software sucks. But
more of a question is how often do I need that sort of comfort that it's worthwhile.
But if you're IT, you got to have it these days. Otherwise, you're way behind the times.
I can't do it on the Rolly. On the 80, I can do it where I can get it to go, fucking hell, like that. There you go.
Yeah, Kosh Dakai has got it right. Any excuse to get out of his chair is a good excuse to do something physical. Yeah.
Oh, God, I'm doing something physical. Did you hear that, Noah? Hello, Noah? No, still asleep.
Well, my former instructor used to prepare his lectures while doing his Nordic track, so he was multitasking.
Wow.
You want to come see your mate? Come on, come see your mate. Oh, God's sake, dog, what you been eating?
Oh.
No, don't walk on the cable. No, you walked on the cable, didn't you? You had to do it. Look. There, look.
Hello, Noah.
Hello.
Hello, Noah. Freak him out.
You go, oh, look, it's talking to you.
I can't. My lips too dry.
You're more worried about Nelly, aren't you? What's she there looking at me? You alright, little fella? Hmm? Little cutie. Sorry, I didn't mean to wake you up, little fella.
Oh.
There you go. You're nice and warm now, aren't you? Yes. Nice and warm. Yes, you are. Oh, well, no, don't leap off, because you're quite high up. There you go. Oh, no, you got the cable on your feet. There you go. Ah, what? Oh, hello. Yeah, oh, God, right, okay. Hello, hello. Equal shares, yeah. Nelly, relax. No, shush. Good girl. Gave yourself. Jealous boots.
Can't take my cats to the cattery tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
There, now he's doing assault on Precinct 13. Nice.
That's not cheap either.
No. What's that for the long weekend?
Yeah. It's just easy to put them in the day before and then not have to worry about them on the day that we want to go. So, yeah.
Would they have been all right at home with one of those like timed food bowls and what have you?
Probably. Probably. I mean, they're
But you
old
just
enough
don't
now.
know, do you? Because
No.
they could.
She's
Well, they
she's
could get
so
themselves
small,
into some sort of
Yeah.
predicament, and you're not there to deal with it.
If you don't get him in, by a particular time, he'll fuck off for the whole night, which is
Yeah.
fine, But the missus worries. But
Yeah.
because she is so small, and so she gets spooked very easy. So she got caught outside when there was a massive thunderstorm. There was a huge clap of thunder literally right above the house, and it scared the living shit out of her. And we didn't see her for about 6 hours. She was just holed up somewhere. And because she's just so small, we just don't. Yeah, so rather put them somewhere safe. At least we know where they are, and they'll be looked after, and don't have to worry about people coming in and out of the house. Yeah, just do that. But yeah, it's not cheap.
No, but there again, what is?
Well, yes, quite.
Especially when it comes to animal husbandry of any level.
Yeah. I think this is actually the first time we've put them in the cattery, because we have not been away for any sort of significant length of time. So hopefully they won't get freaked out by it. The other two were fine when they used to go in.
Oh dear me.
There must be a way of being able to change the aftertouch curve on this. But if there is, I haven't found it yet.
What is it on the?
On the Hydra, yeah.
It must be something like that.
Yeah, but I've been looking. I'm not really seeing anything yet.
I saw something the other day where somebody posted in the unofficial ASM support thing, which Ken runs, and he said, "Oh, I wish it had this thing where you could favourite your favourite sounds and then go in and then pick them out again." And like everybody piled in, it has. You just have to dig in a little bit and find it. It's there, but it's not immediately obvious.
Yeah. Yeah, but there's a few things that are not immediately obvious, and then there's 98% of it is massively obvious and laid out, and it's like, oh, right, okay, bush. And it's just all there. It's brilliant. What are you doing? If you're going to lie down, just lie down. You can't make the carpet any more soft than it is. Yeah? You just lie down, curl up, sorted.
Do they do what my cats do? Is they find a spot and then they just go round and round and round and eventually just settle.
Charlie will, and Noah will. The girls, no, they just sort of go wherever. That'll do. Nelly can fall asleep where she's actually still standing. So what she does, she lays across the settee, and she lays her head on the window ledge, and falls asleep. But her legs are still standing on the settee. It's quite bizarre. She's such a weird dog, basically.
Bless him.
There was some wine commercials out here.
Yeah. Do you know what, Rob? You need a hydrosynth, mate. Get your ass down here and borrow this 49.
Okay, if you insist.
Yes, I insist.
Just got to figure out when to come and get it.
Well, it's whenever now, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just like my weekends are starting to get really kind of. I keep thinking, oh, I've got that and I've got this. I'm like, oh, Jesus.
Yeah. Because it'd be good practice for you to do that aftertouch on that for when that DX gets up and kicking. Although you will find it a lot heavier to do.
On the DX.
It's a bit, it's a bit more this business.
Yeah, it's like the aftertouch on the KX. You have to kind of lean into it, not too much, but you have to lean in a little bit. Which I don't mind so much because then it kind of reduces the possibilities of, false triggering or unwanted triggering, should I say?
Yeah.
But have you thought that when the DX is fixed, where's it going to go?
It'll stay where it is for the time being. There's nowhere else for it to go. Nowhere else I'm allowed to put it. I keep looking around here thinking, how could I possibly make this a bit more spacious? And then the only solution I can come up with is
Taller
if I-
Jaspers.
Step ladders.
Yeah,
And suspend them from the ceiling.
Create a mezzanine level, or
Yeah.
nail my desk to the ceiling, and then climb up a ladder and strap myself into a chair upside down.
Massive
because
piece
that's about the only
of
space.
a massive piece of MDF. Put all the keyboards on it, and then just have it on a pulley rope system. Tie it off.
Oh,
No, don't
Jasper
use
should make a
MDF.
stand that like when you go into an archive and they
Yeah.
have those things, and you just Jasper
Yeah.
should make a stand like that, so you can
And it
put,
just
like,
rotates
hundreds-
round. You just find the synth you want. Yeah.
That's it.
Just mount it vertically on your doorway, and then you can,
Yeah.
play it that way.
That's it. No, I need to rationalise, but I don't. I keep looking at my Fusion and thinking, do I really want that now? And then I have sentimental attachment to that, so.
Yeah,
I
I
just
get.
think if you've got a DX1 and it works, it would be criminal not to play with it.
Oh, it will get played with. It just won't get played with anything else.
The downside of the DX1 is you can't stand anything on it,
No.
regardless of its footprint.
Exactly.
It's just it's not ideal for that, is it?
No, it has to be the only keyboard on the stand, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Clearly need that needs really its own blade with the QX1 and the TX816.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, the TX816 has had to go on the back burner for now because of funds. So unless I win the lottery or rob a bank, but I'm not too worried about that because who I'm
robbing
buying
a
it
bank?
from is said it's mine and it's not going anywhere. So I'm not too worried. But
Ooh, how much do they want?
enough. Not as much as the one that's going on eBay at the moment, but
What's on eBay for more than $2,000?
no, 1950. But the
So
one the one-
expected. Okay.
the price I've negotiated is substantially less than that for a machine that is technically worth more because of its provenance and where it's been used. But
Is
we
that
agreed
the one
price.
that's in the States?
Yeah. So
But clearly the most provenance would be the Top Gun
well, yeah, that'd be nice.
TX816. It can do dong.
Well, they can all do that.
Famously do dong.
They can
Yeah,
all do that.
it's the most famous dong.
Yeah.
Yes. No, I will get it one day. I hope. Yeah, it's just getting it sorted. Unfortunately, yeah, so I had to divert finances in other directions. Which,
Well, how much weight can one tier of the Jaspers hold?
60 kilos?
Yeah, I think it's 60.
60.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How
With
much
the
is
those special
40?
locking things.
The DX1 is 65?
It's got to be at least.
That's right on the edge.
Yeah.
Yeah. But they have the little special locking arms, so it can't.
Yeah, you'd have to put it flat, and you'd have to have the extra bars at the back and the long,
Yeah.
whatever they called,
Yeah, the whatnot bar.
arms. Yeah.
Yeah.
But then you'd have to have it. There's certainly
It
on,
needs
on,
its own desk, basically.
yeah, exactly. Because if you put it on one of these, I mean, I find this even with the DX5, is that because it's deep,
Mm.
it's kind of you get shadow, and you think, I can't see what's going on there.
Yeah.
So.
Well, the DX1 is what, twice the depth of a JP8?
Twice the depth. Yeah, it's
Easy.
Wow.
Yeah, it is a big beast.
and there's a lot of information going on at the very back of it.
Yeah.
All the LEDs are there,
Yeah.
so you need to be able to see. I mean, obviously because they're LEDs, you can see them, but you can't see the legend that's next to it. On the silk screen.
Yeah, but the slightest reflection on that perspex and you can't say
Jesus,
anything.
Yeah. So no, it's not. It's not something. I mean, I think Ronald Peters. I think is the guy that's got one in the States, and he has that, and then he has his DX5 mounted
Yeah.
above it, but the DX5 is almost vertical
Yeah. You
So
see, you
that
can't
can-
do that with a DX1 because it fucks up the keyboard action.
Well, exactly, yeah. And
Because it's a pivoted keyboard.
having a DX5 at like that angle is just like I couldn't sleep at night because I just know it would have
Yeah.
to be locked and chained and nailed to the
Yeah.
thing.
I mean, sort of like guide ropes to the ceiling just in case. You know, on hooks.
Well, if it's in a stable equilibrium, then it's fine.
Yeah,
Well, till it falls off, yeah.
Because I'm lazy and I don't want to type a response. Kosh Dekai was just saying that he's looking at his Jaspers with a poly brute and hoping that it's fine, no extra bar supporting it. Yeah, you'll be fine.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah.
I've put mine on there and it's absolutely fine.
Well, I've got
fact-
my Oasis without it.
Yeah.
And that's a chunky monkey.
Well, mine's currently on this 2-tier stand, which is a really old double braced thing, and the bits on the end of the arms to stop the synth falling off have gotten kind of weak over the years, and so one of them's gaffer taped on, and it's holding the polybrute no problem at all. It is a hefty thing, but it's holding it fine. It's like your Jaspers.
I can't remember how heavy an Oasis is, but I know I had a testicle,
it's kind of
testicle in my sock the last time I put it up the stairs.
I say it's about 50 kilos, definitely, maybe.
Yeah,
Definitely, maybe.
definitely, maybe. Ooh.
Sorry, I'm the only one that got that joke, I think.
No, I got it. I must admit it took a little time, but I got it. Yeah. Because I go, wow, that's very clever. Yes, rather. I say what? Yeah.
Oh, dear. What's the time this day? Oh, Jesus, 5 to midnight.
Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah.
That's why I ain't got to be up for work in the morning, so all's good.
I've got to put new micro switches into the Oasis. Do you know how much of a pain in the arse that's going to be? I've got
Well,
to
if you're
draw.
saying it's going to be...
Oh, mate, I've got to drop about 30 boards out of that front panel. It's like, oh, God. And they're really weird. They're not the little flat, easy ones to get hold of. They're the ones with the long stalks, but they're a particular length stalk. Yeah. Can't get the tall ones or the short ones. You've got to get the ones in the middle. Does that sound right? That doesn't sound like it.
Sounded nice, wherever it was.
She's a. No, it's not that. Oh, it might be this. Oh,
Jeez.
that's a bit on the heavy side. Backwards world. Do you know? I really should use this bloody thing more.
I
Okay.
can do that on my RX-5. If ever there was a patch to determine what era that synth was released in.
Absolutely.
I think it gets it maybe about 5 years right.
Yeah, that's the thing is, but that hasn't seen an update since 20 years, isn't it? Me vapes run out of power.
One finger raving, yes.
Yes. Poor old girl. Interesting. That doesn't sound as wide as. How weird.
I think it's because of the delayed spread on the pan.
I don't know.
No, on the Hydra, it's the delay.
Yeah, it might be. It might be, but it's. Which one's that, Rob?
Have a guess.
It can't be. not the Polybrew, is it?
Nope.
FS1R.
Wow.
But I was just trying. There are some distinctly 90s patches in this thing. Just wish I could control it. Here you go. No, that's not right.
Come on, Rob, give us some wicked tune, innit?
Very 90s.
There's a good old sound on that.
Oh yeah. There you go. I think this is one. Let's try and find that patch that I used. Can't remember where it is now. This one, right? That's using the Formant synth.
Yeah, that's bloody annoying.
Is where I really should have the editor up on the screen. This is a nicer use of Formant. But of course, it also does. Now I won't be able to find it in time. Bear with. Probably got the wrong bank or something stupid.
So you're selecting the patch on the computer?
No, I'm selecting it on the module itself.
Oh, the module, right.
There's some clever speech stuff you can do with that thing with certain settings.
Deformant.
Yes.
Yeah, there's a guy's a really good website to show all these little crazy tricks on it.
Really nice sound.
It's almost delay llama, isn't it, that one?
Yeah.
Thing is, the unit's blue, and I've got this blue light on. And it's pointless patch.
Can't even remember my own bloody track. That's why I recorded it, so I didn't have to remember it.
Hey, Rob, does that guy still make the custom controller for that?
He does them to order, I think. Yeah. That's not the one. Is this the one? There we go. Hey.
Ah, the clitoris patch.
Love it.
Yeah.
Still love that. Oh, no. Oh, I fucking hate this thing. Used to get all those vowels.
Yeah.
Well, the FS1Rs aren't exactly cheap these days.
Sorry?
They're not cheap these days.
They're not.
No, they went up way up.
Do you know what? Do you want to know why they went up? It's a funny reason.
People finally caught on to them, I guess.
No. Man, is Manny still in the chat? He'll back me up on this because I think he was probably the one that told me. When they were developing the Montage and the Modi X, which has 8 operator FM, Yamaha basically hoovered up all the FS1Rs they could find online to use as patch development machines. And in doing so, made them incredibly rare, and therefore
The price went up.
Yeah, the price went up. So there you go. So Yamaha caused their own stuff to go up in, because it is. It's. I mean, I paid. I think. What? It was only 3 figures, but it wasn't. It wasn't close. It wasn't far from being 4.
It wasn't far from
like
being 4.
$850 for mine or something. So.
I think I paid 925 or something. Yeah, something like that. I think.
So what's the going rate now?
Oh, much more.
$2,000 at least.
At least. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, Sasquatch, I'll put a link in the private chat about this really cool site that shows all the ins and outs of FS1R.
Is that Javelin's site?
Javelin, yeah.
Yeah. That's
Really
that's
cool.
Tor Dollinger, who is also the owner of a VP1.
Ah.
Ooh.
He's the one that bought the one that was discovered in the bottom of a Japanese university a couple of years ago. That I threw my hat in the ring until I realised that they wanted, it was a 5-figure sum, and the first digit was very close to being a 2. So I thought, nah. But yeah, Tor does some. And I completely respect the guy. He's clearly got a huge amount of knowledge about this sort of stuff, but he seems obsessed about creating piano patches on these instruments.
Yeah.
So he's not long posted a video of him. He's recreated a piano patch on the VP1. Now, given that it's 1994 physical modelling technology, the fact that he's got a decent sounding piano out of it is quite good. But in 2022, you're not going to want to go to a VP1 for a piano sound. But that seems to be his kind of baseline, test of, how can you get a piano? And he's done some good stuff on the FS1R, sort of getting piano sounds out of them. But yeah, authentic acoustic pianos rather than sort of FMEs and all that stuff. But no, hats off to him. He's got a few nice bits of gear. But yeah, I haven't even scratched the surface of the FS1R because it's so bloody painful to scratch it.
Yep.
Even with an editor like Edison or what's the one? Patch? Is it Patch Base?
Oh, the coffee shop guy. Yeah.
Coffee shop. That's it.
Yeah.
Even that, and it's it's still Jesus, this is a headache. Which is why there's over 1,500 presets on there because pick a
Well, that's why GE-san made his Dream Synth with stacking that and a bunch of other Yamaha modules.
He did, yes, yes, yeah. Manny's just said Thor takes a very scientific approach to his programming, which if that's your bag, go for it. I mean, I must admit, there's a part of me that wishes I could really delve into that and get.
Well, that new Casio one makes it much easier now, right?
Yeah, yes. Indeed.
Has anyone bought that new Casio?
I'm tempted because it's hilarious. Yeah. Because for all the good stuff that you get out of it on some demos I heard, there's some real crap that shouldn't be that bad.
Yes.
Considering some of the speech is excellent, some of it is terrible.
What sort of price is it? I haven't looked it up.
Yeah,
I've seen a couple of demos of it.
$500-$600 or something like that. It wasn't much. I hadn't seen it anywhere. I mean, I had to go look for it. So
yeah. Oh, I might.
But Ben Jordan had a funny demo on it. So
yes. But it's one of those things that I think it'd be great to play with for a week, but I'm not sure I could justify spending the money to buy one.
Well, yeah, you would basically just do stuff, sample it, and then do something else with it. So
yeah.
Oh man, he's just pointed out that voice I was playing was one of his.
Oh no way!
Yeah,
that's cool.
Let Manny tell you about his FS1R. How much you paid for it and where it is now.
Ah.
I'll let him tell that.
The Casio's more than I'd want to pay for something I'd take an axe to. Yeah, okay.
It's just kitsch, right? It's weird,
yes.
and because you can change the sounds in very strange ways, it could be really fun for sound design.
Yeah, or for kids to play with.
Well, that's to start with. I mean, if someone really approached it in a clever way, it could be interesting.
There you go. Oh,
the $300 FS.
Oh wow!
Jesus Christ!
In its box, minty fresh.
Although, how did you know it didn't get a lemon? All that time may not work.
Mind you want to talk about minty fresh? How about this? An RMI synthesizer still in its box, never opened.
What?
What?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's in Sydney.
Does
Expect to
Sydney
see
mind?
that. Yeah, expect to see that up on eBay soon.
Yeah, so did Sydney have to bend over and lube up?
Yeah, can you imagine it? Sort of like, wow.
I mean, that's still a dream. Trying to find some RMI stuff. Well, the Troika cheap in the US. Piano, harmonic synthesizer, and Mark I keyboard computer.
Yeah.
Because, but isn't it also like mostly 4000 Logic that's actually making up the digital part of them?
Yeah.
Like the last I read about them, they're actually possible to maintain because they don't use anything special. They use very much off-the-shelf stuff.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, there's the odd. I think there's something like it's weird. It's a 40. Is it a 4098? No, it's not a 4098. It's a weird number. You'll have to shop around to be able to find one. But there again, I mean the Oberheim digital sequencer. Wow. That's got some weird shit in it. 4015 and stuff. Not 4015. What was it? 4022 or something ridiculous. Did some right hunting about to find replacements for it.
Was that DS2 or DSX?
No. This is the original.
The early one.
Yeah,
the
the really early one that was designed to work with the standalone SEM. So it was quite a pain in the bum, I tell you.
Can't be much worse than the EMS sequences.
No, I can get the parts for the EMS sequencer really easily, but that bloody thing, it was like, what the hell is this? Some really weird, and there was some 74 LS in there that was like, what the hell is this? You know, really
well, you're
stupid
basically
numbers.
just saying it's equally as stupid as an EMS, just with the parts that he had rather than the parts that they took.
Yeah, well, I mean, when you do a standard search, if you're looking for something like, let's have a look what we got in the AKS. Let's say 74 LS 150, for instance. Pretty rare on the ground, but you can find them. But you try looking for a 74 LS 1000. The hell is that? It's like, where the hell do you go to start looking for one of them? You know,
it's 850 better.
Yeah, it's a lot better. God, that takes me back.
What, that sound?
That sound, yeah. Yeah. I had the grittier 8-bit version, Mirage version of that.
Anyway, gents, I'm going to have to bow out. I've got to go to bed. I'm up early, so I'll
That's overrated.
catch you. Yes, I know. I'll catch you probably later today.
Yeah. Yep. Later on for part 2.
Cheers, guys. Good night.
Bye, bud. See you later, mate.
Oh.
I just installed an update to the Waldorf PPG plugin.
Oh, yeah.
That's an update.
Yes, it's a rare 131 update, which just basically gives Silicon, Apple Silicon support. A couple of bug fixes, but they still won't allow you to resize the screen, and it's so small.
No.
Well, I doubt that's ever going to happen in that version.
I know I emailed them ages ago and said, is there any chance you could just, give us an option to just double the size? I'd be happy with just one option, but no response.
Yeah, they solved that problem years ago on iOS with the large and small versions. I don't know why they don't do that with the Mac version.
No, I mean, I would assume it's because obviously Wolfram left probably 10 years ago, but by now, who originally was behind most of all the stuff, but then mainly also the plugins. So for Lecter to get 64-bit, that was, that took a while to say the least. I mean, it was years after he left that then I don't know, maybe even Rolf had to sort that mess out. Or some other contractors. But either way, I presume whatever they use for the UI makes it not too trivial to change over.
It's just so freaking small, and my eyes are bad enough. It's like, even with the glasses on, it's like, oh no, can't be fucking asked.
Just wear the second pair of glasses in front of them.
Yeah.
That's why I map a zoom key, so you can just scroll to zoom quickly for stuff and scroll back out.
Yeah. I mean, if I put it on my second screen, which is a smaller monitor, it's not too bad, but
also the PPG, you're not going to edit it, you're just going to use the presets.
no, I'd like to dig in a bit. But it's
Well,
just,
to be fair, that's what Tangerine Dream did most of the time, so. Presets.
It's a
What a
lovely
great
sound.
sample. Just CD taken into the Sony F1.
Somebody's sonar's picked up a bogey.
Sorry.
Did you hear the little beep?
I did, yeah.
Beep? I think it's Andy's. In Andy's background.
Yeah, she left the stupid beeper on her timer thing, so hold on.
Target acquired, sir.
I had this thing a few weeks ago. I could hear this beep, beep, beep.
That's a weird tinnitus to have.
And it goes beep, beep, beep. I was like, what the fuck is that?
That sounds like an oven.
Yeah, well, I was walking around the whole place. And it got louder when I went out to the back of the house. I thought, what's that? And I checked, it's like all the smoke alarms, they're all fine. And the carbon monoxide detector in the front room, that's all fine. So I opened the back door and it got a bit louder. I thought, oh. So your ears start picking it and getting, oh, it's over there towards the back of the garage. So I opened up the garage door and it's the bloody carbon monoxide detector. So we've got an oil-fired central heating system. So the oil tank is behind the garage, and that pipes into the garage itself, where the boiler unit is itself. And so they've got a carbon monoxide detector, which is a bit pointless because it's a very well ventilated garage. You know, there's gaps around the doors, and there's no problem with ventilation. But the landlord, was like, better safe than sorry sort of thing. So I thought, oh, it must be the battery. So I read the instruction manual. It said if the battery runs low, it beeps once. So why is it beeping 3 times? And apparently it was supposedly detecting carbon monoxide. And I thought, well, how can it? It's not like it. I mean, it's... Anyway. So I got an engineer out to look at the boiler, and the boiler's pretty fucking old. And he said, if your landlord makes me come out to look at this boiler again, I'm going to slap a condemned label on it, and he's going to have to put a new one in. It's just so old, and like everything needs repairing on, and they don't make it anymore. So, but I said, is it leaking carbon monoxide? And he said, no, it's not. It's fine. You're fine. So it's your detector. So,
no, you should have said yes. Yes,
right,
it
yeah.
is.
So I went out the other day to buy a new one, and they've changed the design of the detector now, so that one's not available anymore. You have to get this other one.
Yeah.
And of course the screw holes to fit it are like 2 centimeters less than the other one.
Than the old one, yeah.
So I took the one out the front room, put that in the garage because I know that one works, and I got this new one and I put it up in the front room. And then the other night my missus said, I can bloody hear that detector going off. I said, it can't. I've changed it. It's got brand new batteries. I've tested it. It's fine. And I go out. It's not mine. It's like next door's going off. Oh, for fuck's sake. Because I told you the other day, my mother-in-law rings up at like 5 o'clock in the morning or something stupid. And she's like, she's 87-ish, going 87, and she's a little confused as it is.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know what's going on, Rob. Beep, 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 beep. In the background, I'm like, it sounds like your smoke alarm's going off, Sheila. Have you got, is there anything burning? She's like, oh, no. I was lying in bed. It just woke me up. So put the clothes on, go around to the
Yeah.
mother-in-law's with my toolkit, and of course the alarms are going, because like one goes off, the whole house goes off.
Yeah.
So I turn them off at the mains, and then of course the batteries kick in, and then eventually the batteries start running out, and I cannot find what the hell's right. And then eventually I isolate it to one individual alarm, and take that off the ceiling and throw it on the table. I said, "That's your problem. Now you need to get an electrician in to fit a new one, because I'm not qualified to do that. I don't want to do that."
Yeah.
So we had a guy come out and
God's
fit.
sake.
He fitted. Well, I said to him that just fit all brand new ones, because these were fitted by the people that built the house. Now the house, she moved in that house in 2018. These smoke alarms run out in 2025. Their start date was 2015. They were 3 years old before they were even put in the bloody house, because they have a finite shelf life. So I said, Sheila, you're gonna need to change these in a few years' time anyway, so you might as well just get a brand new set fitted in. So that's what we've had done. It's 200 quid, I think it was, to have 3 new alarms all wired in and sorted. But she's got a new build property, and the amount of things that are going wrong with it is just unbelievable. And it's not always major things. It's just all the niggly little things.
Wasn't built by Bellway by any chance, was it?
No, Lovell or Lowell or Lovell Homes, I think it was. Oh Jesus! Like, the smoke alarm system, the carbon monoxide detectors. It's like they fitted them, and then when I took them off to check them, they'd not screwed everything back in, but they'd literally just whacked it out of the packet, just shoved it on the ceiling, painted around the edge of it to seal it in place. So when you take it off, you take half the paint off with it.
Yeah, yeah.
She had the same thing with her shower lights, and she's got those built-in cisterns. I think I was talking to you about it the other day. Those built-in cisterns in the wall, so with the little push buttons. Oh, it's very nice. It's very swish, and but when it goes wrong, you've got to take the whole fucking thing out of the wall.
Yeah, yeah.
And she's had problems with the cooker and the fridge and the plumbing in the kitchen, and this is all stuff that was done. It's a brand new flipping house. It's
Yeah, well, got kind of the same problem with it, because the toilet seat's broken, and I've been meaning to change it. I bought the new toilet seat 2 years ago. It's still sitting on the because it's one of these ones where the system's built into a cabinet.
yeah.
So to change the toilet seat, the screws that hold the toilet seat in are inside the cabinet.
Yeah.
You've got to take it all apart and then pull the toilet. Oh, no.
Why do people do that? Do they just hate everybody? Like to hide screws or abstract them in such a manner?
Yeah.
It's like this.
Just
I
can't
had to
get to
change
anything on it.
This little halogen. Well, they're not halogen nowadays, but the little LED bulbs with the 2 pins. Is it G10s?
Yeah. I know the ones. Yeah.
So one of those went in her ensuite the other day. So I had to get this out, and it's like, how do you get this thing out of the ceiling?
Yeah.
Because like all the fittings I've got in, like I've got those bulbs in my kitchen, and you've got this little white plate that if you just twist it, it falls away
Comes
from
up.
the mount. Yeah, and then you just pull the thing, and it's got these little sprung arms on the end that sort of hold it in place. So you just pull that out, change the bulb, pop it back in, the arms go back in, hold it in the ceiling, and you just twist the cap back on.
Done.
So I assumed that's what it was in hers, and I go there and I'm like, this doesn't look. This looks like it's kind of built into the ceiling. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
And in the end, it was. What had happened is they fitted it in, and then the painters had come in, and they just paint around the edges with whatever it is paint they're using, and it seals the whole thing in. So as soon as you twist it, all the paint around it cracks and comes
Cracks
away,
off,
and it takes a bit of plaster with it as well, or
Yeah.
plaster board.
Well, I need to go around with a standing knife first.
Yeah, exactly. Well, even so, you're still cutting into this
One
thing.
remembers to bring one with
and,
one.
and then when I put it all back
But
in,
you don't carry one in your wallet all the time.
so I put the thing back in, and the arms flip down, and the arms are actually sprung, and they're holding on the ceiling, but the light fitting is not flush, and that's why I think they paint the fuckers in, because it sticks them into the bloody ceiling.
Jesus Christ.
It's so they go in and you drive past these places, you think, oh, those houses went up quick. Exactly. They went up quick because they just fucking bodged the whole flipping thing.
Yeah.
I would never buy a new
Gotta
house
save
again.
money somewhere.
Well, yeah. Well, they're making money, aren't they? That's the thing. But
But
Yeah, but
that's
they're
why
making
you would
millions.
normally have a snagging period, and you need to get.
oh, we've been
All
through
the
that, and we had a bunch of stuff fixed on the snagging period, and then after like a year or so, because you got your 10 year, was it NSBC or whatever it is? I can't remember the guarantee on the actual structure of the building. But as far as things like light bulbs or cookers, or it's like a 1 year's warranty, and once that's gone, they don't want to know you.
Yeah.
Whether you're an 86-year-old woman living on her own or not, it's just
Yeah, they
silly.
don't care. They've got
We
the money.
speak to the
Bye-bye.
neighbours, and the neighbours will, oh yeah, we've had something like that. Yeah, we've had that. It's just they're shoddy, and I can't. I mean, the last time I bought a brand new house was 98, and back in the 98,
Mm.
and even that, I mean, it wasn't perfect, but it was pretty well built. Didn't have a huge amount of problems with that, but everyone I've ever spoken to since who's bought a new house, oh gee, the amount of problems we found with this, and if I was ever in a position to buy a house, which I probably won't be, but if I was, it wouldn't be a new one, because it is nice. It's like a new car. It's nice when you get into a new car knowing it's 3 miles on the clock, and
Yeah.
but that sheen soon wears off.
Mm.
And, yeah. Never mind.
Good, isn't it?
Well, the way I look at it, I mean, the thing is, when she eventually pops her clogs, her will be divided up, and my missus stands to get a significant portion out of it, and I'm thinking, oh, maybe we'll just say, look, we'll have the house. So I'm thinking, actually, she's finding all the problems out, so when I move in, they'll all be gone. Hey,
Oh,
everyone's
wishful
winning.
thinking.
Until it all falls down around your ear holes.
No, don't. No, I wouldn't live there, because it's one of these new housing estates that's built like you can just about get a Rizzler between the two houses.
Oh,
There's-
yeah.
Everything's packed in, and there's
Yeah.
you can't park on the road, and everyone's got a driveway and a garage, or a driveway and a carport or something, but they don't use it for cars. They put all their cars half on the road, half on the pavement. It's just,
Yeah.
I just hate living like that. I hate it. Give me a house like in the middle of flipping nowhere with no neighbours, just a
Yeah.
small road. Then I'll be moaning about, I haven't got mains gas, or haven't got mains electric, or haven't got to use a cesspit or something. There's a lot of that round here as well, because we don't have mains gas.
Yeah.
We have mains electric. We are that far ahead. But there's a lot of houses that have what's it? Is it cesspit?
Yeah.
And it's pumped out every 6 months or so.
Oh, nice.
Yes.
That one, I'd rather have a composting toilet.
Well, yeah.
And then grey water tank that gets filtered.
There's lots of nice things. All that kind of stuff costs a lot these days as well.
Yeah, everything costs a lot these days. Doesn't matter what it is. So
The price
Fiona
of
was
being
looking
good.
at tiles for the kitchen, and she goes, "Oh, what do you think of these?" And I went, "Oh, yeah, they're quite nice and everything like that." She went, "Oh," I went, "What?" She went, "Oh, it's 90 quid for a square metre." I went, "Yeah, okay, move on. Next."
Yeah.
90 quid for a square metre. Jesus Christ.
Ridiculous, isn't it?
And then, but she did find these really nice tiles, and I said, "Now they are nice." And she went, "Oh," I went, "What?" She goes, "They're about this big, like sort of brick shaped,
Oh,
right?" I went, "Okay, that's interesting." She goes, "Some are small, some are slightly bigger." And stuff. I went, "Okay." She goes, "Yeah, but it's £10 a tile."
Jesus.
What? Fuck off. No.
Crazy, isn't it? Absolutely crazy.
Because what she wants, she wanted a copper backsplash. That's what it was all about. And then she saw how much copper backsplashes were, and changed her mind.
What's this stuff they put up now? Instead of tiles, it's like, I forget what they call it now, but it's just like a big panel, but you just literally just nail that to the wall, and it's like a tiled surface, but it's not.
Yeah.
You don't have to do it with the tiling. It's just like bang.
Yeah, it's just bang. It goes on. Yeah.
We got some in. They had to refit the shower because it was leaking, and so he tore the whole thing out, and he said, "I'm just going to put this stuff in because you need." Because the ensuite in the main bedroom is quite small. He said, I haven't got a door small enough to fit the original fitting, so I'm going to have to bring something out. So he said, I'm going to take these. I've got these 2 boards, and they look, they're really nice, and they're just easy wipe down stuff. And I'm just going to throw those in at the back, but it gives me a few extra inches either side, and I can fit these doors in.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's quite nice actually. But I finally had my cooker fixed as well. The one
it's got that new element in it now.
I had a second engineer came out day before yesterday, I think it was. Yesterday. And I've stood there talking to him because I've got nothing else to do. And he's got and he opens it. He basically takes this thin aluminium base off, and there's basically rock wool. And he peels back the rock wool, which has got silver foil on it for reflecting the heat and whatever, which is just all in pieces. And he sees the element and he chuckles to himself. He says, "Oh, yeah, well, the amount of these I see." I'm like, "You're from the manufacturer. You probably don't want to be telling me this, but anyway." Pops the new element in, struggles for like 20 minutes. He packs the rock wool back around the element.
Yeah.
And then he's got all these pieces of foil that have just kind of been ripped off. And he's just kind of pressing them into the rock wool to hope they stick. I felt like just getting the Bako foil out of the drawer and saying, "There you go. Do you want some nice fresh piece?" Yeah. Then he spent another 10 minutes or so trying to fit the base back on the oven. Oh, Jesus. I mean, it's like 1150 watts that goes through this thing, or volts. I don't know. It's a huge amount of electricity that goes through this. There's not a lot between it and the wooden furniture, but he tested it was all safe, I suppose.
Yeah, but it was like the guys that delivered the fridge here, because they were literally, like the name, men with a Ven. Literally, they didn't know the products they were delivering.
No.
So, mate, they're going, I said, "Oh, don't worry about it." I said, I'll straighten the legs so it actually sits on the floor without rocking backwards and forwards. And I go, "Okay, right." And I said, "Yeah, just get it unpacked." They couldn't even do that properly. It's still got packing around it as well. So it's like, oh, for fuck's sake. But they're the people that dumped the packaging.
Oh, yes.
On their way.
Yeah.
So, mind you, to be honest, to be fair, AO gave some money back. They compensated us for it.
Oh, that's good.
So, but I still feel sorry for that guy. They dumped it in his skip in the driveway, and then he's back here going, "Oh, you dumped this in our driveway. We haven't bloody been anywhere. What are you on about?" Thought there's a lunatic at the door for a minute.
So, partly right.
So they weren't they weren't even bright enough to take the address labels and stuff off it before they dumped it.
Well, that wasn't their address, was it? That's why they don't care.
Yeah. So,
oh, dear.
Silly buggers. There you go.
Indeed.
Hey, what time are we doing our thingy tomorrow?
I'm thinking about 7:30. 7 o'clock just always feels like a bit of a rush. So
yeah.
If we do 7:30, then we just do a couple.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's plenty of them there to talk about, isn't there?
Yeah, funnily enough, and there'll be more tomorrow that'll probably come through sort of like tea time, because obviously with the time difference. But
yeah,
we've got some good topics to rattle through.
Yeah. So are we going to talk about the some of the V9s?
Yes. Yeah. What I want to do is maybe spend the first hour just doing the news bits.
Yeah.
And then the second hour we can just do VC9, sort of chat through that.
Yeah,
what we
'cause
like, what we
there's
don't like.
various machines in there that just like. I'm still impressed with that acoustic piano.
Yeah, it's a big improvement on the last one, in my opinion. I mean, I just felt the last one just felt a little. It sounded really good, but in places I could just hear this kind of artificial quality, and it just didn't sound as good as others. Certainly didn't sound as good as some of the sample ones I've got, but this one does.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
yeah, the Synthia was sort of like, okay, yeah, all right, yeah.
do you know, I've barely touched that. That's one of the ones I've barely touched.
Yeah, but you've seen how you program it.
Well, yeah.
What? So yes, you get the envelope to trigger the filter by not putting the pin anywhere near where the envelope and the filter meet.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
And then you've got the output pins, which are the direct outs that you don't use them, otherwise you get no effects. So like, oh man, really?
I suppose, it's something I keep thinking. If I ever have a couple of days where I've got nothing else to do, I should definitely sit down and learn how to use that, because even though it's not applicable to anything else, even though it's not applicable to anything else, that's useful, it would still be an experience, I think.
Well, I mean, if you want to get a sound that's literally just come off the cuff.
Yeah.
Literally just because you just get some pins and go, right, see what that does. 9 times out of 10, it won't do anything.
Yeah.
Weirdly, but
Pins? You don't need pins. You just put the Presto pack in.
Yeah, right. Yeah. I think they only made 4. Wind, that was a good one. Guitar, piano, and what was the other one? Space something, I think it was called.
Space.
Yeah, space sweep or something.
The more interesting is using the Presto pack connectors to then have a matrix to connect 2 together.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, it's weird. It's weird. It's just like like when you want to get the joystick to work, and you put the pins in for the joystick, so that the joystick work. But you also have to put the pins in for the joystick to get the keyboard to work on the AKS. Otherwise, it doesn't work.
Yeah,
because they use that as the CB. Yeah.
For some reason, rather than using the inputs that you normally use on a Mark 1, you have to, but you also have to turn the sequencer knob completely counterclockwise.
Yeah.
The joystick knob to be. I guess never understood it.
Yeah.
But it's weird.
Yeah, it is. It is very, very. Yeah, it's one of those things where you have to be able to think that way. So certain people can just get it and they understand it and they go for it, and then other people like me struggle like hell to try and get a sound out of it so I can test it. And
more important news, can you both go to the sequential website?
Yeah, but I mean, mate, setting up that AKS keyboard sometimes it's just like you just.
Well, you just hit it with a hammer.
Mate, I tell you, I've seen nearly.
No.
What?
No. Fuck off. No. Fuck. No.
Who's died now?
Jesus. No. No. Hang on a minute. Let me just get the. Oh, for fuck's sake.
What?
Dave Smith.
What?
Dave Smith. Dave Smith is gone.
Are you fucking kidding me?
I wish I was, mate. I wish I was.
Was it a COVID complications?
Oh, there you go.
Who knows? I mean, if this is all...
Just says, with heavy hearts that we share the news that Dave Smith has died. We're heartbroken, but take some small solace in knowing he was on the road doing what he loved best in the company of family and friends and artists. So he must have done that in Nam. Jesus fucking Christ.
Fuck's sake. Are you shitting me?
I'm not. I wish I was, but I'm not.
Oh, but crying out loud. I'll be honest with you. I thought Tom would have gone first.
Mm.
Considering he's
He
10
looks
years older.
like healthy. Yeah. He's older too, isn't he? Isn't Tom
Yeah,
older?
I believe he is, yeah. But
Tom's older than Dave.
Yeah, Tom's in his 80s.
oh, for fuck's sake. What is this, the year of taking away?
I think I should stop touching synthesizers this year.
I met
Seems
Dave
to be
twice, and
unhealthy.
both times he was amazing. So I was lucky to be able to chat with him a little bit.
Bloody
He even signed my Evolver.
It's just unreal. Ay, 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 ay. What the fuck is going on with this world?
Yeah, Tommy's 85. Oh, but crying out loud. Jesus Christ almighty.
Well, that's put the mockers on everything, isn't it?
And it just...
Last few years have been bad, bad, bad.
Ay, 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 ay.
Bloody hellfire.
Thing is, when you get to our age, Kent, you start losing your hearing.
Yes,
don't
we're
you?
at the age where life starts taking things away.
But
I know, but
it doesn't
even
make
so,
it any
fucking hell,
easier.
really? Oh, man.
Really doesn't make anything any easier. That's just fucking. Oh. I'm just lost for words, really. I mean.
And it's at a time that had just become sort of like very active and exciting,
Yeah.
sequential, you know?
Yeah.
Right, that's a mockers, isn't it? Fucking hell.
Yeah, just it's one of those times where you just have absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing.
No. Yeah, it's gonna mess with a few things, isn't it?
Well, the bit in the statement that said that he passed away on the road, doing what he loved best in the company of family, friends, and artists, suggests that he was at Nam. He was probably down in Anaheim, getting ready. I'm guessing. I don't know.
Yeah, possible.
I mean, that can be the only.
I would imagine he'd be in that neck of the woods
Well,
by now.
He was
anyway.
going to be there for the OBX8, wasn't he? So.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, and poor old Tom.
I know. Where does sequential go from here?
Yeah, because
I mean, I'm sure obviously he wasn't.
oh, they'll be stuck in
Yeah.
place. They'll be stuck in
Yeah.
place. They haven't
Well, I
been
mean,
going
they
blind
said
with
it's
this.
a year or 2 years ago. So it's sequential
Oh yeah, of
anyway.
course, it's all run by Focusrite, isn't it? Or
Yeah, it's all taken care of, isn't it?
yeah. Ay, 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 ay.
Yeah, because Dave was always kind of like an emotional support as well for Tom.
Yeah, absolutely.
So he's got that. He's going to be missing a limb tomorrow. For fuck's sake.
Isn't it though?
Yeah.
In it though.
Yeah, but you see, this is one of these things where you've got to, celebrate these people while they're around.
Exactly.
So I suppose our time and relevance is sort of like winding up now, as it were.
Mm.
The gear's relevant, but we're not. Man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. This is one of the reasons anyway, isn't it? Why, like old Dave Spears was saying about, he said over the years he'd become the face of G-Force. And he didn't want to be the face of G-Force. He wanted G-Force to be G-Force.
Yeah.
And then there was people who work for G-Force. Because people think that Dave owns and does everything. Because he's always been the face for it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And it's it's the
far
same
from
with
it,
Tom.
yeah.
It's the same with Dave, where the company is it's him.
Mm.
Even when it's not actually the owner anymore. It's still
No.
Well,
he's the face.
I mean, it was Dave Smith Instruments
Yeah.
for a long time. Although probably that.
Yeah, but Dave Smith was sequential. No,
Yeah, I mean,
really.
That's how it started, and that's how it restarted.
Yeah. So it's that's the danger when you have like the front guy.
I mean, Moog managed to move along.
Yeah, but it took a while. But yeah, I mean, it was good to see Moog back after being quiet for so long. But again, he didn't. Even Bob didn't last very long after the whole thing kicked off again.
When did it start building Theremins? Early 90s? I think Big Briar was like early 90s.
Yeah.
I think.
But by the time the Voyager came out, it was only a couple
Yeah,
of
that
years.
was early 2000s.
Yeah.
Well,
Richard was lucky to get that interview with him. Was that Turnkey? Did Turnkey still do all that sort of show thing that he used to do?
I think so.
Don't really hear about it anymore.
No. Well, Turnkey don't exist.
Well, they
anymore.
haven't. They've been dead for a long time.
Yeah, but I mean, maybe the sort of like, unless it's just gave it a different name, hold it somewhere else. But yeah, I know Richard managed to get an interview with Bob back then. After being, being a fanboy for centuries. They finally get to meet him. It was definitely one time I regretted being agoraphobic.
Yeah.
Because we did try to see if we could actually get the interview done here.
Yeah.
But logistically wasn't going to work out. So.
Fuckety fuck.
And in other news, I cannot get hold of Daniel Miller at all.
No, well.
I left so many messages now. I think I'm on a stalker list with the German police.
You're on the ignore list.
Here is your German vocoder. If you
Yeah,
not respond, I will have to do very bad things to it.
Just take a picture of you with a flamethrower next to the vocoder, and
Yeah.
it'll be on.
You go.
It'll be on.
Yeah. You know what I want, huh?
We can make it hurt very long.
Yeah. Mind you, I've got Daniel's AKS in the workshop with one of Daniel's patches. A very interesting drone he's got going on it. Yeah, it was really interesting. He goes, when you touch the front panel, it stops working. Yeah, and literally touch it like that, and it all like mains light goes out and everything. I go, wait a minute,
Jesus.
that's not right. What's that all about? And it's just the way one of the boards was sitting in the socket. It's really bloody tetchy little things they are. So,
Fucking hell.
so you got another
There's a news topic.
another subject to talk about tomorrow. So that'll be start off again with a happy beginning.
Honestly, yeah, because it literally has been Vangelis, Andy Fletcher, and Dave Swift.
Yeah.
On this week's news, this
Yeah,
week's
exactly.
celebrity deaths.
Yeah, it's getting like it, isn't it?
But he definitely celebrate his invention of MIDI. That's just amazing stuff.
Yeah.
Think of every day you use that, and it's just all because of that guy.
Yeah. Well, so many things are built on that, aren't they?
Yeah,
Not
cell
necessarily
phone
all,
stuff. All that.
Not necessarily all because of that guy, but significant.
No, I mean it was Dave who looked at DCB and thought, "Oh, this basically does the same thing as ours, different
And
rate."
then he looked at the Fairlight and found that was doing 95% as well. So it was all. Yeah, I mean,
But he got everyone together. I mean,
yeah, I'm not trying to take away his hand in all of that, but
Well, I mean,
it was a team effort.
He was the first one to go, well, we're doing basically the same protocol.
Yeah.
Can we talk? And then, yes,
Yeah, it's part of
obviously,
getting that standardisation, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, but
He brought the people together.
Yeah.
Yeah, he started to get them together, and
Because let's face it, MIDI was a fucking cat fight before that.
and it still is now with the different mini dongles, and it's like, come on, keep it standard.
Yeah.
well, there's a standard. There's the addendum that tells you that you should be using a 2.5mm jack, and I believe what is generally the B format. I think that's what's officially in the MIDI spec at the moment.
Yeah, I always get sinking hearts every time I see the 2.5mm jack socket for the MIDI. It's like, oh, fucking hell, here we go again. Because I can never find them bloody things. I know they're around here somewhere, but I haven't done them. Give me a 5-pin DIN plug, mate.
I mean, yeah, well, 3.5 is annoying enough that we have two standards, but then we need to get the official one, 2.5. It's just like,
Yeah, well, plus the TRS apparently has two standards as well, doesn't it?
yeah.
That's
So
what I'm
we're
talking
between,
about.
yeah, 1 and 2
yeah,
and 2 and 1.
A and
And it's
B.
like, really? Yeah.
I mean, I think I tour over about the first people with it, but then Cork did it the other way around.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I don't know.
And because the dongles themselves are never labeled, you don't know until you try it.
Well, I mean, clearly from a sensible point of view, the tip should be serial. The sleeve should be.
Well, sure, but you have to get out your multimeter and do all that damn checking. It's not labeled.
I think the sleeve's it's still always Earth, both on A and B.
Yeah, and
But they swap the two other wires around.
Yeah, whether you swap serial and what's on output, it's what is it, plus 5 volts, and what's on an input.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's the same with that Poly N, Poly 2. It's got that 3.5mm ins, MIDI in and MIDI out, but it doesn't tell you what type of TRS it is when it doesn't come with a cable, which doesn't come with anything.
Well, you didn't want anything, but you.
No, I didn't need it, but that's not the point. It'd be nice to know in the manual which one it was, so I know how to wire it up when I deconstruct it. Oh well, it's just another test to do, I guess.
But the MIDI input, it just takes the serial and the +5 volt in directly into the optocoupler.
Mm.
So if you have a bipolar serial, then it doesn't matter, right? If your zero goes minus to plus rather than goes 0 to plus.
Yeah, but it's a MIDI out I actually want to use on it, and I must admit, it's a black board with these sort of like dog hair thin bloody tracks on it. You can't see where anything's going anyway. And it's like, oh god, it's just another thing I have to sort out before I can just put it in the box and test the bloody thing out. It's like, grrr. But at least it's got a plug-in display. That's good. That means I can move the display.
I mean, clearly we should resurrect what's in the original MIDI standard, that you can either use the DIN socket or an XLR3. So like on the Voyager 8.
Yeah. Yeah, this is going to be all hardwired into this box. But we'll see. We'll see how it works out. I've only bought this one because it can do the 12 volt gate, as opposed to the stupid 5 volt, which isn't enough. Bloody, it isn't another standard that doesn't seem to work with other things. So, that means I've got to up the power supply as well. Twat, I've got to do that. Better do that first, actually. Dave's gone. Fuck's sake.
So that's the big one.
Yeah. But all of it seems to somehow just sort of go, you're getting old.
Yeah.
You are older. Everything you knew is disappearing from around you. Yeah, thanks
closer.
guys. Yeah, cool. Yeah, like I needed fucking reminding. Oh, man alive. Still, I suppose in a way, we probably shouldn't get too disillusioned by it, because it's that thing of like, well, there'll be another one along soon enough, isn't it? Maybe somebody else.
I'm really regretting not going to Superbooth now. When I could have had a horrendous time of doing 2/3 one day, and get on a train early the next day.
That's unreal, isn't it? Ah, well. Definitely something to ponder on, isn't it? Done there. The hell is that? Yes. What's Matty saying?
Oh, I would toast, but I've drunk the last of my wine. I'll go and get a grapper.
Yeah, it would be a good idea, wouldn't it?
That's what I always wanted a sequential shot glass.
Oh, dear. I have to dig my Pro 1 out again.
Hey, but in other news, Amber Heard lost her trial. So I'm
Bit
just
late
reading.
on that.
It didn't come as a massive shock, to be
No,
honest
it
with you.
didn't.
If I had that legal team, well, actually, I mean, with that legal team, it's lucky she isn't getting hanged.
Oh, dear me.
Yeah, I was assuming what one lawyer is going to be annoyed about not getting any of the bonuses.
No, but you know they got paid enough anyway.
Well, it depends.
Mm.
If I have done.
I tell you what, if I was that
just win.
fucking incompetent, I'd get paid up front. Yeah, but he's like, fucking hell. Man, he's
Take the money and
objecting
run.
to his own questions, and it's like, oh, Jesus Christ, where did he get these? Out of a cereal box or something? Fucking hell. Yeah. The legal team of, what was it? Bestrode, and other name. Oh, I don't know.
Hang on a minute, my son's being an idiot.
Oh.
Can.
Sorry.
Oh, turn it up. We want to hear him being an idiot as well. What was he doing?
Well, he should be in fucking bed.
Oh.
It's half term. So?
Yeah. Ah, well. I'm supposed to be working tomorrow.
That has ever stopped you?
I'm only doing the craftwork vocoder tomorrow. It will be fine.
It will be very fine.
Yeah, come on, we don't want any more celebrity deaths. And this week we mourn the passing of the Kraftwerk vocoder.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Oh, dear.
Died before it became alive. Yeah, it'd be
Do
interesting.
you know what's wrong with the Kraftwerk vocoder, or do you still have to figure that out?
Well, now I've got these schematics. I know what's missing off one of the power conditioner boards, so it might actually start working tomorrow.
Yeah.
But I can also check that the voltages that are going all over it are the correct ones as well, and going in the right directions. So,
Nice.
yeah, so it should be all right. I mean, I put new 3055 power transistors in it anyway, but as you know, you always worry when you got a unit that has 5 different in it. You know, where to go? Because I think there's been afterthoughts, and they've made something else, and then they've made another transformer and another power conditioner board for it. So you go, there's so many different voltages.
Or is it not just that they built it like old test equipment where it's all like in the individual Eurocard style of, oh, I need this, so I put this on a card. Oh, I need this, I put this on a card. Oh, I need this, I put this on a card.
Like, it appears to have its own transformer and power conditioning board to power the pots and the sliders on the front panel of one unit.
Yes, that makes sense.
Yeah, and then another coil, another transformer and power conditioning board to run some of the electronics to some of the boards, and then one that just goes to power one board on its own, and then
Which
another
probably
power
wasn't
supply.
afterthought.
Yeah, and this is it. And they go, well, let's just put another transformer. But they seem to be choosing different voltages for everything. So you can have like plus 15, minus 15. Yeah, that's fine. But then there'll be plus 11, minus 6.5 and stuff like this. And you go, yeah, but is it supposed to be 11 and 6.5? So now I've got the manual. I can go through all these and make sure that it's kicking the right juice in the right direction and the right polarity.
Once you get that going, you can get out your opticon samples and do some radioactivity.
Yeah. Yeah, it'd be a lot of extensive testing just for the fucking hell of it.
but no, like when you with Daniel Muller AKS, you can clearly like if you listen to the third Kraftwerk album from Florian, there's definitely there's one track where it's a nice Lucy Synthie A bass, which then at some point clearly goes for the vocoder, and you can hear like choosing different, well, basically like a fixed filter, but choosing different fixed filters,
Yeah.
and then this now is in a higher band, this is now in a lower band going through.
Yeah.
That's actually for 1973. That's quite cool.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. They've given me some of the. Also in the manual, it's got a lot of the English translation as well for a lot of the stuff. Although it was quite funny where it's got discriminator on the front panel, and you look it up and go, and that means discriminator. Oh,
Oh, really?
okay, cool. Sorry, cool. Okay, let's cleared that up.
Hey, it's better than what it means in this country.
Yeah, true enough. But yeah, and it's just sort of like, okay. But more importantly, it's literally told me what each control on the front panel actually is supposed to do.
But
You know,
rather than what it does.
Yeah, so you can start turning knobs, and if it does what its description in the manual says it's supposed to do, you know it's working. But apparently, Florian was very concerned about noise, so they've done this thing in a certain way where it's actually quite quiet compared to anything else that was knocking around at that time. So
Is it
it's
super
gonna be-
crazy different than like a Boda vocoder, or is it?
I think on a principle level, it's extremely similar, but it's just the way it's built. It's so stout there, you know, and you know all these laced up looms that are then all Evo stuck together. So, but it should be all right. Because once I've got it working, I can actually do some cosmetic stuff to it. I'm dying to be able to put. I bought it already. I bought all the hexagon cut aluminium plates. You know, with the hexagon holes in, to make tops and bottoms for them, to protect everything. Because having it all exposed like that, it's like, oh, no. Anything could drop in there.
For me, what's the most beautiful there is those nice old German meters.
Yeah, those lovely
but I
little...
also have on the EMT modules. It's
Yeah.
just like just those alone, they're just beautiful enough to look at. With a nice backlight, side light.
Yeah, but they all the meters on this, when you power it up, meter 1 lights up first, then meter 2, then meter 3, very slowly in a line. I'm going, is there enough juice getting to these, or what? I don't remember electricity running that slow.
Well, it depends if a power supply is ramping up, which would be a good design.
Yeah. But that's the good thing about having these schematics now. I can look and see if that is how it should be working. So, but I'm sure that one of these power conditioner boards has had all the parts missing. Is one of the ones that runs the audio circuit, the audio input. Hence, we've heard feck all out of it so far. 2.5 years. So it'll be interesting. See what turns up.
What? You've heard but he bought it like 10 years or 15 years ago.
Yeah.
So it just sat around doing
just
nothing.
sat around. Yeah, well, he had taken it to a couple of techs who told him to take it away. Didn't want anything to do with it. For all the obvious reasons. Whereas I'm a sucker for punishment, so I think, yeah, come on in, bring it in, we'll have a crack at it.
What? That's a lazy
But I'm literally on first name terms with every component in it now. So every single component has been gone over, tested, reseated, refitted, or whatever. Or if it's a bit on the dodgy side, like a electrolytic cap, Right, that's out and another one in, new fresh one in. But I replaced all the 741s in it. It's got bloody hundreds of them. And that
what a
they
high
would have been,
quality op amp.
yeah, and they would have been
Brand new back then.
relatively, yeah, just on the market. I would have thought.
I mean, yeah, they were one of the best and fastest op amps you could get.
Mm. Yeah.
Which is very funny to think. A 741, fast and good op amp. Yeah.
Yeah.
Those two words with that one.
Yeah.
Haven't seen those in the same sentence for a long time.
No, exactly. But because I was thinking, oh, should we put better op amps in, or should this be as original to its design as possible? And it's like, should I make it better than it was, or should I make it the same as it was? Because, and then I go, yeah, make it the same. It's safer.
I mean, I doubt it's going to be the most useful tool in the mute studio.
It's quite possible, yeah, yeah. I think the fact that it works and exists will probably be enough for Daniel, to be honest.
It looks nice. It has historical players.
Yeah. Well, now I've done quite a lot of cosmetics to it because it was in a right old mess. And but it's come along. But I definitely want to put some slider caps on the sliders. I was thinking probably if we could get them those chrome slider caps look quite nice against the blue, and go with the big chrome handles on it. Not a deal breaker if it's black plastic, but I thought nice metal chrome ones would be quite sweet actually. But where'd Bob go?
Spontaneous human combustion.
Mm.
Beating his family. Other important things.
Yeah, maybe he's going to get another bottle. Raise a glass, as it were.
Raise a bottle.
Yeah.
To absent friends.
Yes. Yes. Oh my God. Yeah, it's just always, just never ending lately. Just one after another. I've gone about somebody else actually the other day. Some actress used to be in Coronation Street and various other things. The face was familiar, definitely. But I don't know. Should be used to it because I mean that's the way life works, isn't it?
Fuck yeah.
Erie B. Was that a strenuous bottle to get? What?
No. I just had to round up the cats because nobody else rounds up the cats at night. It's just me. And then I get, oh, what are you doing? You're disturbing me.
Yeah.
But if you'd have put the fucking cats to bed at night.
Yeah. It's like always got to scoop up the dog poo in the morning and put it in the bag.
Oh. So anyway, I did get Dave Smith.
Virtual drink, but
yeah. To absent friends.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Too many of them. Relaxing scenery in memory of Dave Smith.
Look at that lovely blue sky. Do you remember them, Rob?
Oh yeah, we had one of these today.
Yeah, but it's not that clear. There's always a bit of cloud knocking about. Looks good out there, doesn't it?
Little grove of redwood trees here.
Mm.
In the wrong place. Robin singing in the background.
Nice. Now, you see, there probably isn't that much grass left in Surrey.
Well, there's a patches down here. It's not well taken care of. But got gophers here too, obviously.
You know, see, if that was here, they'd be measuring that up for another bloody housing estate now.
Yeah, how many houses can we fit on that?
Yeah. I can't
Probably
believe they got
trees,
171 out the back. It's unbelievable on a school playing field. 171. Really?
Affordable, right? So only
yeah,
a few,
yeah.
only
In
a few
Surrey?
million.
It's the
Sorry.
special use of the word affordable, though. You know.
Well, less than 2 million.
You know that sponge you get in cushions, on settees. The ones you actually sit on, that spongy foam stuff. There was stacks of it that had been stacked up here up against the fence, and I had a feel. And you go, yeah, it's that spongy stuff, and they're fitting it. It's the roof of the flats, the affordable housing flats.
Can you hear that?
Yeah.
Fucking last 3 nights exercises.
Wow.
We've had tankers going across
All right.
in formation today. But last night and the night before, the fucking Apaches
Looking forward to World War III.
were bombing around because they're based just up the road. Down, 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 as they go across.
Yeah.
No, my missus came back from a walk with her friend today.
Yeah.
Oh, we saw these planes. She's taken this picture with her iPhone. There's this well, they're either Hercules or they're tankers. I'm not sure which. They're a little bit distant, but they're in formation. So I don't know whether it's anything to do with... Because what normally happens is they have a thing go over London. They'll
Yeah.
form up over here
Yeah.
and then go... And the Sparrows will generally base themselves out of Norwich.
They might be planning a military coup for the coronation, for the
Here's hoping, eh?
celebrations.
Overthrow the monarchy. Yeah, that gets my vote every time.
Yeah, I heard about old Boris has been phoning round various MPs looking for support.
The thing is, all right, I mean, yeah, let's get Boris out. You're not
But
gonna hear-
replace him with what?
Exactly.
A Bolivian tank commander?
No,
Well,
no.
let's be
So
honest.
we kick Keir Starmer out of Labour Party, put him where he belongs in the Tory Party, and make him leader. I mean, it's going to be terrible, but at least he's found where he belongs.
Yeah, but
Yeah, true.
he would make a more moderate Tory, I suppose. Unless the power goes to his head and he invades Scotland.
Why invade something that you already own?
Yeah, except people
Because they're on the verge of seceding. So.
Yeah. Bye.
So is Tory
Bye,
very
yes,
close to
Suffolk.
Republican kind of thing, or is it somewhere in
Yeah.
between?
No, it's very much. That Tories are very much close to your classic Republican.
Yeah, not the new
Your
crap.
Bush era. Not the new shit. No.
I mean,
Yeah.
you find the full spectrum represented in both parties across the pond. However,
Yeah, some of the ideologies of both parties actually.
Both the major left-leaning
Yeah.
parties are now more centre-left than left. Because they understand that there's a majority of people out there that for them, the word socialism is scary. Oh God, how could we possibly have anything that's socialist? And yet, when you look at our both the American and the British infrastructures, there's a heck of a lot of socialism going on.
Of course, yeah,
already.
that's the great thing.
Oh, we hate socialism, but hey, we love it when we love it and it works.
Yeah, but
We don't want vaccine mandates yet. Our schools already require vaccine mandates for kids. So.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh God, we can't wear masks in schools, but we'll let you have guns.
Yeah, but you see some of these people on Facebook and they're actually confusing socialism with communism. And go, where do you get that from? Because it has ism at the end of the word.
Well, they don't know what fascism is. They overuse that word all the time. So.
Yeah.
but also then, whenever somebody talks about communism, it's just like, well, it's never occurred in the world. So what do we know about it? It's an idea.
It was actually a good idea that was actually
Badly
implemented by
implemented.
arseholes. That's
Yeah.
the thing. Like most good ideas are implemented by arseholes.
That has never been implemented properly.
No, that's right. Yeah.
I mean, it's never going to work because people are greedy wankers.
Yeah, because like they did. There was a comedy radio show here, and it was based on all the people in hell. And these two guys are talking. He says, he goes, I invented communism and all this sort of thing. He goes, and did it work out well and everything like that. He's going, oh, I like your beard. No, did it work out? It's a very nice beard, isn't it? Well, did it work? Nah, mate. What you wanted and what you thought would be a good idea and how it was implemented didn't quite work out the way you thought.
Yeah, but it's all about.
Did you hear about that thing? Apparently the Tories have slipped through while all the Partygate shit was going on.
Probably, I haven't heard anything. But
Apparently now, if a student fails his or her GCSE maths and English, and even if they fail it and they take it again and pass, doesn't matter. If they fail it at any point, they're not entitled to student loan if they go on to further education.
crazy.
Oh, so I'm no longer entitled. How great.
Like that was something to really concentrate on.
Because clearly that is the most of your worries when somebody is doing a degree in philosophy
Yeah.
or modern interpretive dancing. That is clearly going to be so important.
Well, my son's doing has applied and been accepted to do music technology, politics, and media. So maths comes. It doesn't. I mean, we want him to do well at maths simply because we want him to have a good understanding of mathematics, which will help him through life in general.
Yeah.
But you don't need it for politics. You don't need it for media studies. You don't need it for music tech. But yeah, maths was always the thing that I understood, but I could just never articulate it. You know.
Yeah.
You definitely don't need it for politics. They make up their own damn math.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I apologise for the crunching sounds I might be making over the microphone.
That's all right.
I just fancy a little salty snack. Yeah, this is.
Oh dear. Ooh. No.
Oh well, what can we do?
Very, very little apart from an uprising.
What's this about a gunman at a Tulsa campus? Just seeing something in the comments.
Yeah.
Fucking hell. Can we all just stop that fucking killing each other just for...
What?
I can't see it. Oh, look, the Queen has announced her Jubilee Honours list. Shall we see who's become a Dame or a Sir?
Oh, right.
Fucking hell.
Must be running out of people.
Well, Claire Balding and Stella McCartney have become CBEs.
Okay.
Actor Damien Lewis is a CBE. Arlene Foster. She's become a fucking dame.
Really?
Fucking Arlene Foster. Fuck's sake.
Wow. What about Gillian McKeith?
Rate my poo. Ian Rankin has been made a Sir.
Okay.
Sir Quentin Blake and Sir Salman Rushdie join the elite companions of honour.
Oh, okay. Because they are foreigners.
Well, yeah. Well, quite well. Salman Rushdie. Yeah.
Salman Rushdie, yeah. They are from overseas.
Yeah, the brown one. And I hope that people. Well, that's clearly not my opinion. I'm just.
I know.
Right.
Oh, here you go. Here we go. John Turode and Greg Wallace, Bonnie Tyler and Rio Ferdinand have all got honours.
Greg Wallace.
Yeah, Turode and Wallace, MasterChef.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
Wow. It's a wonder they haven't got Robbie Williams. Got
I just can't
CBA.
get over fucking Arlene. How anybody from the DUP can be honoured. Jesus.
I think it's called burying the hatchet. Or something.
I have a friend
in her back.
Yeah, I have a friend who lives in. He's Northern Irish. He lives in Newry, and the stuff that I hear. I mean, none of them. There's not a good one amongst them. Whether it's Sinn Féin, whether it's the DUP or whoever else, they're all Northern. I cannot believe sometimes the things he tells him about the way things are going on in Northern Ireland, like in terms of the NHS and all this other stuff. Nothing gets done because they're all fucking arguing over, oh, can we march down this street, or can we wear orange there, or can we wear a bowler hats here, or for fuck's sake. I mean, I know we're not killing each other as much as we used to be over there. Honestly. Just honestly, give Ireland back to the Irish. They had a fucking point.
Yeah, but 9 times out of 10, if you ask anybody from Southern Ireland, you go, do you want a reunited Ireland? They're going, no, thank you.
Yeah.
No.
Well, the Northern
Come on, them
Irish.
fuckers down here. No.
Yeah, go on. No,
it's a thorny subject that will never get properly resolved without nuclear weapons.
No, the nuclear weapons.
And it's still mostly a religious difference, right?
Apparently Catholic and Protestant are spelt differently, and and so and it all started from there. You go, it begins with C. No, it doesn't. It begins with P.
It's like the Babylon 5 with the green and the purple sash.
Exactly.
And he's green leader. He has the purple here. You take it.
Yeah. Why are you hitting him? Purple.
Yeah, exactly.
Green.
Oh, let's just get rid of the fucking monarchy. I mean, I just honestly, it's.
Would you notice?
No, it sickens me though that here we are spending, as a country, taxpayers' money on all of these celebrations for a woman who, I give her due. She has been very dignified, and she has done a number of things, I guess, in the last 70 years.
She's been dignified through the fall of the empire.
Exactly. But she has been dignified, and I mean, the monarchy for me, all it is just it's a washing line. Okay, stay with me with this. It's a washing line on which we can hang social events that happen. So we can say we talk about things that happen in Victorian times. It's all it is. It's a washing line in which we can just say, things happen here, and this is, and we remember certain periods of time because
it's great for tourism too.
Is it though?
That's its only point.
Though? Would you stop coming to this country if we didn't have the monarchy, but we still had all of those wonderful, places, the palaces to visit and all that? There's no monarchy in Italy, and yet they do a roaring trade at the old palaces of Savoy in Turin and all the other places. The monarchy itself does not need to be around for it to attract.
And
I'm not a typical traveler, so.
Does Italy not have a monarchy of sorts? In the shape of a certain.
It's got the worst fucking parliament in the world. Well, it's got that, but they're in their own country. That's the Vatican.
Yeah, but that's just convenience.
No, I know.
More than
it does. Yes, no.
But there's certainly has opulence and wealth, just like the Queen.
But that's not Italy. The Vatican has that. That's not the
The,
country.
the most successful business in the world.
Yeah, that's just
It's
that's
Catholic.
mate, that's just a signature on a bit of paper, though, isn't it? It's in Italy, mate,
Oh, it's in Italy, yes.
and it's Italy. It's fucking
No,
Italy.
but
No,
the
it is-
Italians who have no access to that enormous, gargantuan, obscene wealth that is stored in the Vatican City. The only people that have control over that.
It's almost as if it was corrupt
Who thinks? But
Well,
and
it's almost,
self-serving.
it's almost like His Holiness is the supreme executor of.
But
Yeah,
no,
well.
you can't. I'm sorry. I'm going to have to stand up on this one. You cannot conflate Italy with the Vatican. Yes, I know the Vatican City is in Italy, but it has
it isn't.
no control
Vatican City is a independent country
within
which
the
is
confines of the
landlocked.
Italian Republic. And
which is
the
politically
Italian government and
represented.
the Italian constitution has nothing to do with that.
Yeah.
Okay, it has it, and yes, most Italians, as I should know, are deeply Catholic. My nonna would be spinning in a grave right now. She wanted me to go to seminary. She wanted me to go to the Catholic schools and all this. She wanted me to become a priest, but that was never going to happen. She took me. I swear, I shit you not. She took me to a convent in Turin. So I used to go to Italy on my own. So they put me on a plane, and I'd have to wear a special badge, and then they put me on a plane. My nonna would meet me at Turin airport, and then I'd be with her for a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
And my parents weren't around. Now my dad really didn't care, honestly, to be fair, but my mother did. And so whenever my mother was out of the picture, my nonna would be in there trying to exert her significant influence. And she knew a sister at this convent in Turin, and she took me there bright and early one morning and left me there the entire day, in which I was subjected to lots of indoctrination, basically.
Yeah.
The good thing about it was that my Italian wasn't that good. I was about 10 years old at the time. My Italian wasn't that good, so a lot of it just went over my head. And I'd made my mind up by then anyway. This was just boring as fuck. But she tried her best, but she failed, much to her disappointment. There you go.
Yeah. Well, it's like my mum. I mean, when she came over from Ireland, I mean, she was, died in the wool Catholic. It was all Jesus, Mary, Mother and Father, and all that kind of thing. And she was very, mass on Sunday and all that business. She used to drag me along. My dad was very nonplussed about the whole thing. And then she sort of, I don't know, grew up. And then she just realised, being away from it all, what a big bunch of fucking bullshit it was.
Yeah.
And of course, she noticed a lot of things when she went back to Ireland and she goes, bloody hell, that priest's taking the piss, isn't he? Sort of thing. So
I've got to take Wagyu to task here. He says UK has the royal family, Italy has the Roman Empire. No, that is, you cannot compare. The Italian Republic is only about 150 odd years old. It has nothing to do with the Roman Empire, and nor do they trade off of it. Not like the British
The
Empire.
Republic is that modern?
Yeah.
I mean, it ceased to exist for some time in between there.
Not really, no.
It definitely ceased to exist under fascism. I mean, you can't hardly
It
able
didn't
to call that
cease
the
to exist.
Republic.
It still existed. It still existed. Trust me.
Hard
As
to
an
call it
Italian,
the
trust
Republic.
me.
Very hard to call it the Republic. Probably better the way in France. It's just ignored. We don't talk about that. It's
Not
a new
all
Republic.
of it. Not all of Italy fell under Mussolini's spell.
Yeah, like there was also Free France again. But both things that you don't want to talk about.
Partisan.
It's more convincing with the hand gestures. You got to do the hand gesture.
Partisan Italy is far more powerful than the French resistance. Let's just say that. But no, you can't conflate the Roman Empire with Italy. There you go.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be like, saying that, we got King Arthur. Yeah, really.
Yeah, we do. That's the problem with,
Knights of the Round
a lot of
Table.
Britain.
Do you know what? How related? Not really
it's not,
related.
But unfortunately, there are significant amounts of British people that will quite happily sit there and tell you, "Yeah, we come from the country of King Arthur and the Knights of the Round
Oh,
Table."
yeah, I know.
What,
Yeah,
France?
but they're the same sort of people who think that St. George is British.
Exactly. Yeah.
He said, no, he was an Arab. What? He was a
Yeah.
fucking Arab. Shut the fuck up, you twats. Never been to England. Piss off. You know what I mean? So, because it was like, because they go, oh, yeah, the land of the kings and queen. You could have like 5 or 6 different kings in England alone at the same time. Some of them were French. We've had French kings,
The current ones are German.
Yeah, we got German Association.
Danish.
Yeah,
I mean, look,
bombs
there's
never
red
fell on
tongue
Buckingham
everywhere,
Palace. So
Jesus didn't have a Roman nose and long flowing blonde hair, if he even existed.
well, he certainly wasn't fucking white.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Because you look at when you're in Ireland and you see the picture, Jesus all looking down and everything in all the churches and stuff like that, and you go, "Who's that?" Because I tell you, it isn't.
Yeah.
I don't like that. I don't like 'em up 'em, sir. I don't like it up 'em. So,
Oh, he's doing more Tangerine Dream sounds. There you go.
Yeah.
Get rid of the bomb.
I'm going through the Prophet 5 factory presets.
I must admit, I suppose Americans like to come to London and they like to see the guys with the big woolly hats on, big furry hats on their heads.
Let's be honest here. I mean,
But that's the most
UK
exciting
residents, how often do you ever see the royal family out and about? You don't. So when the tourists come over for their 2 weeks holiday, you see the changing of the guard and they think they've seen it all. It's just that stuff is done purely for tourism.
Yeah, they could
But
carry on if there was nobody in it.
You don't need a queen or a king
No.
or a royal family
I know.
to substantiate that.
Yeah.
Yes, but would there be fewer people signing up for it if they wouldn't exist?
Well, if the royal family wasn't there, I don't think they'd really care anyway. They want to come and see the pomp and the just changing of the guard. You could do changing the guard. It doesn't have to be a king or a queen or anything in residence at all. Tower of London, the Ravens, and all that. Because they do this thing about it goes, oh, if the Ravens ever left the Tower of London, they fuck off all the time.
Exactly.
They just replace Ravens. There you go.
Yeah. No, it's
You want to go to London, you want to be awed, go to the fucking National History Museum.
exactly where we stole pretty much everything that you find in.
Yes, yes.
Not really. History Museum has many things they've ever found still. I mean, the British
Literal
Museum-
cultural appropriation, material
exactly.
appropriation.
Yeah, but there's lots of Egyptians saying, can we have our
Let's just say
Rosetta
Elgin
Stone back?
marbles and
Yeah.
draw a line under that.
Remember that Rosetta Stone?
Yeah.
Let's more say the stolen by the British Museum.
Yeah.
Where there's more. I mean, is there anything in there that they can keep? Is there anything British in there?
Oh, there might be the odd spearhead. Maybe the odd mud.
We talk
bit
about
of
St.
mud.
George and stuff, right? So,
Yeah.
do you know who the patron saint of England was before St. George was made the patron saint of England?
Go for it.
Edmund the Martyr,
All right.
who was, funnily enough,
Edmund
English.
Blackadder.
Well, yeah, he was English. He
Yeah.
died for his religious beliefs, hence the name Edward the Martyr. He was king of the, I can't remember what thing was, but he was king in this part of the world.
Yeah.
Bury St Edmunds is named after St Edmund,
Yeah.
and he was until about the 13th century. Roughly, I can't remember now exactly. Until about the 13th century, he was the patron saint of England, and he was English, and he died for his religious beliefs and everything. He was perfect for that job. If you want to have that job,
Yeah.
he's your man. But no, we'll take St George, like you say, who was of Arabic descent. Some say Syrian.
Had a horse.
Had a horse and never came to England.
Yeah. So that makes
But he fought a dragon.
perfect sense.
He fought a mythical creature that
Yeah,
didn't exist.
Which is a bit like a drunk saying he had a fight with a really big bloke that ended up actually being a pedal bin. You are now a saint.
It's like the guy in Alien 3, he keeps calling it a dragon, right?
Oh, and by the way, just say to Neil Wharton, I do get a say on the Queen because I am half English and half Italian, so I technically
you get a half a say.
You get half a say, yeah.
I get half, but I still get a say. It's a democracy, fuckers.
As a German, do I have more of a say whether we want them back or not?
Well, yes, indeed.
Yeah, but
To be fair-
you had your opportunity to bomb them and didn't take it. Sorry, so it's too late now.
Well, there were some members who were very keen with some parts of German history, but they decided to not become king, or well, they chose to no longer be king.
Yeah, it's Archduke Ferdinand and his withered arm.
They're all fucking inbred anyway, aren't they?
Yes, I think I told this to Andy one time. It's quite common in German biology books to find something about one of the family diseases going through. So you have the family tree of the House of Hanover, and then you eventually go down. Oh, Elizabeth. Oh, Philip. Oh, they're both in the same family tree.
Oh yeah,
That's always nice.
yeah.
It's
Keep
what
it
you
in the
always
family.
want.
Keep it in the family.
Yeah, well,
Keep your royal blood disease in the family.
Indeed.
well, it's always possible, I suppose, that like I say, like if you want to be an MP, clearly you're not the sort of person that should be an MP.
Well, yeah, all the people.
If you
that
want
should
to be
MPs,
king, you're clearly not the person that should be king.
Yeah, and all the people that should be MPs or leaders or people in positions of power don't take that because they're clever enough to know that those jobs are fucking.
It's a variation on the Groucho Marx saying, I don't want to be a member of a club. that would
Any
have me."
club that would have me as a
Exactly.
member. Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But there again, he also said this morning I shot an elephant in my pyjamas. What he was doing in my pyjamas, I never know.
Yeah. Oh, well, guess what? I'm just going through my Facebook feed, and it's just like Dave.
Yeah, well, the thing about Facebook is you kind of connect with people who are
Well, yes,
like
it's a-
oneself, and therefore you get inundated with anything that's of any connection to that.
Yeah.
So that's why things always seem worse on Facebook.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
No, Twitter is worse because it's the same thing, plus people abusing each other. Just
But I
randomly.
never used it, never been on it. So I
Well, plus
wouldn't
Twitter
know.
allows all the prurient stuff too, right? Like porn
Yeah.
stars posting stuff on there.
Oh, right, okay.
Oh, that's the only reason I'm on Twitter.
Exactly.
I mean, they only find the abuse is the only fun part of it.
You can get your furry fix on Twitter.
Yes, indeed.
I wonder, are there any porn actresses on the on that Stars of Fame thing in Los Angeles?
Well, Walk of Fame.
Yeah,
I don't know.
well, in films.
Probably Linda Lovelace. She's pretty famous.
Yeah.
She could be on there. Well, you could just Google it.
Good God, porn stars of yesteryear.
Debbie. Is
God.
Debbie there? Because, I mean, she did Dallas, didn't she?
She
I don't know,
did.
What was Debbie's surname? I know.
That's the thing. Nobody knows her
Dallas.
name.
Yeah. Here you go. Here's one for you, Kent, and all the Brits in the room. Mary Millington.
Oh, Mary Millington. Matron. Yeah, Mary Millington.
Actually, we had Jenna Jameson before she became a nutbag. So
Yeah.
ultra right wacko.
Did she?
Oh yeah.
Oh, she went
Well,
right
first
off the rail.
she went the way of converting to Judaism or some kind of Kabbalah thing,
Well, okay.
and then she went ultra right wacko. It was
Oh.
like yelling at people online all the time about Trump and a bunch of other stuff.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
That would be a challenging wank.
Yes.
Oh, man. God, yeah. I used to know, what was her name? A friend of mine was going out with her. Lucy Gretzy.
No, it doesn't ring a bell.
She used to be at page 3. Little blonde thing.
Right, here's the thing. I remember flicking through one of my mates' jazz mags, whatever.
Same
As you do, he'd got
As you
some,
do.
He'd got some. It was the 80s. He had some
Yeah.
stashed under his bed, and we'd sit there flicking through. Go, oh, look at the tits on that.
Oh, look, it's got its own bookmarks.
And there was.
Oh, dear. Boom.
Yeah, hang on.
Yeah, I'll do it for you.
Peel and stick bookmarks. Yeah.
Yeah.
And we were flicking through one day, and we must have flicked through this magazine 100 times. And,
Yeah.
and there was this girl in there, and she was in various poses, mostly not wearing a lot of clothes. And I
As
said,
you
"Do you
do."
know what? I recognise her." And we both sat there looking at these pictures, and where is she? And it was only Mel Appleby from Mel and Kim.
What?
Yeah, she did a spot of that before she became famous as one half of famous Stock Aitken and Waterman duo Mel and Kim.
Good grief.
Yeah, I think it was Mel. Well, I can't remember which one was the. Well, because unfortunately the one that it was the one that passed away from cancer.
Oh.
So was it Mel or Kim? I think it was Mel. Anyway, but yeah, and we were like, oh my god. But because there wasn't the internet in those days, nobody really knew.
No.
And then many years later, there was a documentary about Stock Aitken and Waterman, and there was a bit in there, that featured what I'm thinking is Kim Appleby, talking about when they signed for Stock Aitken and Waterman, and apparently they asked them the question: is there anything we should know about before we start publicising you everywhere? And Mel piped up and said, "Yeah, I did a short stint in a gentleman's magazine."
Yeah.
So yeah, it was Mel. But yeah, and then of course, unfortunately, she passed on. But yeah,
because a lot of people started up in those, those stupid mags.
the
photo
stories.
loved
Yeah.
mags. Yeah. Yeah, there was quite a few people who start off in that, and then they'd get offered a little bit extra money. Actually, it was a lot more money.
Yeah.
To do more risque photography.
Mm.
Wink, wink. Not.
Say no more. Say no more.
She into
Is your wife? Is she a
photography.
goer? Is she?
You mean there you go? I mean, that's like winking. Say no more.
What do you mean?
She does. I bet she does.
Oh dear.
What are you insinuating? Oh, nothing. Oh, dear me. God. Yeah, those things were all the rage in the 80s, weren't they? Those bloody magazines.
Oh yeah. Well, I think I've said it before. My first introduction to the intimate parts of the female form.
Oh, I meant the love story ones.
Oh, you meant the love stories. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
All right. Well, but there were some of those in these magazines as well. But my old man had a stash.
Because when I was a kid, I thought they actually just appeared in bushes.
Kids of today have no idea the joy of finding a stash. Of
Mate, they can go to
magazines.
Google,
I
large
know.
tits.
Yeah, there you go. Boom.
How many sites do you want? Yeah.
Yeah. No idea about the
No,
joy
no,
of
no
finding-
effort anymore. No effort in it.
And the trade value that these things had. Do you want to have a look at
Oh,
my magazine?
great. Yeah. Well, Mars bar, mate.
Yeah.
The problem is I would find ones outside that are all wet from rain and whatever else.
Yeah.
so
Yeah,
it's not very fun, actually.
Yeah, it's probably just as well. It's had some form of washing. Yeah.
Sanitisation.
Mind you, I used to know a girl at school would show her tits if you gave her a Mars bar. Come to think of it. But she was 14 and there wasn't really much. You didn't get a lot for your Mars bar, but put it that way.
I had a bloke pull up outside my school. He says, "Hey, do you want to come in my car if I give you a sweetie?" I said, "I'll come in your mouth if you give me a bag full."
Oh!
It was so funny. I actually had a creep. I was walking inside the library once, and I was probably 4th grade or whatever. Some creep rolled by me, whacking off in his Camaro, and I just started laughing. I just couldn't stop laughing.
Come on, a Camaro's a nice car.
I couldn't stop laughing, and so he slowly rolled past me because I wasn't helping, and then he stopped in front of this other woman who just got out of her car, and her reaction made me laugh even more. So it was the best, actually.
Oh, wow. Yeah, my mum's had that before now where bloke got his knob out in the alleyway up here. She just laughed at him. It's very disarming, apparently.
But nowadays it would be like, oh my God, I got his license number, his make and model, like he's done, right? Back then it's like, we're just laughing. You know? So.
Yeah.
I remember my mum, we used to live in this village, and there was a main trunk road that used to go through from Yarmouth through to Norwich. So you get a lot of lorries backwards and forwards on this thing. And we were going to school one day, and we stopped at the side of the road to cross the road. And this lorry comes past, and he like goes, pulls his horn because he's seen my mother by the side of the road. And I never forget how sort of excited and flustered she got that a random lorry driver had pipped his horn at her.
Yeah,
bless her. Oh dear. It's the little things.
Yes.
Oh dear.
Well, based on my sexual experience, yeah, if only it was the little things.
Oh, excuse me.
I tell you what, it was only a couple of weeks ago. I bumped into this woman in the hairdressers. Long story. Because I'd gone down to see the hairdresser, Becky. I was helping decorate the hairdressers for her because it's only just down the road here. And we'd got to know each other because I used to take my mum in there, and she'd go out of her way to make her as comfortable as possible because the Alzheimer's was pretty bad by then. And we used to talk and go on. And she's got this lovely little dog. And but anyway, so I'd gone down there because I hadn't seen her for a while, and I popped down there to see her. And she was doing this woman's hair. And we were talking about this, that and the other. And this woman in the chair turns around and looks at me and she goes, "Hello, Ken." Like that. Went, "Oh, hi." No idea, right? And she goes, "Don't you remember me?" Like that. I'm going, Right, she goes, "It's me, Mandy." Like that. I went, Mandy. And she goes, "Amanda." I went, Amanda. Oh, hello. This was like first love type of thing back at school, right? And it was like, wow, how many years? And it was like, Jesus Christ, I didn't recognise her at all. And it was like, yeah, God, good first girlfriend. But it was that sort of like really, really innocent boyfriend girlfriend thing. Mm-hmm. I mean, really, 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 really innocent because we were very young. Oh, God's sake, yes. They brought back memories. But, ooh.
Memories.
Well, that was the thing that attracted me to her in the first place. She was the first girl in the school to develop.
Mm. Do you know, I remember I asked this girl out at school once. Her name was Sherry. She was American.
No,
I
okay.
think she was like the daughter of somebody at one of the bases or something.
Yeah.
And she was not only one of the first to develop, but she was developing for like every other girl in the school. She was rather large, but she was incredibly pretty. I seem to remember she was really pretty and very kind of witty and funny. And that was honestly, hand on heart, that was the main attraction. It wasn't the boobage. And I remember asking her out, and she completely humiliated me in front of the whole, like all my mates and my peers. And I won't do the accent, but she basically said, "You only want to go out with me because of my tits." And I'm like, well, no, but yeah, but
the thing is, at that age,
no, but
when you're that age, chemically, that really, it's like.
It genuinely wasn't. It genuinely was because I thought she was, cute, and she had a great sense of humour and was quite, a witty. I was kind of attracted to that more than the physical thing. That was a bonus, I'll admit. But I got shot down in flames. I think that was kind of. I ended up finding out that was kind of her response to every. To everyone, but there you go.
Well, maybe she was getting that kind of attention, 24/7, and she was bored with the whole thing.
Exactly, and then it's very difficult for anyone that's, trying to be genuine to kind of break through that.
It goes under the bus as well.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I hate sort of to kind of bring us back to the sad news that obviously we all learnt today, but. So just scrolling through the thing, and I know this might upset a few people in the chat, so I don't necessarily mean this in a nasty and vindictive way particularly, but when Behringer post a tribute post to Dave Smith, I'm like, really? You've ripped off at least one of his designs, and they're certainly ripping off another one. And then you kind of have the audacity. I don't know if that's just me. I don't know.
Only one other one. There's Pro 800 and.
The Pro
16.
800 Pro. Yeah. So the Pro 1 is out, obviously, and the Pro 800 and the Pro 16 are still to come, but they're clearly working. It just smacks of some kind. For me, it just feels a little hypocritical. I mean, I think,
but it's one of those things where devil if you do, devil if you don't, isn't it? I suppose. And they kind of.
I mean, if they didn't, they'd be massive wankers. If they do, I guess they're normal wankers.
Still massive wankers, yeah. No, I just. It's just like you're showing him some respect now, which he clearly deserves. But before he passed away, you kind of didn't give a fuck because you were quite happy to take his designs and make them. I don't know. I
don't know. It probably, in the grand scheme of things, it didn't take any money out of his pocket.
No.
In all fairness, so
as David's just said in the chat, it's more like they consider it sport rather than. But I don't know. It's.
I mean, it's just where sometimes there's this sort of like riding roughshod over other people and companies because they can hide in China, where it's almost impossible to perform any form of legal reprisal.
Not quite.
So there is that element, but like we said, even back in the day, even back in the 70s, I mean, it was the same thing. ARP had pulled a few sneakies in their time.
Oh, everyone was doing it.
Harp and Roland. And
Yeah,
the-
Roland.
But as,
probably-
as Wagyu said, let's not turn this into another.
Yeah, well, this is
Behringer
it. So,
conversation.
and in the grand scheme of things, it really doesn't matter anymore.
No.
Really, and it's just like, yeah, whatever. It's just the way it is.
Everyone
It's-
knows, the truth. Everyone knows.
Yeah.
Or what would you then say about Don Martin Moog or Welsh Mini Moog? For those are like also evil things.
Yeah, I mean, I think Bob had a hell of a job trying to get his name back off of him.
I think that it was apparently enough effort from Don Martin and then from the guy in Wales, but I don't know whether it was only because he died or some other magic that other people did to make that happen.
Yeah.
Because of course,
It's like we're hearing about how Behringer gave the sequential name back to Dave. Wasn't
No,
it?
Oberheim.
Oh, it was Oberheim. Oh, okay.
They didn't give it back.
So, no. Because
Well, yeah.
if I remember rightly, Yamaha owned the sequential name, didn't they?
Sequential. And they
sequential
gave it
was
back.
Yamaha. They gave it back. With Oberheim, it is they registered in all the country. Behringer registered in all the countries where Gibson let it lapse.
Mm. And you see, that's the trouble with international patents. It costs far too much money and too much pain in the arse to maintain. It's easy to let these things slip, isn't it?
I'm sure that one day the facts about that whole Behringer giving the name back will emerge.
Oh, what a disgruntled Behringer employee.
They will emerge, and everyone will go, "Oh, really? It was like that, was it?" But yeah, that's all I'm saying about that before I get into lots.
But even then, by the time that happens, it's not going to matter.
No, exactly.
So,
By that time, we're all going to be heads and guards.
Yeah. Oh, hello, Ramsey. Ramsey's in the chat.
hey,
Tony Cam on,
Crikey.
mate. Crikey. Fried on a shrimp on a barbie.
he actually doesn't talk like that.
I know he doesn't. I know,
It's
that's
like-
a terrible,
I know.
terrible accent.
It's like
Day,
it's
mate.
like it's like when I
Great
do it.
morning.
Every now and
Lovely
again.
news to wake up to.
Yeah, every now and again, Fiona's accent slips.
I notice that occasionally.
Yeah, very occasionally.
Especially she has a lubrication.
Oh yes, and there'll be certain words that goes very sort of like kind
Yeah.
of thing.
It goes
And-
up at the end.
There you go. And I do this really over the top, sort of like fake bad Australian accent to her, and you go, really sort of like, I've got such a great Australian accent, like kind of thing like that, and it just winds her up.
No.
It's so much fun.
We don't have anybody in the chat who's a.
Inky.
Oh, it's Inky. Yeah, Inky. If Inky's a mod,
Mm.
so I can't post the link for Rands to come in.
What do you mean, short hair and ride a scooter? No?
I'll tell you.
Oh.
Hang on a minute.
Ken can put the link in.
Oh yeah, I can do that.
Oh yeah, Ken can do it. Yeah, fucking
Yeah, of course. I just thought I apparently started this.
That's for many hours ago.
Yeah. It was a different time. We got pasta.
There you go. Oh yeah,
Mm.
Wagyu's posted it.
I thought you went to bed.
Who, Wagyu? No.
Oh no, Seth went to bed, wasn't it?
It's in there, Rands. There you go.
Wagyu
need to-
can't sleep.
You need to make me a mod.
Nah.
No, it Rands is it's breakfast time, isn't it?
Is it?
It's got to be. Yeah, it's got to be like. What's he? Perth, isn't he? So he's what 10? He'll tell us in a minute. Oh, Rands, your device is not connected, mate.
Device not connected. Yeah.
Turn your camera on. You dingo. Call that a knife. So I'm going to get all my Australian things in before he comes in.
Get it out of your system.
And then he'll berate me for it.
Yeah, just get it out of your system.
9 a.m. There you go, 9 a.m.
Yeah.
Is it really 9? So that's only 7 hours? No, is it 7 hours ahead?
Yeah.
Like China.
Right. Flat earthers. Fucking explain that.
Yeah.
Yeah, wankers.
I suppose. Oh, do they do daylight savings over there?
Sadly, they try to explain that, and it makes absolutely no sense, of course. But
Yeah. Yeah, because there's that photograph now.
their model
saving
is the
or flat
most ridiculous thing.
What, daylight saving time or flat Earth?
Boom.
Yeah,
that's
both.
ridiculous.
Yeah.
There he is.
Here it
Hello.
is. I can't hear you, Mo. Can't hear you, mate.
Audio.
There you
There you go.
1, 2, 3.
There you go.
is.
You are
Fair
audioing.
And all that. Sorry, I'm just getting all those old
Oh, Rance,
stereotypes.
just let it get it out of his system. just let it just let it wear out.
Oh, dear.
Ah,
He knows I love him.
what a solemn day, hey? Starting
Yeah.
the day off with that
Yeah.
news, hey?
Yeah,
Indeed.
exactly.
I'm feeling it, guys. I really loved Dave.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to jump in and just give you all a big virtual hug because I know we all respected and love the guy. So
Yeah, absolutely.
it's going to be an interesting NAM this weekend. It's going to be an interesting couple of live shows over the next couple of days. I think we all just need to celebrate the man.
Yeah.
It actually makes me feel guilty because I actually never bought one of his synths.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's not his fault. It's just because by the time they get over here in Australia, about 400 people take their slice out of it. It just becomes very expensive.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, what are you guys thinking about? What are you up to? It's late at night. What is it over there? After midnight? Surely.
2 a.m.
10 past 2 in the morning.
10 past 2 in the morning.
You guys will all be like peaking at the bit tomorrow.
Well, we don't have work to go to tomorrow
Oh.
because it's
Well,
what do we
some
call
of
it?
us.
Platty Jubes.
Oh, you got a public holiday, have you?
It's the Platinum Jubilee, isn't it? So
No, that's Friday.
yeah, but we've got tomorrow
Yeah.
off.
Yeah.
Tomorrow they've
Tomorrow's
got
Spring Bank.
yeah, so they normally have Spring Bank holiday on the last Monday in May,
Yeah.
which would have been this Monday, but
Yeah,
they've moved that forward to
approximately Pentecost.
Thursday, and then
We've got a holiday on Monday.
oh, you got one
Well,
Monday, yeah.
Do you have Pentecost in Australia?
No, it's just I think they call it WA Day, which is my state where I live.
Right, yeah.
And it's just celebrating our state. I don't know what the hell they're celebrating, but yeah.
Because America had
Caucus.
Memorial Day, didn't they, on Monday? Which
Yes,
is
we did.
normally our bank holiday Monday as well, but they've shifted that to Thursday, and then they've given us an extra day, woohoo, on Friday, and then of course then we have Saturday and Sunday.
What a great
so-
thing that Lizzie has done there.
Wow,
giving
look
us
at
an
that!
extra
She's
day.
given us all that wealth, and all she's given us is one day off fucking work. Jesus.
Yeah.
I'm not even getting that. I'm working on that bloody vocoder tomorrow.
Monica.
Are they starting to wager on whether she makes it to 100 yet? Is there like betting agencies out there for that? Surely it's getting close. What has she got? 4 years to go or something?
Yeah, it wasn't 3. I think she's
3?
97, isn't she? Yeah, she's 97.
Yeah.
But no,
Well,
I tell you, every time like in the last couple of years, she's been stepping back, and old Charlie's coming in to do a lot of her stuff.
Well,
It's like-
William's already been doing quite a lot.
yeah, and William does a bit, but on Remembrance Sunday, she'll be in the little balcony area, and Charles will come down and he'll do the reflaying rather than her. And she's been
What is that?
kind of-
Not just a puppet.
Oh yeah, she's been doing it. She's been taking a lot less, and every time it makes the news, I'm thinking, oh, for fuck's sake, she's 97 years old. Why does it have to be news that she can't go to the opening of a flower show or something stupid like that? Would you expect your 97-year-old mother to do that? No, of course you wouldn't. So leave her alone and just let her
Oh, yeah.
put her feet up, for fuck's sake. Like I said, I respect her as an individual woman. I don't respect the monarchy, but I respect her as an individual. Just let her put her fucking feet up for a bit. Seriously.
Well, I mean, if she does go, do you think we'll get a new national anthem? Because I'm fed up with this
Hopefully
fucking
it'll be
dirge
Sex
that we've had.
Pistols.
Isn't it? You watch the Olympics, right? And they got all these various countries, and they're playing their national anthems, and then it gets to ours, and it's literally like dun 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 dun.
It is a bit of a dirge, isn't it?
Isn't it? It's a right old dirge, our one.
Yeah.
Oh well, there's plenty of musicians that could write one.
Wow.
That'll be a massive queue to have that one written.
But this is
get Robbie Williams to write it, and
yeah.
so you don't march to it. You just sort of like swagger along with that.
But it's like this is the thing though, because of this kind of double identity that the UK has. That it's like on the one hand, we're very English, but then of course we're British as well. Well, that includes the Scots and the Welsh and the Irish, and so we have to have something that includes them. And then when England play a football game, it's the national anthem. It's God Save the Queen. But like in other sports, they'll play Land of Hope and Glory as the English anthem rather than because why should England play the national anthem when that's the UK and they're only representing England? Surely they should play the English anthem, and the Scots should play the Scottish.
Just play the Sex Pistols, God Save the Queen.
Well, exactly. They should just throw that on.
And the fascist right, but the thing is, Land of Hope and Glory is a much better tune.
Well, yeah, because it's kind of upbeat, isn't it? It's
Yeah.
proper Elgar, isn't it? That?
Yeah, it's proper stuff. That. Yeah.
Technically the Queen is still head of state for Australia, and I think also in New Zealand as well.
And
so
Canada,
yeah. So she's not. It's not just Wales and Scotland and Northern Ireland.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, we like Waltzing Matilda. That's a cool anthem to have.
That was actually written by an Irishman.
Was it really?
Yeah, originally, yeah. But he obviously wrote it when he was living here, but he was Irish.
After we'd shipped him out there.
Yeah. It's interesting that, where I live, Western Australia was never a convict state. So we were a free state, and they settled, pasturage and agriculture and things like that. It was all to do with that. So from 1836, I think it was, that's kind of what England wanted to do with Western Australia. And then the other side of Australia was still handling the overcrowded prisons.
Yeah, literally the furthest away.
Yeah, as far away as you can. Yeah. So if you were born in WA, you weren't related to any convicts.
Yeah. Because we had that comedian here, didn't he? He did substituted the words to Waltzing Matilda. He said, no, these were the original words to the song, and it was something like poisonous spiders and what was it? Snakes that can bite you, giant mice that are hopping all around. He's kind of
giant mice.
Giant mice pocket.
Oh, it's really, really good.
Yeah,
it's true though. Everything in Australia wants to kill you, don't they? Apart from the people.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well.
Oh dear.
Well, I mean, it doesn't matter where you live. There's always something that's trying to kill you, isn't there?
Yeah, true, I suppose.
Yeah.
Except for the quokka, right? It's too cute to kill you.
So. Oh yeah, the quokka won't kill you.
Oh, that's so cool. If you ever come over here, that you've got to see a quokka. They are actually really cool. They absolutely.
There are direct flights from London to Perth.
Well, they're
and soon to Sydney as well.
They are soon to recommence. I think they haven't recommenced it yet.
No, they have started again.
Oh, they have? Okay, cool. Well, they were off for about 2 years, and now they're back on.
Was it like
I think you can also go direct to Darwin too.
Darwin and Perth, and the Sydney does a stopover at Perth.
But the Sydney one is going to be direct in next year. They're going to use the
24 hours.
50,000, aren't they? I think to go direct from London to Sydney, 20 hours.
We've just finally dropped all the quarantine. Rules now. So you know how I've been whinging that the last 2 years I haven't been able to go anywhere. Well, finally I can travel.
Here you go.
Yeah. I was talking to my mate Steve
there's nothing
Smith.
to go to.
I was talking to my mate Steve Smith. He's down in, I think he's in Melbourne. But he was talking about. He says, "Yeah." He says we've had it was the longest lockdown in the world we had. And then he said, he goes, "But you want?" He said, "The Victorian police." He said, "You want to see what they were doing?" He said, "It got really, really brutal. Apparently, up in Victoria." And what was it?
I can hear noise in the background. It's rain. It's just started to pelt down. Sorry about that.
That's all right. It's cool. We've had plenty of that here and all.
Yeah.
It's like, he said a guy got fined £1,000 because he was sitting under a tree in a park.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, there was some stupid stuff. There's 30 coppers right now that are about to go to court. The police commissioner is going to reprimand them because they refuse to get vaccinations. It's just all sort of stupid stuff going on.
Yeah.
At least you've got a decent prime minister now.
Albo.
Yeah. Seems like
It's
a nice
kind
chap.
of a weird feeling. The previous guy was a bit of a douche.
A little bit.
And he did some good things, but a lot of bad things. I don't know. I don't think you could really look anywhere in the world right now and go, yeah, I like my leader of my country.
Yeah.
Boris?
Yeah, don't.
Wow. Yeah.
There might be a couple, of very, very minor places around the world, but if you look at the big nations, I don't think many people are happy with them.
I think the your friends to the what is it, South
New Zealand.
Yeah, New Zealand. Yeah,
Jacinda.
She's pretty cool. Quite like
Yeah.
her.
Yeah, she's probably one of the rare ones. Yeah.
Yeah, she seemed pretty sweet.
There's a lot of people that don't like her though, because of what she did in COVID. But then again, if you think about what she did in COVID, she probably saved many, many people's lives.
Exactly. Yeah.
So.
Yeah, but being a leader is a thankless task anyway, isn't it?
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
And you're never going to be able to please everybody.
It's like being a YouTuber, isn't it?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Come on, David. Get Cleo on the cam. We all want a bit of Cleo.
Cleo, the star of the show.
David's has he changed some of his gear? I think he's selling some gear.
Stuff.
Yeah,
he's looking a bit bare there.
Yeah, he's having a bit of a clear out.
Yeah. Oh, what you doing, David? You selling your gear?
Oh man, I was just getting ready to consider selling my Pro 3, and I was like, "What the fuck was I thinking?"
You were going to sell it.
I bought it because I don't know. Don't ask me that. You know how it is. Had a bad jamming session with it, and But anyways, I bought it because it was my first sequential, and I was like, I want to get something. My Dave's still alive, as part of the company, and somehow I lost sight of that. But God, what a depressing.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah.
This is just. I was still depressed, and then this is like I don't even know how low can you go?
Yeah.
Well,
I'm still getting over Vangelis.
Yeah, that's actually getting worse because I keep listening to his music and it's just beautiful and sensitive, and just you see these pictures. And I was watching this, was it Top of the Pops or something? Him and John Anderson doing this the cheesiest little performance.
He's got that little kind of 3/4 size acoustic guitar, isn't he, John Anderson?
Yeah. And then Vangelis is kind of smiling. It's just so awkward, but in hindsight, it's just wonderful. Like you're watching,
What's funny about that song is it wasn't on the first issue of that album, so I really don't know it. No, it was only on the on the second issue. So it was Friends of Mr. Cairo, that album that song was, but it only came out a few months after the album was released. So on the second issue,
did they only do they do just one album together or?
No, they did 4.
There was the other.
They did 3, and then a 4th one was released sometime later.
Yeah, I found one of the albums the other day I was at a little kind of flea market thing, and I was like, I was like, I'm just gonna check, and I found 3 albums. They were kind of beaten up, not like collector, but I was thrilled, man. And clearly they didn't know what they had, so they were selling them for less than, like the Cars Panorama, which I loved as a kid, but come on.
Yeah.
Oh, well, what are we going to do?
I've always wanted to know whose hairdo came first. Was it Rod Stewart or was it John Anderson? They're both very similar.
Yeah.
I was sitting there thinking, when I was listening to John Anderson sing, it was like, if you could have his voice, would you swap it for your voice?
Yeah.
The logical thing is to say absolutely, But then he hits those high notes, and I go, I just don't know if I want to be able to sing like that. It's just.
He kind of talks like he sings too. If you ever watched him on his interviews, he has that sort of higher pitched voice.
Yeah, I mean, not that I have a deep voice, but
But you do.
No, I'm trying to sound deep.
It's quite deep.
Yeah, I said it right good.
like the guy from Yellow. Now that's a deep voice.
I gotta get like
Oh,
I was looking for podcast mics.
Oh yeah.
I need like a deep podcast mic. A mic that accentuates the bass.
The roads or the shores, yeah.
Is that it? Yeah, that's what I want. Not the highs, the deep.
Right, let me find. I'm going to find some vape oil.
Oh Jesus!
We're all gonna get.
Wow. Well, I'll hang about for a little bit. I've got to do some work today, but yeah.
Yeah, well, it's what 2:30 in the morning there. I'm like 7 or 8. I'm in the sweet spot.
Yeah, it's
me and Andy
early in the morning here.
We can hang all night.
I just took my daughter to netball training this morning, so I've already done all that. My phone is ringing. Go away, phone.
Man, I can't believe what a mess.
I don't know who that is.
I don't know.
Oh, excuse me.
Never answer a phone that says no caller ID.
No,
I get like spam likely.
Yeah.
Okay, I won't do that. Oh man.
If you're not prepared to advertise your number, then I'm not prepared to talk to you.
Exactly.
Yeah, spam likely. It's like, hi spam.
Yeah.
This is like
I got this call the other day, and it did have a mobile number, and I thought, okay, I better. Someone wants me, but I'm not going to answer it. I answered it, and it was obviously a scammer or something or other. And so I answered it, and it was this guy saying that he was from Amazon, and apparently they were going to take money out of my account unless I pressed
you
one.
need you to act now, yeah.
Yeah. So I got through to this guy, and his name was Steve, and apparently he was from Sydney, but he definitely wasn't Steve from Sydney because my name is Steve and I am from Sydney. And it was fantastic. I told him my name was Sergeant Baxter and I'm from the Australian Federal Police. And the next thing I heard was I
would have just said, do you know who Dave Smith is? Okay, fuck you, bye.
Unbelievable.
Oh, it's really bad. He looked so good too, man. It doesn't, it's not like
he was probably at the pub chopping down a couple of those,
Well, mate,
scotches
we all want to know, don't we? Look, we all kind of want to know how and why and when and all this kind of stuff. But he'd been in so particularly, seemingly good health. One can only assume that either it was a very sudden illness or it was some kind of accident or something.
Yeah. It sounds like it might have been. Yeah. Oh man. So.
It's one of those things that both sucks and blows.
It does. It does. Everyone in the chat saying hi to me, and I'm ignoring them. I better say hi.
Yeah. What a weird thing to find out. So late. Oh man. He did seem like he kind of put some of his affairs in order, which was kind of if it was unrelated, was pretty cool because he just shows what kind of person he was. He kept it all.
I also think it's certainly in more recent years since he kind of came back on, with the sequential. First with the Dave Smith brand, and then ultimately getting back the sequential name, that he got the plaudits and the recognition that he so rightly deserved for everything that he did. He got the recognition and all that, and I think at least if there's one thing we can take from this is that I'm pretty sure Dave Smith knew how much he was respected and admired and loved. From the community.
He must have had enough people saying it to him, sure.
Yeah, exactly. And certainly, and again, in recent years, what with the the re-emergence of the sequential brand and a whole bunch of amazing bits of gear, and then of course his involvement with Tom.
Yeah, that was really special.
Apart from the Rev 2.
Apart from Rev 2. So
could be worse, could be Rev 1.
At least I think he knew, he would have been aware of the reverence in which he was held. So that's good. But
he only ever made 2 mistakes, I reckon. The Rev 2 and the potentiometers on the Prophet 8, which he did go and fix later on.
Come on, Randy. You made a mistake a few times, starting with the Evolver.
Yeah, I made it with the Evolver.
Through all the generations of Evolver.
Such a ugly synth.
Mofo until the Prophet 8.
I liked it.
I really loved it, but I didn't really love the look of it. But
it also had those lovely encoders that you so much love.
It is really cool.
If you had was it the Tempest, the drum machine? There's a lot of people that were saying that was never fully finished. And there was a few people that didn't like that, but I don't know.
I thought it was pretty good. Sort of.
I think every synth inventor developer makes boo-boos. Yeah. Everybody. I mean, even Tom. I mean, Tom Oberheim. The programmer in the 4 and 8 voice.
Post that link I put in the private chat. It's the thing I went to when he was at Karma doing a talk about his legacy. Oh, and you can even hear me asking an annoying question in it, but really good talk he gave about the history. They actually edited a part out when I asked about some of his unreleased products. Yeah. But I still have my audio recording that he answered. So.
Oh wow!
Let's paste that in.
Yeah, Andy, you're off down to NAMM, aren't you? When is it?
Sir.
Tomorrow?
Nope.
Is it tomorrow? When are you going down?
No, it's Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah, press day.
Friday.
Oh,
so yeah, we'll have to try and get a call down to you at some stage.
Oh, totally. Yeah, we can do that. Hope the signal holds up with all.
It's going to be a little bit of a grey cloud over the whole.
Yeah.
Proceedings, really, isn't it?
Yeah,
so.
Absolutely.
Oh, huge. Yeah. It's gotta.
I'm just trying to think, like, there was probably maybe 3 opportunities that I had in the last, 10 years to get a Dave Smith or a sequential synth. And all of them, I got like so close to going, take my money. And I just pulled it at the last second thinking, that's really going to hurt my bank account.
Yeah.
And I reckon I'm kind of regretting it. I reckon one of them I should have got.
I'm glad I got my Pro 3. I must admit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it was, the Pro 1 I had was technically second hand. But I've had a Pro 1 maybe 3-4 times in 30 years. It was never one that I'd actually bought new. So the Pro 3 was the first sequential synth that I bought brand spanking. And it's been, I love it. I really do love it. But it's been even more poignant now.
I've always kind of liked the Prophet 12 was one kind of love to try that. But
Poly Evolvers, they're going to be
going
through the roof now even more than they used to.
Yeah,
I so regret not buying one last year when I could.
Because sequential's now over with, the same crowd at Focusrite, Novation, and all those guys, right? It means it's going to live on. So that's actually, that's a good thing.
Yeah, I think that group there, Carson and a couple, I forget the other guy, I'm sure they're going to do some really awesome stuff. But I guess kind of like Moog, but no.
Well, it was good that David had made sequential into an ongoing concern again.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So that it was there to be taken and moved on.
What I'm keen to see is if you were to merge the expertise and heads of sequential and the expertise and heads of Novation and make a synth, what would that be? It makes you kind of dribble at the mouth, doesn't it? Of how amazing it would be. I mean, you've got 2 pretty decent synth makers there.
Yeah.
I don't know, yeah, where do you go from like the Prophet X, or God, they made some really wild stuff that I haven't even had a chance to really look at. He just kept going and going, you know. And then he kind of sucked us into the old stuff, the Prophets and the Oberheims. But some of
I'm
the
glad he did that though.
oh
I'm glad he
no,
remade them.
I
Yeah.
hope I hope they keep selling them for a while. I don't want them to go get ridiculous.
Yeah.
If they stop selling them, they're gonna blow up in price, and that's gonna be a shame. You know.
Because it kind of comes full circle again, where we get back to talking about, you know, what happened to the Take 5.
Mm.
You know, so
Yeah.
What did happen to the Tape 5?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Just disappeared.
It's a mystery.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have there too many issues with it?
No, it's just. I don't think it just.
Or just
There's
not
some
enough.
beaters out there.
Just not enough parts they could.
I think those who've got it think it's great, but just not many people have got it.
It's not beaters. Like they were actually. Probably they've done one run.
But it just doesn't seem to have been propelled into the. You know the bigger, you know, I can't think of the bloody word. It's too fucking late. But you know, it's not a prolific.
It wasn't sexy enough.
It's
too
not
little, too late.
Well, there's 5 in stock
spoken
in
of.
Australia.
Yeah.
And there's one here in my city. I can go down and grab one. They're $2,000 Australian.
I still would love to get a Rev 4.
Well, I think that's probably it. For them, the Rev 4 is the biggest competition.
Yeah,
People actually wanting to save up more and have the proper sexy thing rather than the.
I would. I would certainly not. You know,
Yeah, the
buy a
Rev 4
Take 5 over the.
Well,
the Rev
I mean,
4.
they are different, but
I would take a Rev 4 just because it's a Rev 4,
Yeah.
and I would admit it. You know, I just want to look at it every day. Just walk in the studio.
that's beautiful. Just look at the woodwork.
And
That's
there's a part of
alone
me
you can look at.
Part of me wants to go and do it tomorrow, but then I go, "What are you doing? What's that going to change?" You know,
Yeah.
it's like, I don't know. You know what I mean? It's just.
But I mean, like for people my age, our age, whatever.
Yeah.
The Prophet 5 is you know it has this place in our imaginations, in our psyche, as being being used by so many of the people that made the music that we really, really loved. I mean, you know, you can always remember seeing, you know, Japan, you know, Barbieri, you know, using the Prophets, and Thompson Twins, and everyone else. I mean,
Dave Ball,
yeah.
Michael
Soft Cell.
Everyone had, yeah.
Okay,
And
I'll get it.
It always stood out, didn't it? You know, it was the wooden synthesizer. It was the one that, like, during the days of, you know, the DX7s and, you know, and everything that was kind of black and plasticky. There was this wooden thing that stood out like a country mile, with that big logo in that lovely font, and it was unique in not only its tone, but also its, you know, its visual design as well. It's, you know, it's up there with, you know, the great synthesizers of all time, and rightly so.
It's the Stradivari, isn't it?
Yeah, it's kind of that. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, the tone is just, some of the tones out of it are just, they're so nice.
I'd just probably chain my Poly Evolver with the Evolver desktops and get lots of polyphony. So,
but you can't get it. But it's not a Rev 4. Doesn't have the wood.
It's not. Yeah, it's not a Prophet.
Just kidding.
But it has its own mojo.
Oh,
yeah.
Look, man. That's how I'm making myself feel better. Okay, that's what's happening right now. Other than the blue,
like Robert was saying, good luck getting one now. The prices are nuts.
Yeah,
yeah. We saw them creeping. They've been creeping for years.
And you know, it's those sounds as well. You know, those distinctive Prophet tones, and not just the tones, but the fact that the original Prophet 5, only being 5 voices, had this. You know, like, you know, you think about Betty Davis' Eyes, and that whole opening riff, which is, you know, it's all Prophet 5, and if you try and do that on any other synth, it won't sound the same, because it's not got, unless you program in the note stealing, it doesn't have the vibe.
Yeah.
And it was that note stealing that gave it the vibe as well as the sound.
Yeah.
So there's all of these little things that, you know, it's like I tried to do it on the Polybrute, and I deliberately, you know, messed it up so that it would steal that note, just to get it close to do that, you know, that Betty Davis sound. So it's just those things that obviously weren't intentional. I don't know what the reasons were for only making the Prophet 5 a 5 voice instead of a 6 voice. Keep it even.
Well, it was
numbered.
10. You have 10 appendages.
Yeah.
So
I'll tell you what. It's a flexion memory, Robbie. Do you remember the Turkish Delight advert?
Fry's Turkish Delight with the sword that comes down through the.
Yeah, the Arabian one.
Yeah.
P5.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Did not know that.
Talking about voice stealing, right? I actually like it. I like voice stealing. I actually think it creates a type of timbre in your playing. And this thing here, the nifty keys, it's like it's all over that, right? And when you find that when you're playing, polyphonic sort of, it kind of, you end up kind of liking these notes disappearing in your chords because you're hitting more than 4 notes. And
It frees up the frequency range.
But you've got more movement on the keyboard if you've got a long release on as well.
Yeah,
it's not going to get so cluttered so quickly.
Yeah, you can actually wait for a release to full and not care about it.
Yeah.
Whereas do that in software, and it's just inconvenient even then, even if you put the voice stealing low enough.
Yeah, or you can change it to high note or low note depending on what you want. So you might want to have the high note disappearing.
Nah, low note is the only true
Let the
one.
low note.
Well, low note priority is the only true.
Yeah. I did a few low notes this morning when I first woke up. Yeah.
Similar, but if you do, you need to see a doctor.
God, that noise is in the Korg Volca sample. Can you believe that noise is in the Korg Volca sample?
What?
Wow. I just like my son cacked his head off when I played it to him when I first got that thing.
Well, you mean the Korg Volca Rumpel?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Korg Volca can't update Rumpel.
So I've got a Rev 2 and I've got a Rev 3. I'm going to have to actually get them both working and restored now, aren't I?
Don't you have a Rev 1 as well?
Give one to me.
I thought you said.
You just send one down to Australia, Kent.
Yeah.
We need, it's very void of things down here. Just, you're helping out.
I'll pay for the Rev 2 repair.
Right, when I was talking to Steve Smith in Melbourne today, he was just telling the others about a guy has brought in his System 700 to be serviced. All was it 27 cabs?
Jesus.
Wow.
Yeah, 3 main cabs, 3 keyboards, and Christ knows how many additional VCO banks, and 2 labs in it as well. 27 cabs.
Not bad. What's he doing with that?
A very big. It's the same sound, but it's just bigger.
A very big fart sound.
Yeah.
How many labs were there in the world? Like 15, 20?
It was 20, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, or block. Was it block 8?
9?
They called it. I think they called it block 8.
Because it was the brochure here somewhere. I can
6 blocks, and the keyboard was called another
2.
block, and then lab was block 8, I think.
Although it has nothing. I mean, it was supposed to be just be a completely separate thing.
Yeah. But it's just a ridiculous. I mean, it's what probably about half all the 700s in the world, sort of thing. There's so many. It's ridiculous. But but it's same.
When did they stop making the 700s? It wasn't that long ago, was it? Because they were the last, weren't they?
I think they kept them going.
Beyond the 100M, or did they stop it with the 100M?
I thought the 700s were after the 100Ms. I mean, we
No,
need
700
Alex Ball right now. Come on, call him up.
700 was the first one.
Hang on a minute.
Someone in chat.
I think it might be the
RolandMuseum.de, if that website still exists.
I got a feeling it might be either parallel or after the 100. But the M would be after.
Yeah.
So according
because they
to
did that. They did that synth version of the
76
100
to 80
as
for
well.
the 700, and
That tended to keep them going.
79 to 83 for 100M,
Yeah.
and 176 to 79.
Yeah.
Although I definitely can remember reading 100 in some places 75.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, because the style fits.
Yep.
Because it had the SH2000 slider caps and all that sort of thing.
Well, I mean, the 100 is just weird. Also, with the circus, like this complete halfway house, it's like it's not quite an SX5, but it's also not quite the older ones, SX3.
Yeah.
So those Moleco modules, right? The ones I've got, the roll-on Moleco, the one that's got the SH5 filter in it. Have you guys seen that? It's kind of, there's two sides to it. You've got a standard, I think it's a 700 filter in it. Someone will correct me. It's either a 100M or a 700 filter in it, which is probably very, very similar anyway.
Yeah.
And on the other side, you've got the SH5. And then you've got these switches across the top where you can choose one filter, you can mix the two.
All right.
Or you can choose the other, and it doesn't matter where you're plugging your input in, it'll pull it from either side. When you mix the two and you put a little bit more gain into it, oh my God, that thing just goes out of control. It is like completely unpredictable to the point where, you can't actually, you can't play the filter like you would normally expect to play it because it's just so bizarre. I'm going to have to show you guys it one day. It's really, really weird. And I'm not sure either my module's screwed up. It's not supposed to do that, but I doubt it. It's just apparently the SH5 filter is well known for being quirky like that.
I mean, on a real SX5, you have the normal filter, and then in parallel you have the fixed bandpass filter.
Yep.
And you can normally get some. Yeah, if you have both oscillators and ring mode at full level, it does push quite a bit through the filters.
With the resonance too, because you can actually, it's one of the only rare filters that you can actually dial in through modulation, the resonance as well. So it's not just modulating cut off, you can also modulate resonance on it, which is actually pretty cool. I actually had it hooked up to the Nifty keys the other day, and I've taken it out because I put the Moog filter back in. I'm trying all different filter sounds at the moment, and I'm just kind of thinking to myself, what sounds like when you sum you've got all the Roland filters happening on all the 100s, but when you sum it and you go through another filter, then you get the overall control of the whole polyphonic voice being filtered, which is actually kind of nice. It's kind of a nice thing to do. So you can shape each individual note, and then you can shape the whole lot at the same time.
That reminds me, Rez. My apologies. I didn't see that message until literally, I think, after the show had happened.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
I forgot about that. Yeah.
Yeah. We must say. Oh.
Oh, okay. So I know what that was about now. So all I was trying to do was just trying to get, because I didn't do that show the week before, and I was just trying to get some of the guys who were involved in putting that show together and just to say thanks. So I managed to get Eddie on, so that's fine. Eddie and Andy were on, and Brooksy, so yeah, that's fine. So thanks for reminding me, actually. So yeah, just big thanks for doing that. It was actually cool. It was quite humbling. I didn't get to watch it live, unfortunately, but I did watch it. I don't think I watched the whole 4 hours of it though.
Yeah. But it's been weird. There's something I must do to YouTube, for instance. There must be some setting in there I can play with, so I actually get these fucking notifications come up properly. But I didn't hear. I didn't get anything about Brooks's live thingy.
I'm telling you, it's definitely not you. It's Facebook. Because I have my Facebook page, which is the Ramsey page, and I might as well just scrap that thing. It's completely useless unless you are like logged in as the Facebook page person. all the time, which I'm not. I'm logged in as me, which is a different face. It's your standard Facebook.
Yeah.
You don't get the notifications as often, and you have to kind of watch your notifications thing.
Yeah.
And then you go in there and and you're looking at like there's messages sitting in there waiting, and they've been waiting for days or weeks or whatever.
Yeah.
And you just feel so bad when you're answering them back to people. But that's just Facebook. People, I think, understand that.
Yeah, because I also found this tab in the messenger thing that was other. I clicked on that. It was full of stuff. Going back years, and I'm like, oh my God, there's all these people. Can you help, please? And it's, oh, fuck.
It's Dave Spears trying to find out where his synth is.
Yeah. It's like, oh my God. There was a whole plethora of stuff in there. I was kind of, oh dear. Oh well. There's a few people around the world going, that bloody spawn blanked me. Fuck him. Kind of thing. I was going, no, honestly, dude, I didn't know that was there. Oops.
Yeah, I think most people understand that we're not doing this for, this is not like we're barristers at law and we have to monitor the messages every single day type thing. We're doing it for a living. This is all kind of just a hobby. So I think, it's no big deal.
Yeah. I just thought I've got a bloody 80 coming in tomorrow.
Another one?
Yeah. Oh, there's always 80s coming in. It's ridiculous. Oh, man. I forgot about that.
And I've just sat here thinking, I'm remiss. I don't have any sequential products in my collection.
No?
But what I do have is an SY22. And that has a distinct connection to Mr. Smith.
It does, with the MIDI, yes.
No, with the Vector.
Prophet Riaz.
Oh, with the Vector, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
The SY22.
If I remember rightly, from the time that sequential kicked off, I maybe it's just me, but my hindbrain is telling me that sequential were always quite expensive in the general field of synthesizers. They were how much?
Yep.
Oh, I'll never be able to afford one of them kind of thing.
Well, I mean, that's why they make the really crappy, Split 8, Max, 6-track.
Max sounds good though. You need the app to program it. There's an iPad app for it now, but it sounds great when you program it.
What other terrible ones? Prelude or what's that? There was one Italian multi-keyboard that was branded as sequential as well.
Yeah.
That was probably getting close to when they started, dropping off the perch though. At that sort of later end of...
it was mid-80s.
Yeah.
I think I've actually got one of those Prophet tape sequencers in the garage.
Oh,
you know the thingies they did with the little
there's one up for sale recently.
dictaphone cassettes in them.
So the sequencer from a dual manual Prophet 10 in a separate
Peter
box.
Hook had one up for grabs in his auction last year.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the Prophet 5.
Oh yeah, he did too. Yeah.
Something else.
Yeah, I'm sure
I would love to know who stole their Quadra in the 80s. I reckon. If you talk to Bernard, he'd probably still say the same thing too. I would also love to know who stole my Quadra. Someone is rocking about in this world, and they know that they've got New Order's Quadra sitting there.
They might not. Who knows how often it might have been sold in the meantime.
Well, on a technical level, I've got Howard Jones's Prodigy. On a technical level, not the case part, anyway.
You got the guts part.
Yeah, it was so buggered. We actually bought another Prodigy, and then just said, "Yeah, there's your Prodigy, mate. Got it all fixed for you." It was that bad.
How's your little
Prodigy was only about £300 back then, so.
How's your little workshop going? Is it finished yet?
Yeah, it's kind of there. There's still a few things that have to be addressed.
Have you got the aircon sorted yet?
Yeah, it's in and done.
Nice.
It's it's wonderful. It is. Oh, God, what a difference that makes from a 3-bar fire over in the corner with the doors that don't shut properly. Jesus Christ. So it's really, really lovely in there now. I tell you what, if I get a fridge and a kettle in there, it'll never come out.
You wouldn't need it now, though, would you? It'd be nice and warm over there right now.
It was bloody cold this morning, I tell you. It's really, yeah, it was
Last few
brisk.
days.
Yeah, it was still brisk. We're still waiting for summer to start.
I'm still wearing a t-shirt, and it's we're starting winter now, aren't we? Second day of winter.
Yeah.
Still wearing a t-shirt.
I tell you what, there was.
I'm going to try and wear one all the way through.
Well, we were watching the rugby, Australian rugby at the weekend, and there's, just people down there with duffel coats on. It's like, really, steam coming off the players after only 15 minutes. It was cold. It was cold. Even the commentators were saying it's like, really cold. And there's these four guys. The commentator's gone, and he goes. I said, "Oh look, there's about four guys over there in the stand, in their budgie smugglers with a hot tub, watching the game." It's going, "Yep, only in Australia, mate."
Was it a time machine though? Was it a hot tub time machine?
Yeah, quite probably. Yeah.
We still have crazy weather here. It's been warm lately, but they have some cold nights sometimes. Now, where the hell did that come from?
Yeah, we've had some.
That's the problem
cold
here.
ones.
It's like 7 degrees at night.
Yeah,
Celsius.
6 here at the moment.
You know what's weird with you guys is that it's like after 2 in the morning or nearly 3 in the morning, whatever it is, and you haven't got any alcohol.
Drunk it all.
Because
It's all gone.
usually it's
Because
related.
we all have drinking problems.
I had a bottle of wine.
Where's my drink? I can't see it.
Mind you, the most alcoholic thing I drink over the last 25 years is strawberry milkshake. Which I get delivered. Oh, it's tonight. I get it. I tell you what, we might have a chance of catching that bloody milkman tonight. Then, do you know what this bastard does? He drops off the milk 2:30, 3, 3:15 in the morning. Rings the doorbell.
Oh, you're like, gotcha.
Yeah, rings the doorbell to say, "Yeah, I've dropped your milk off." The dogs are kicking off. It's like, oh, for God's sake, mate! So we might catch him tonight.
We don't have milkmen anymore over here. They got rid of them years ago.
Oh, they got rid of them here as well, but they started filtering back. Hello, what's he fired up?
It's Puricelli mucking around.
So it could be worse with the Milkman. Have you seen that animation that goes with the Aphex Twin Milkman song?
No.
Oh,
the same
yes.
guy did Salad Fingers. He did a Milkman one that was really violent and crazy. You got to check it out if you haven't seen it. Milkman by fatpie.com. David Firth.
Oh, speaking of the milkman, have you seen Mr. Bungle? Remember Mr. Bungle?
Oh yeah.
There's a milkman one in that as well.
That's the guy from
Faith No More.
Faith No More, yeah, exactly.
Yeah. What was his name?
I'm drawing a blank.
Yeah, I've drawn a blank too.
My friend's way into him. He followed all of his projects. So.
Yeah. I saw them live. Faith, not Mr. Bungle, but Faith No More. Saw them live. Pretty good actually.
Yeah.
Is that
was a while
patch
ago.
called sorting my toolbox out? Separating the screwdrivers from the spanners.
It's called adjusting the gusset. Is that what it is?
It's like that Roland patch, the one that Jar used in one of his shows.
Yeah.
Of a D50, the machine run.
D50. Yeah, machine run, that's it, yeah. It's kind of got that sort of vibe to it.
Wow, there. Waking up the kids.
Well, if my wave station would be wired in, then I would be tempted to do it. But sadly,
Always doing the SY22 thing right now.
yeah.
Yeah. I have a TG33. They're a lot of fun.
It's certainly got testicles, isn't it?
It's the stereo stuff going too. It's bouncing around.
Yeah.
It's fun. The
I don't have
samples are
anything
pretty rough
connected
on
up
it, but
today.
it's fun.
I could.
Also, the Kawai K1, K12 had the vector joystick as well. You can do kind of primitive mixing with it.
Has anyone had a play with the new Kurzweil, the 20? Is it the 2700?
2700. I haven't seen it.
Yeah. Anyone had a play with that yet?
No.
Doesn't Ty have one?
I'm going to stop by Guitar Center Hollywood. They always have the weird
He
stuff.
might have one. Let me see. No,
I've
he
been
probably
waiting
has.
for one to
No,
come
he
down
probably
here, but no one's bought. None of the shops have bought it in yet, and I'm a big fan of of their synth engine, and I just wanted to see how much of an improvement they've made on it.
Yeah,
And YouTube videos they'll always make it look sexy, but you got to see it for yourself.
I mean, it's Kurzweil. They haven't improved it massively.
Yeah.
But
Actually, Richard Hilton was talking to me last night about the new Phantom again, and I tell you what, I've never been really interested in that neck of the woods of Roland, but he's really selling this Phantom to me.
Is this the new one? The 06, the 08, that one?
Yeah. You can load cloud into it, and
it is really good.
Yeah,
I've had a look at it.
I mean, but the main reason they slashed the price from the larger ones is that they don't include all the the not plugouts, the emulations with it, so you have to buy them individually.
Actually, it kind of looks like that Kurzweil a little bit. I was just comparing their layouts. They're kind of oddly similar.
Because the Kurzweil seem to have a very similar kind of spec to it as well.
They do, yeah.
All the stuff you can put into her as well. You know?
I mean, but they don't compare. I mean, Kurzweil is Kurzweil. The Rolands are the modern Zencore.
Oh, no, the Rolands, those sound good too, man.
But I mean, a Kurzweil doesn't change.
There's a guy I know, and he's not a YouTuber, so you won't know who he is. But he was talking to me about the Phantom. He's got the Phantom 06, which is the shortest one, and he was raving about the sampler part of it. He was saying it's very easy to get sounds in, and it's very easy to then create polyphonic, timbres and then save them as patches and things.
Yeah, I mean, Richard was saying about something where you can get like a load of samples, and it works out where on the keyboard all the samples go, and where the cross points are, and the crossover points and stuff.
Yeah.
Really? Okay.
A bit like how the MPC does it. It does the auto thing.
Yeah.
That's nice.
So he's looking forward to using that, because he was talking about some of the things that he doesn't have in the live setup when he does the gigs. He said there's some of the tracks they need these string falls, and he can't really put them in, but he's got the original master tapes and multi-tracks, and he'd be able to sample out these string falls and put them in, and then put them on a pedal or something like that, just to bring more realism to that setup. So because they're going to have one of these Phantoms either side of the stage with both keyboard players on them, so you can use the JP8 on where it's required on one track, and another machine on another, so it'll get a better sound basically. At least that's how he's trying to sell it to Chic, so they buy them.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
So I've always thought a good little check to see if you've got a good sounding string section on your synth is to grab a MIDI file of one of your favorite classic composers like Bach or Beethoven or something like that, and then arrange it with all the string section
and see how it sounds.
If it sounds real, then you'll know you've got a good string section on your synth. Yeah. If it sounds really cheesy, like the old general,
it sounds like it is a MIDI file. Yeah.
Yeah. Then you'll know that you haven't. Make sure you get a good MIDI file though.
Yeah. Yeah, because a lot of those files actually are quantized to death.
Yeah.
Where it sounds like there's absolutely no expression and feeling in it whatsoever. It's just the notes, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
You could always tell it because I've had somebody played something to me before now, and they're going, "Yeah, it took me ages," and I was going, "Mate, that's a MIDI file." Fuck off. Oh, I thought you wouldn't. I thought you wouldn't know. Right?
Well, that's the sound he's going for, is the MIDI file sound.
Yeah.
That's all.
He saw it with the MIDI pack.
It's like Chopin was a robot.
Not as bad as when now it's gone through optical music recognition to scan in some scores, which is always a fun thing. I mean, basically, what I got to the point, scan it in, put it in Cubase, and then once I've scanned the whole thing in, sit with the score on my lap, and reprogram the entire thing from scratch again. And I've done it three times. Where
I'm the same.
I could have just programmed it rather than trying to scan it because that was those are some charts that are basically because we have all the crossroads and then rub that out again. I mean, we are now doing these bars and so we're trying to understand that.
Yeah, I'm exactly the same. It kind of does your head in because you get the MIDI file and you think, hang on a minute, this is not right. What you guys? It's probably okay to listen to, if you didn't care. But if you want to actually recreate something to the point where you want it sounding properly, you might as well just end up doing it from scratch. Yeah,
it's like I've downloaded quite a few of these Vangelis MIDI files in the past, and when they do. Chung Ho, they always get the fourth chord wrong.
Yep,
always get it wrong. And you go, but I've listened to one before now. We've gone, it's like no,
that's a hard track to actually get right though.
Yeah, he goes, it's not a straight F, mate. Trust me, it's not a straight F.
I had a go at doing a cover on that, and I pretty much butchered it.
What is it? Is it the major minor?
Do the C.
I can tell you actually.
Sharp to the G, so it'd be the F, and it goes from the F to the. I suppose you call it A sharp or B flat. I don't know. I don't know anything about bloody music. But you have an alternate bass note. Yeah,
I'll load
you
it
do.
up.
I'm trying to think what it was myself. Now, hang on.
Chung Ho. Of course, Ableton, you're going to ask me to upgrade it because I did it like 4,000 versions of Ableton.
I think you've got, so you've got that one, the big one down there. Then you've got the G. Then it goes to the straight F. And then it's this one.
D sharp.
Yeah, so
are you talking about the lead?
Or on the chords. On the chords.
So it goes from the F major to the minor. It's a minor, but it has.
But you play the G sharp for the bass.
Yeah.
C sharp, F, G sharp. Yep. Yeah, it's D sharp.
And then it's.
And then it goes to B. It goes to B, D sharp.
I'm gonna take off everyone.
Do you know what I'm trying to think it myself now? You know.
Your top note should be a C sharp on the main one that holds.
Nah. So in the chord, instead of playing that A sharp, you play a G sharp.
You've got there's two strings going at once too.
That.
What the hell are you doing? Not you, this computer.
Yeah, something else playing some in a different key.
There's a MIDI file that's floating around for Chongko, and it's not correct. So I think it's the most common one you find if you search it on Google. Don't download it, but change it, but don't just accept it for what it is.
It's like guitar tabs, right? They always make mistakes in them.
Yeah.
I mean, what I really hate for any of those things when they're like a few semitones out just arbitrarily. or just one semitone out, or just like, how do you manage to be one semitone out in your transcription? How can you physically do that to yourself?
Mate,
Well, if they play a rolly badly, they can get it pretty easily, right?
But they might detune as well, because some people play it as that on the notes, but they detune. So you're actually playing the actual physical notes, but it's detuned or
That's cheating. That's like the last time I tried to play something in B, and I was just like, oh fuck, this is annoying.
Yeah. Most of the time, I just with my one finger or my two fingers, I just get no, it sounds right. I don't even care what key it's in.
Everybody hates playing sharp keys, but
it's that one, surely.
I also hear a lot of covers that are transposed a lot, so they're the right keys, but they don't play the one that's on the album. They transpose it however they like. So.
Yeah, because they're worried about copyright strike. That's why they do it.
Well, I mean, that's still going to flag it, though, isn't it? With the shitty algorithm the way it is.
Yeah, the modern algorithm.
If you slow it or speed it up and you transpose it, it usually beats it. I don't think I uploaded my chung. It's on my SoundCloud though. I'm pretty sure it's out.
It's something you shouldn't play on a rolly.
I did it all with VST, so I feel really shamed. The whole thing is VSTs. Oh, hang on, maybe I did record some audio on this. What did I record on this?
VSTs are fine. If it sounds good, who cares?
Oh no, I did record some audios. I must have had like an M3 and a couple of analog synths in there. But all the string sounds were CS80V from Arturia. Because not everyone's got a CS80. Hey, Kent, because you keep freaking hogging them all over there.
I ain't fucking got one either, mate. Don't worry about it. Even the one that's in here is borrowed. But fortunately, I have version 9 of Arturia's collection. And on the Rolly, it really does come to life. It really does come to life.
Or you get a Hydrasynth.
Yeah, but you're not going to get the same way. For some reason, it doesn't quite do it on the Hydra the same way. I need to go in there and change the resolution.
The resolution.
Yeah, the resolution.
Are they using the 14-bit, NRPN version?
Yeah,
it might not be high enough. Yeah,
you can't get the ribbons to be similar to the Rolly.
I think you can. I think there's a parameter in here somewhere. But I must admit, I've been a bit remiss in actually really getting inside and doing some programming.
Because Rolly uses
so many patches,
all the 16 channels, right? That's with MPE.
Yeah. You got set it to any. Otherwise, you get all sorts of note robbing and because it goes, well, which channel do you want that on, and or some go off to another channel, so you hit the key, nothing happens, and all that sort.
So I would have thought the Hydra would have done the same thing, but I'm guessing depending on how you play it, like as a controller, that is. I'm not talking about as a synth, but as a controller.
Yeah, I think sometimes as well. I mean, depends on how your DAW processes the MPE information as well, because there seems to be. I was running up, I think it was Bitwig, and I got a completely different kind of response from the Hydra in Bitwig than I do in Cubase. There was there seemed to be more control in Bitwig, weirdly. So, but definitely it's the same with the Rolly as well.
They're the ex-Ableton guys, aren't they? I kind of need to play with Bitwig a bit more. There's a few things about Ableton that's kind of starting to piss me off. And it's probably just me, but I don't know. You know how like you've got to be able to gel with the interface. It's not necessarily the interface's fault. It's your brain fighting with something that someone else's brain has created.
Yeah. Well, I'm adopting this Richard Hilton philosophy now of like try to use as many different DAWs as possible,
Yep.
Because you will write differently depending on the DAW you're working with.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. So I thought, because I do suffer from this. Yes, mate. It sounds like the last track you wrote syndrome.
Yeah.
You know.
I find if I use Studio One, which is the PreSonus DAW, I find that I write more sort of piano-based stuff because it uses Melodyne well, and this is that's kind of how it's led to. And if I use Ableton, it's more sort of, it's sampled, clipped based type of production. I don't know. It kind of it's probably my go-to as well. But then if I use something like Bitwig or Reaper or any of those sort of other ones, you're right. You kind of do write a different way, don't you?
Yeah. But I'm trying to get rid of this unnecessary loyalties. Like, I've been with Cubase since 91 and all. Yeah. Let's try some other shit then. It's like now I'm going to get myself a proper Mac. Well, a Mac Mini, but still a proper Mac nonetheless.
Yeah.
Well, not a 2012 one, and have both platforms and mess around with different stuff and stop being sort of like, no, I use PC and I use Cubase and all this. Being
just like analog digital, you got to use it all.
Yeah, and stop being, sort of like rigid and regimental about it all, and sort of like learn to explore and try doing stuff differently.
Yeah, I started with, Steinberg. It wasn't called Cubase.
No, that's right. What was it? It was 20. Was it 24 originally? Something like
Pro 16 on the Commodore, then 24 on the Atari, then Pro 12 as the cheaper version.
Yeah,
then
Pro 24 on the Atari. That's where I started.
I think I had Pro 16.
Then it became Qubit. Qubit was trademarked by some other company, and then it became Cubase.
Mm.
And then I went across to PC, and I used Cakewalk. Really early in the piece.
Cakewalk, God.
Sonar was great back in the day.
Yeah, so I used that until early 2000s when Ableton came out. I started using that, and the only reason why I changed to Ableton was because I bought an Akai MPK controller, and it came with Ableton, and I thought, I'll give this a go. I never looked back.
Yeah, but when I did the controller, I was testing it with different DAWs, and when it got to Logic, I was like, I'm lost. Because I thought, this is just like Cubase. It looks like Cubase. No, it's nothing like bloody Cubase. And everything was in a different place. It was like, what am I doing?
And also back then when the environment was still a bit more important.
Yeah.
Ranty, was that the MPK 249?
I've still got it. I think it is, yeah.
Yeah. That was when I worked at Apple, all the Logic guys, it was the most common keyboard throughout the whole building. You see those things everywhere.
Yeah, I don't use it anymore because all the keys are all yellowed and the caps have fallen off the tops of the pots. So it kind of looks like someone with a bad smoking habit and missing a few.
But that's weird though, because the original MPKs are really. I mean, I've got an MPK 49, and my son's got an MPK 88, and they are just immaculate, and they've not, they're solid and. Really,
mine's
really good controllers.
Mine's beautiful in terms of the keyboard and everything. There's nothing wrong with it, but the keys have slightly yellowed because it's so old. And we're talking Australia. It gets a lot hotter, here. So I'm sure the bromide in the plastic reacts worse here than it does in colder climates.
I think that was
my
MPK 40.
My base station keyboard's yellowed as well, and I bought that from brand new. And I bought that in 2013, and it's yellowed already.
Well, you should stop chain smoking like 10 packs a day.
I don't smoke at all, but yeah, never been a smoker.
Well, get the kids to smoke less in the studio.
When I first met my wife, she said, "Do you smoke after sex?" I said, "I don't know. I've never looked."
Don't try. We don't try as hard.
I've got the hiccups as well now.
Oh,
oh dear. I need to go to bed.
Yeah, I was going to say, guys, I need to get some work done because it's kind of like 10:15 and I haven't done any work today. I've got to get some work done. You guys have probably outslept your welcome, right?
Well, so I don't need to get up early in the morning, so...
You could almost just pull an all-nighter and just stay up. Might as well stay up. Have another day.
Do you know what? I really can't attempt to try and do that crop at Vacoda tomorrow without having some sleep first.
You got to have some sleep.
Yeah, because it's just going to be like this smouldering lump in the corner by lunchtime. And go, oh dear, I shouldn't have gone near it.
Oh, hi, Daniel.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You remember your Vocoder?
Yeah.
It's not.
Do you remember you said you were going to come on the show?
Yeah.
Yeah. It doesn't vote code anymore.
Yes. I mean, well, the thing is now is that I honestly, I can't leave any more messages on his answer phone. He goes, you have a full message box.
There'll be a...
With me going, oh, I was going to break your road.
Just curious, when was it last working? When did he use it?
Oh, he's never used it.
Oh, he's never used it. Okay.
No. It didn't work properly at all. Well, it did because you know you see it running in Synth Britannia.
Mm-hmm.
That's not actually that vocoder. It's not actually that vocoder you hear. They just like point the camera at the vocoder and we'll put some audio over it afterwards.
That's great.
Yeah.
Mm. Well, Vale guys, Vale to obviously Vangelis and Andy from last week, and Dave this week, and also Alan from Yes, and God, there was a few actors that dropped off in the US as well.
Ray Liotta. Yeah, we've had a few English actresses pop it this week as well.
I just hope it's not COVID that's got him, because that would suck. Because you know what I mean, like it's like I've got this this person that I know that lived through World War One, went to war, and went to World War Two as well. Was young enough in World War One, and then went to World War Two. Was reasonably old in World War Two, but still served. And then about 10 years later, crossed the street and got hit by a tram and died. Do you know what I mean? Like, you don't want something like COVID to take you. That's
even before COVID. I mean, you guys have heard of they call it NAM flu. I got sick 2020 NAM, and COVID hadn't gotten here yet, but I got something. It was not so fun. So just all that close quarters, touching everything. Just
You mean that?
Bring some hand sanitizer with you. Bring some hand sanitizer.
People are coughing on you. That won't help. It's just
Oh, mask it up.
That's what I'm wondering with the mask. If they're going to have mask protocols or not, I'm not sure. Probably
Get
not.
one of those spray, those car spray respirators.
Yeah, they're really good.
They are really
the
good.
ones the military give you for the,
for the mustard
with the
gas
carbon
and all
filters
that.
in them.
Yeah.
I've got some of those somewhere.
Yeah. You do. You
look
do
like a freak.
You do look like you're
Both
from a computer game, but you just go plodding around in the rubber suit,
like a
hood pulled up with the mask on.
Like
No, but honestly, if you the basics is if you just wear a mask and hand sanitize frequently, I think you should stave off quite a bit of that.
Yeah.
And if someone starts coughing you just walk away.
But I'm really starting to believe now that the COVID that people are getting now is even milder again.
Yeah, it is.
Than
the
even the Omicron was. Yeah, but you got the Omicron
B2 or something.
Yeah, so it's getting milder and milder and milder as time goes on. Because when I got COVID was it December 19? Holy fucking shit. That was 3 weeks on that settee, mate. I really thought I was never getting off it.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, all they say on the NAM stuff is, proof of vaccination or something else, not hardcore, and nothing about wearing masks as far as I could tell. No. So, on your own.
It'll be on your own for wearing the mask. That would be a definite.
Because I went into hospital last week to have my things. Excuse me, I've got hiccups. And I'd been there the week before with my mother-in-law, and I was sat there, and there were people in the in the waiting areas that had masks on, and people that didn't have masks on, and those that didn't have masks on weren't being told to wear masks. So I was just assuming that the hospital had relaxed its rules. Excuse me, sorry, this is so embarrassing.
Teaspoon of sugar upside down on the tongue.
Yeah.
It works. I don't know why, but it does.
So I went in to have this thing
real quick.
And I've got a I've got a mask that is you have a replaceable filter in it. It's an is it N95 or whatever, you know, the
K95,
yeah.
And it's also got these filtered exhaust ports, shall we call them.
Mm-hmm.
And I walked into hospital with this on, and the lady at the counter said, "You're going to have to take that mask off." And I said, "Why?" She said, "Oh, that's not an approved mask." I said, "No, it's better than the ones that you're giving out, which are just the regular blue ones."
Yeah.
And she said, "No, you're not allowed to have those masks." Okay, fair enough. So just put a blue mask on. That was it.
Put that over the top of it.
Get one of those masks.
Yeah.
Get one of those masks that has the lights on it, so when you talk, it it speaks as well. That's a good.
Yeah, but it's nowadays certainly over here. It's you wear them if you want, and if you don't, you don't. It's as simple as that. That's how they.
I should just wear my Friday the 13th Jason Tom Savini mask. What do you mean?
Yeah. I was looking at the because I've got tickets for ABBA, and I was looking at the current guidelines, and it says wear a mask or something, and I'm thinking okay, because I've been to a number of gigs in the last 6 months or so. Masks have not been a requirement. It's just been completely. All you got to do is just prove that you're, vaccinated.
But Andy, I've got a friend who's an epidemiologist, and they're basically saying to me, and they were saying this from even before COVID. They were saying about flu and things like when I was talking to them years ago. Basically, hand washing, and social distancing are going to be your two main things. But obviously when you're stuck in close quarters with someone, that's where your mask and the hand sanitizer will help.
And the great thing about the masks, in over 2 years I haven't smelled any bad breath. Awesome.
That's true, yeah. Although you do smell your own bad breath.
Well, got to check your own shit, but
chew a mint or something inside your mask. That's what I tend to do. Yeah. Look, I've been to I'm surprised I haven't got COVID yet. I've been to footy games, netball games, like massive, huge stadiums where no one's wearing masks. I've gone to, parties and all sorts of stuff. But I do, when I say that on the caveat, I do all the sort of nerdy things where I wash my hands frequently. I do use hand sanitizer. And if I am in close quarters with people, like if I go to the footy and I've got people sitting next to me, I'll put a mask on when I'm doing that. But I haven't seen many people cough around me, so I've probably just been lucky, I think. It's just luck.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mind you, I went to KFC the other day. I don't normally go to KFC, and I wish I never did because it tasted like shit afterwards. But there was this freaky guy in there, and he was either taking the P155 and he was just pretending, but he was one of those, those weird people who just like to piss general population off by doing things. He was sitting in the corner and he was like, you could tell he was obviously coughing on purpose. Like he was sitting in the corner going, like this, with no mask on, and people walking past and they're all sort of looking at him like this. And I thought to myself, what if he actually did have COVID? Yeah. Well, I'd know by now, wouldn't I?
The thing is, I stuck myself in a whole bunch of situations. Like, I went to gigs, and went to football matches and other things. And what got me was I just happened to go to a pub, and didn't wear the mask in the pub because nobody else was doing it. It was just, we sat by the door, but 2 or 3 days later, there it was, and I was very, very lucky. I got it very mildly, so I can't complain.
Well, vax has probably helped you with that.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah,
that's a big contributing factor.
And it's viral load as well, isn't it? If I only got exposed to a small amount, and I've been vaccinated, then it's just going to be quite. But it stuck around because once the symptoms had finished, I thought, well, I'll leave it a few days and then I'll do another test. And I did a test, and I was feeling absolutely fine, and yet it was still coming up as positive. So it did stick around for a little while longer. Excuse me, a little while longer than I felt, ill. But yeah,
You get a few people that we know just through kids at school and stuff like that, who the parents have had COVID, but then they've had this long COVID thing afterwards.
Oh yeah,
where it's been weeks and weeks and weeks where they've still had like a lingering sore throat, or they've had a lingering cough, or something.
Yeah.
Well, here's a weird thing. All four of us in this house, we've all had all of our maximum vaccinations, depending on our, like me and the missus have had 3 each. My daughter's had 2, my son's had 2. I catch COVID. My wife catches it a couple of days later, which is, only to be expected. We share a bed and everything. Then my daughter gets it about a day or 2 after that. But my son, not a thing. And he's interacting with us the same as everybody else, yet he doesn't get it. He's the one person that didn't get it, and we're all living in the same house, so it's just...
He might have got it, though, but he might have been
yeah.
asymptomatic, yeah.
Exactly. But
Or
he
it's
was,
like the stand. He's one of those rare ones that doesn't get it, right?
well, yeah, but he was testing... I think back then he was still testing twice weekly for school, and he wasn't coming up as positive, whereas my daughter was like, oh, give me the COVID. I want time off. Give me the COVID. But, yeah, kids, eh? What are you going to do?
Yeah.
As long as it's not some stupid disease like chickenpox, where everyone goes, "Oh yeah, make your kid get
chickenpox parties,
and then later on in life you get freaking shingles from it."
Yeah, that's monkeypox.
Yeah.
Monkeypox, yeah.
We had a rash of chickenpox when I was in high school. It was terrible. I finally got it.
Yeah.
I don't ever I don't ever remember getting it, but my mum said I did, and then I remember my son got it, and he got it really bad. He was covered. He couldn't help but because he was like 2-3 years old, I think.
Yeah.
Couldn't help but touch himself and like this. But he came through it, and I don't want that shit when you're old.
I once bought this synth off this guy from eBay, and when I got it, it was so grubby that I reckon it had just about every single disease known to mankind on it.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen a few as well. There was one.
I have to go, guys.
I'm sure the bloke was in love with it properly.
All the best.
See you later, mate.
Bye.
See you around.
Oh dear, I think I ought to go to bed. Although I think if I go to bed now, I'll wake the missus up.
We're at 3:30.
Oh no, fucking hell!
Yeah.
What's going on?
Perhaps
It's
it's
getting
probably
light.
milkshake.
It's actually getting light.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you look out to
Yeah.
the
I
east.
can start to see a tree line.
Yeah, but birds will go crazy in the next half hour.
Still not a record though, Kent. I think the record was like 8.5 hours or something like that. So.
Yeah, I'd say, but I started later. This time, mate. So it's getting there though, because I think we did a 5:30 one night, didn't we?
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
Something like that.
Yeah. Still, I'm fortunate enough to have the kind of job when I can do that. I suppose. So make the use of it.
Indeed. Well, don't forget we've got to do our. We're recording our show this week. We're not doing it live. So there will be a show, but you'll be chatting amongst yourselves because we've all got other things to. Well, 2 of us have got other things to do. Well, actually, no, one of us has got other things to do. One of us is not too well, and the other one's Kent.
Yeah, the other one doesn't do anything anyway.
How is Ben? Is he surviving?
No, he's getting better. Yeah. He's continuously improving.
Yeah, it's just not rushing things.
No.
There's no point.
I was surprised. Spoke to somebody today. He's homegrown, in the chat, and he went to see. So Ben was supposed to be playing last Friday, but didn't because of obvious reasons.
Yeah.
And I thought they would have just pulled the gig, but they didn't. They did the gig anyway. So, but he said lots of people in the audience. Lots of people in the audience were saying that it wasn't as good because Ben wasn't there.
Well, that's good because if it had been, there's your value, Ben. Yeah.
But they were trying to persuade him to do it, which I think is a bit you know, given the fact that he's just come out of fucking hospital.
So who's doing Friday? Mr. Wiggly and Kent?
And Ty.
No. Not this Friday.
No, on Sunday.
Oh, Sunday.
It's me and Ty.
Oh yeah.
Oh no, I meant the Friday show. Your.
Oh no.
No, it'll be the three of me, Ben, and Kent, unless we can get anybody else to come and join us. But we're pre-recording it tomorrow because we can't do it live on Friday. So.
All right.
So
yeah,
we've
with
kind of left
Daniel's last chance to
yeah,
phone in tomorrow, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, you never know.
Because after that, I think we'll just leave it a few weeks.
Yeah, just leave it.
Yeah. Because Ben to get in contact with me saying, "Where's my OKS?" We're about that.
Yeah.
I mean, see him in interviews on since Britannia and other stuff. He seems like he's down for a discussion. Is he not?
Oh,
do you think he's not into it?
I just think it's bad timing.
Bad timing. Yeah.
Yeah, well, a lot of it's been like, yeah.
Certainly last week, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, for mute.
Same thing with Hans too, right? Is he just busy? He's not really.
Last time I spoke to him, he had COVID.
Oh damn!
Again.
It was not in a good place, and it was right at the end of the tour.
No.
Right at the end.
When can't be spent it the first time he had it, which apparently was really bad.
Yeah, I think the second time he wasn't in a great place when I spoke to him, so it's yeah. But so it's all right. You can do it from your bed, mate.
Yeah.
Just need a laptop. You're laughing. Oh, he's broken something.
No. I've just turned the light off to. I don't know if you can. Probably not sensitive enough, but yeah, it's too dark out there.
Well, you can see it in here. With this
Yeah.
slight bit of-
That's what it's like out of my window at the moment.
What if I turn off? But
yeah, I can actually see the glow in the sky.
Yeah.
I can see the tree line without any problems. Here it comes.
Yeah. It's a walk of shame time, right?
All right then.
Walk of pride.
Right then, guys. Yeah.
All right, young man.
well,
I'll see you
later.
tomorrow anyway.
Yeah.
For the thing tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah.
Yeah, because it'll be an easy show on Friday. Just lay in bed and watch it.
Yeah.
Eating crisps.
Yes, I'll be. Where will I be? I can't remember. I'll be somewhere, but I won't
A
be
wedding.
Yeah. Well, no,
essentially.
Pre-wedding.
Pre-wedding.
Getting smashed.
Yeah. Well, no, I can't get smashed on the Friday. Because I get smashed on the Saturday.
Mm.
But then I've got to be relatively sober when I come home on the Sunday. So.
Be brushing up on your Greek.
Oh Jesus! Scary stuff. Scary stuff.
Lots of ouzo.
Yeah. Well, I've just my sister sent me a list of the alcohol order they put in at the reception venue, and they got 24 bottles of whiskey. Around 300 people, and I said at least half of that needs to be grappa, for fuck's sake. So I will just be sat in the corner somewhere, in the dark corner, with a bottle of grappa, and that'll be it. And I'll just
Or two bottles of Talisker.
Or two bottles. Yeah. Something.
200 notes a bottle.
Yeah. Anyway, right. Good morning,
All right,
good
guys.
night, good evening, good afternoon,
stuff.
whatever.
Yeah,
See
well
you
well
later.
done. I'll tell you what, our chatties are hardcore.
They are, absolutely. Well, for half of them, it's still their daytime, isn't it? I'll get rid of these hiccups. Right, I've got to look in the mirror and scare myself.
Yeah, well.
Be easy.
Indeed. All right, gents.
All right, guys.
Au revoir.
You take care now.
Bye-bye.